welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to On The Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensiel Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in G Plus and the Politics Discord server, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
We got Rick 2.0. What's up, Rick?
Tell them.
Yeah, Branch, I knew you were good. You kept telling me I'm Branch. No, you're not.
I'm just finishing up at work.
Make sure you give them all the news that they need, Crit. I think that's what they need. They need a little bit of news in their life.
Yeah, but we had
that's what I did. I started sending them the news, and they just blocked me.
We had Benji in here. He didn't take a stance for the Earth being a globe. I don't know if he wants to just mention how he doesn't think the Earth's a globe, and then, perhaps, I don't know. Maybe he wants to tell us.
Dude, I've heard Crit talk to like.
Yeah, but did you hear what I just said, Branch? I don't know. You just rolled over what I just said.
I did.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Branch is getting a nuisance to the channel, given a chance. But everybody knows that.
I'm just saying though, I've heard Crit talk to like an enormous grasp of people and just tell them why he thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that was back on the chatterbox or the chessboard.
Right.
I was in the Branch brings this story up a lot, especially the gems, where they say, Crit, you never leave the flat Earth spaces. And Branch is like, I was on a server that had nothing to do with flat Earth, and Crit was doing the flat Earth AMA, and there was like 600 people on the call.
I just want to say real quick that the guy that was in here earlier should be coming back later on with this globe evidence, because he got destroyed a while ago and he hated that feeling, so he's gonna come back later. He said
right on cue for Nathan.
Yeah, he said 30 minutes, so I don't know if he would be back or not.
Crit really is a full-blown flat earther, bro. Like,
well, Crit will go anywhere and talk about it. Like you said.
So, I think it's a little early for Nathan. So hopefully, he's a little bit late. Like
he's here now.
Oh shit! I always swore it's supposed to be the okay. Never mind. I didn't know this. I thought it was like another 40 minutes.
No,
or
he's
something.
here.
Well, fuck it. Let's start the event now. I mean, it doesn't have to officially start. I guess you won't even be streaming it till it's time, but yeah.
Yeah,
right,
I remember no foul mouth Friday, and I already dropped the S word, and I was like, that's why I love today. I love today because I really focus on not swearing at all. Like every time I talk.
Well, I never.
Hopefully, we can get a Matt Mooney versus Nathan Oakley here.
Like, why are we even talking about Crit? Crit's the most devout flat earther I've ever fucking known.
Okay, so you're on his jock. We got it.
I get it. Okay, Branch, just you're making me blush now. Okay.
I know, bro.
He's fanboying.
Trying to make an inroad with Crit for some reason. He wants Crit for an ally. I don't know.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that.
Yeah, right.
It's just that I've known Crit in other servers and just I've experienced how he. Like I'm not necessarily always a
studied the guy
or flat earther, but like I've been in other servers when he's talked as a flat earther.
We kept this room kind of jiving right now, so there should be a couple of ballers that might be coming back in here, but we're gonna see if we can open it up to some conversation, so maybe Nathan can walk into room full of discussions. We got some people coming in here like Classy Sass.
JoJo, it was a modern day
let me-
debate. Oh, okay,
Let me
go
just
ahead, sorry.
let me just get
Yeah,
through
yeah.
this. All right, so we got Classy Sass that's in here right now. Classy, if you're in here, you want to have a discussion, you can ask us some questions. If that, or we got some new people in here. Rick 2.0 is always good for a discussion, and there's a few others that were gonna be coming back.
I'm
Benji,
new.
I don't know if Benji's gonna unmute his mic, but we do also have Matt Mooney who says he wants to.
Hold on, I
talk with
want to
Nathan
hear
later.
Classy Sass.
What is it you want?
For some reason, I would love to be able to share my screen, but I have the minor role, so I guess they don't let people that are minors to share the screen.
That's fine.
Unfortunate.
So we're talking to Classy Sass at the moment. Welcome to the room. Yeah, what brought you in this room?
Everybody else is still asleep.
Oh, okay.
Basically. But it's okay. Good morning.
Do you have any questions, or do you?
If the earth is flat and it rains and it rains and it rains like 40 days and 40 nights, what happens?
What do you mean 40 days and 40? Hold on,
That's a good
Classy
one.
Sass. Classy Sass,
Yeah,
what do you
that's
mean
my globe
40
evidence.
days and 40 nights? Like, what does that mean to you?
It's just a number I threw out.
Like, why 40 days, 40 nights?
Well, why not?
Like,
Are you talking about where it flood?
well, I guess what we're asking though, Classy Sass, is how do you feel about the whole flat earth movement?
Do
Like,
you know the answer to the question or not?
Yeah, with it flood? Is that what you're looking for?
I just want the answer to the question. What will happen?
like, to, like, regardless of the,
Yeah, that doesn't
Well,
have
you
any.
wanted to hear from me.
That's fine, but we're talking
Well, we
about.
have an
Go
account
ahead.
of that in a book, yeah? Pretty
Yeah.
accurate sort of history book that told us that everything got flooded.
Well, what?
Th-
How did it
that's
get flooded?
yeah,
If
that's great though. But does it have a relevance to the shape of the Earth in any way? Any questions about that?
maybe. Maybe.
Well, what I'm saying is, do you think that the Earth is a globe, Classy, in any way?
Well, if it was a globe,
not about the flow though. Like, what do you think, sweetheart?
Oh my gosh.
Like, for the flow for you, do you think
if
that
it's flat, and is it a flat box or a flat circle?
Like like a lake. Like
if
Well,
you,
let's
if
just
you, if you
yeah.
had if you had to question it,
Is it a
Class,
box that just gets deeper and deeper and
No, we're
deeper?
not. Nobody said that. And
A
I think
box.
that
I don't know what shape. If it's flat,
no.
and
What
it
the thing,
floods,
Classy. No.
and
The
the
thing
water
is,
just gets deeper and deeper and
Classy.
deeper.
Hello,
It goes
hello.
up.
We've got a runaway train here.
water
Look, I'm
goes
asking
up.
you. Wait just a second. I'm asking if you know if the Earth is a globe.
I don't know which one it
Oh,
is. I'm
that's great.
asking you if it floods for 40 days and
Yeah, but
40
we're not
nights
gonna. We're gonna let
and
some
it's
other.
flat,
Classy.
what happens?
No,
That's what the
just wait. There's a few people in
Mr.
here that are
Funny
coming
Man.
in brand new. We want to get them to get some good discussions, and that doesn't sound like one that's going to lead us to a good path. All right, so Flag, welcome to the channel. I see that you just joined us. Welcome. Flag, are you there?
I don't know, bro. You sure we should meet her though?
Why not? Flag, are you there?
So, question: if it rains for 40 days and 40 nights, and it's flat, then that just means it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. I
Yeah,
don't get the question.
we're
She's muted now. She can't talk.
yeah, it's fine. We're just getting around to everybody that's coming in brand new that might want to ask questions about the shape of the Earth. Not
I
some
think she was getting
irrelevant
mixed up
question.
with she was getting mixed up with flat and a shape.
Yeah,
I guess
it's
we'll
that
just keep
happens a lot. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say we'll keep the topic rolling if you want. You guys go ahead. I'm just gonna mute up.
I got a
There you
question
go.
for Flat Earth.
What?
If the Earth is flat, why aren't people falling off the edge?
Bro.
Yeah, go ahead and redirect that question in just a moment to Nathan. You want to
What
have some
edge?
conversation?
Yeah.
Let's just
Yeah.
pocket your information right now, Matt, and save all that energy. Hopefully, you bring that same energy when he
Yeah.
comes back on.
Well, I mean, Nathan
Oh,
is a
man,
very
like,
weak
if
opponent. So I
Classy
mean,
No, I
was
don't.
to be like
Your
Very
Classy,
weak
microphone
opponent.
sounds good.
like,
Yeah. Did you get a new one?
Well, Mike, I'm just on my phone right
are
now.
we sure Classy thinks the Earth is a globe?
She doesn't know what the Earth is, according to her.
Why not press that? Let's see what the fuck she's got to
No,
say.
press that. What do you want to press that for?
Because hey, what happened
Why
was
don't we press that?
we talked to her about if you want whether or not the Earth is flat. We didn't talk to her about whether or not the Earth is a globe.
I asked her the question. She said she didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know her, but she seems like someone I would like to unmute and just see what the fuck she's got to say. Can we unmute her, please? Yo, Classy.
I don't appreciate that.
Oh, she's mad with you now, Branch. She don't appreciate you.
Classy, like
I was discussing in good faith.
I get that, and I'm so sorry you got muted.
No, you're not sorry.
Well, you had the question. Do you
You're in
feel like
trouble
your
now,
question?
Branch.
Well, hold on, Classy. What I meant to say was I'm so sorry you got muted, and I just tried to get you unmuted. But like, what I would love to know is what your perception on the shape of the globe is.
What are the boundaries? If it's raining 40 days and 40 nights, what are the boundaries of the earth? Where does the water go? It's got to have boundaries if it's flat.
Right, and what if it's a globe?
If it's a globe,
Well, yeah. Hold on. Why does it have to have boundaries? Let's start there. You suggested that if the Earth is flat, if you describe the surface as flat, adjective noun, why does it have to have boundaries?
is there some magnetic force that just holds it all together?
Okay, that's a different question. So number
I'm
one,
saying it will go off the edges of the earth.
what
if it's
edges?
flat. Are there edges? Do you know if there are edges?
Yeah, I would say inside the heliocentric model, they tell you there's no edge. Number one, in space is ever expanding outward, and there's no edge. And number two, they tell you that the edge of the Earth is the leading physical geometric curve of the ball. That's why you see like ships disappear bottom up and whatnot. So those are an edge and no edge at the same time. While on a flat Earth, no one's talking about an edge other than you, and I'm trying to figure out why. Where are you on the? Did you get down this pipeline? Because I think you walked yourself into a contradiction.
Maybe, but if it's flat, you can't get in a ship and go
Why?
from one point
Why?
all the way back to the same point you originated.
Why?
You can't.
Why? Why is that?
You can, but you can't do it without turning around and going back.
Okay, walk me through this. Why is that the case? Why can't you do that?
I'm looking at a flat desk, and if I move this bait to 3 feet to the right, I can't go back to that point without pulling it back toward it. I can't go continuously toward that point. So if it's flat, there's no way you could get in a ship and go forward and reach that point ever again.
What if you go in a circle?
I'm sorry?
What if you go in a circle?
Well, I asked you if it was a square or a circle, and no one could answer that.
No, if you travel in a circle, you could go back to the same place you started off as.
Yeah, you ever get turned around while hiking in the woods and end up back where you started?
At what point would you turn the circle?
Okay,
When you
could
go
you
any
confused
farther?
your yeah, Casey, that was too high. What we're trying to do here is figure
Yeah,
out.
my IQ is about 10. You're going to bring it down.
No, it's not that the
Is
problem
that
with
what
your
you're
IQ.
saying?
No, this is exactly what I'm saying.
You're
Okay, now
about to piss me off.
if you listen to every word I say and not add your own content, then you won't be pissed off. If you refuse to listen, add your own answers, you're going to self-trigger and it will be your fault, not mine. At no point did I suggest that.
I
I
believe
said
that would be called gaslighting.
you walked yourself into a contradiction, and that's where you're at right now. And then you added in somehow I insulted your intelligence.
You
If you're going to add,
did.
no, I didn't. If you're going to add your own answer, that's the answer for all your questions. Just make it up. And it should be easy to do that because you're already doing that. You're already just asking a question, then making up your own answer, then refusing to use the own answer.
Well, can it be a flat circle?
Could it just be, how about just start with flat? Can it be flat?
It could be flat.
Okay. And what does flat mean?
Not having shape. I mean, flat.
Yeah, it would
It
still be,
has.
it could have a shape, right?
It could have a shape.
Like a lake. Like, is a lake flat?
Yeah, there's. I
What's the
mean,
shape of a lake?
3-dimensional, like a sphere.
They were talking about the surface. Okay. A lake is a sphere? Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
No, okay, so a lake. Do you ever seen a lake before? Or like
Is
a
the
pond?
Earth spherical or is it flat in 2 dimension?
You'd be curved or flat. A description, you're not looking at the full orthographic view yet. Curved or flat? Is the surface, how about this? If it's not curved, what is it?
Straight.
How about it would flat work?
How about straight?
Okay, sure. So it's straight Earth.
Yeah, it seems plausible.
All right, so I guess welcome to straight Earth.
Well, I'm not sure. It seems pretty gay at the moment.
You can walk around a lake and come back to the same place you started off as.
It would be flat and circular. Are you saying it can be flat and circular at the same time? But not
It can be any shape. Well,
but
it can
not
be any shape if it's flat, and we can still walk in a circular path
correct.
if we're not walking the extremities. Whether it's a square or a circle, that's
Well,
irrelevant to the surface
Oh,
properties.
well, I think it's a flat circle. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. You can think whatever you want to think. More power to you.
Well, that's what it is. And actually, it's conical because, it goes up the atmosphere goes up into a point that comes to a very sharp point at heaven. That's what I think. So the base is flat, but the atmosphere is not. The stars and the moon and all that stuff is up there in the top of the cone. And the earth is the flat base of the cone. What's wrong with that theory?
Nothing?
Thank you. I'm allowed to have my own theory.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, even more so when you can articulate it and then someone can choose to either understand or not understand. And then you can present this theory to somebody and then see if they don't what I've noticed is that like flat earth, they'll come and ask you about it, you'll present it to them. They won't understand what you said and disagree with it and debunked it.
You
And
and
I'm like,
mute
how
your
do you do
ass
that?
when try to say something.
Yeah, I'm like, how do you do that? How do you disagree with something you don't even know what it is?
They told me yesterday that they weren't, a fight group, but they muted me 5 minutes in. I don't know what you people are doing. I was here in good faith. Now, can I say hi to Benji? Hi,
Yeah, you can
Benji.
do whatever you want.
But not necessarily. No, that's not true.
Well, yeah, I mean, at some point, say if you violate TOS or something,
I did
someone's
not violate TOS. I
okay,
got muted for
royal
an
you.
opinion. I got muted for a question.
No one gets muted for a question.
Whoever muted me, apologize now.
No, you were muted for not answering a question, I believe. But
I didn't know
that
the
person's
answer.
not around.
I didn't know the answer.
Yeah, I think Miggy was going through introductions and talking about a few people who had tried to chime in earlier, and then right in the middle of that, you're talking.
He asked me a
so
question.
basically-
He brought me up on stage, put the spotlight on me so he could mute me. Let's be honest.
Okay, if that's what you think would happen, then you've got to make a choice. Either they're not going to apologize. So either A, move on, or B, move on.
Well, you weren't the one that did it, so we can move on.
Okay.
If it was me, I would have muted you.
Yeah, so it's like either move on or someone will I'll exit stage right. They'll just like yoink you off the platform.
Let's move on then. I'm not the one that called me back after I was muted.
Okay,
No,
you're free to leave at any time.
Maybe I don't want to leave. Maybe I just don't want to be in the spotlight.
Okay, well, stop talking about something that happened in the past then and talk about something else.
Again, I never said anything. You all put the spotlight on me as soon as I walked in.
Okay, are you done now?
Yes.
Great. What shape is the Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yep.
Well, I'm done.
Okay, put yourself on mute then.
They came up with straight.
Straight shape.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
I said conical.
Conical. Straight. Straight conical? What?
I'm just going to make it really simple and explain it. It's a flat plane with a cone over the top, and the stars are in the cone that goes to a point.
Thank you. I thought that's what I said. But I guess it takes a male to say it for you all to understand it.
No, I just couldn't hear the 10-minute drawn out version of it. I just wanted to give it very briefly for everybody.
It did help, though. Maybe it was Australian to Australian. Maybe that's what.
Yeah, that probably was it. We do speak a different language here.
It could be because hillbillies can't enunciate properly. Is that what you're saying?
Are we hillbillies?
Yeah, see, that's adding your own answer again. Remember, if you're going to do that, the best solution is just keep doing it. Okay, don't stop. Add all the answers you need until eventually you recognize your own contradiction. Then you can be like, you know what? You really don't like answers that you provide. I want to hear what other people provide. And
Yeah, well, that's what the globe does too. Yeah, the globe does that. You'll say something like, and they'll say, "So what you're saying is," and you go, "No, that's not what I said."
I did ask a question. What was wrong with my theory? And no one's commented.
Oh yeah, I was listening on YouTube when you asked that. Have you got any evidence for that theory?
Do you have any against it?
No, do you have any evidence for it? You presented a theory, so I'd like to see some evidence for that theory. Well, it wasn't even a theory, but it's not a theory.
I don't have any evidence.
Okay, so what am I supposed to refute?
Well, my theory is just as good as anything else anybody else has thrown out.
No, because you got the words wrong too, because it's not a theory. You have an idea.
No, it's a theory. Just hasn't been tested yet.
Yeah, well, that's not a theory. Theories have been tested.
Okay, you're right.
Yes, I know. I hear that a lot. Nah,
Yeah, you
just
got
joking.
to test the theory.
What's that?
You can't have a theory before the test. That's all that is.
What was your theory? Flat with cone shape. Was that the one? I don't want to talk anymore.
May as well give my appraisal. I'm muting the Discord server. These guys are doing
Good
really
evening,
well.
Nathan and crew.
Straight away they've had. Hello.
G'day.
Tonight.
Pardon?
So how are we all tonight? Today?
Very well,
this
very well.
afternoon,
How are
wherever we
you?
are?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, great.
Jolly good.
We've been just sitting here waiting for someone that was going to go away for half an hour and come back and prove the globe to us all. We were hoping he was going to come back when you arrived.
How do you mean prove the globe?
Yeah, I think he's going to come back a flat earther.
No, but I mean,
he was coming back in 30 minutes with all the evidence to prove the globe to us and turn us all back into globers.
I was, seeking slightly more clarity. When you say prove the globe, there is such a thing as a globe, right? So when you say prove it, prove what? What about it?
Well, prove that the Earth would be the spherical globe planet.
Oh, that the ground itself
living on.
Gotcha. You mean prove the reification of that model, as though we're standing on that model?
Yeah.
Oh, right. He's never going to be able to do that. He can't stand on a model.
Don't be like that, Nathan. People have been waiting years for this to happen.
It should be due back any minute.
Okay.
What model?
Well, that would be the claimed overarching globe model that covers everything, but you can buy it from your local bookstore and stick it on your desk. It's their claim anyway.
Do they know where that claim of a globe to reify into the ground that you're standing on comes from, as in the origin of the measurements for the globe? No? In order to create a globe, you first measure the elevation angles to stars off a flat plane, document them, extrapolate out things like radial values, and then with that radial value, create a model of a sphere. You can then project the points on the ground that you measured the angles to the stars with onto that spherical surface. The easiest way to visualize this is with latitude, in my opinion. And I'm right. If you're measuring an angle to a star called Polaris and then plotting out a system called latitude, which is concentric circles moving out from Polaris on a flat plane, you can then wrap those around a ball. You see the latitude lines on the globe. Well, there is no way to measure those off a curved surface. They are ipso facto measured flat and then plotted onto the curved surface. So, but for the fact that we measure a flat surface, you wouldn't have a globe model to believe in.
For fuck's sake.
Please, can you not swear? So in about, I don't know, an hour or so, maybe a bit longer.
I didn't mean to
I'll be going up to a lot.
meant...
My bad. Just the profanity with me telling you not to do that, please.
Well, you know what? I do apologize.
No worries. I'm just going out to an audience shortly.
But I didn't mean to swear.
Yeah, that's fine. Just please try not to.
Then Branch, you just didn't understand what he said, or you just wanted to swear in the mic? Did you understand what he said or not? No. I don't know.
No, I understood what he said.
What did he say?
He's talking about the shape of the Earth. Get it?
Well, no. A flat surface doesn't necessarily have any inherent shape to it. It's an aspect. Now, you can take that aspect and measure that aspect of the ground, which is flat, and then project that onto a globe. But that's not the shape of Earth. That's the shape of a model that's been derived from a measurement of a flat Earth to create that model of a sphere. That's not a sphere Earth. We don't have such a thing. That's just a model. But the model comes from measuring Earth. Flat.
Absolutely, Nathan.
Yes, that's correct. Like with latitude. You know, those lines wrapped around your globe? Those are an elevation angle measurement representation to Polaris. You understand that?
Nathan,
you understand that?
Do you remember, like,
It sounds like you're about to ask me a question. Do you understand that latitude is measured with elevation angles to Polaris? Sounds like you're about to ask me, would you something? It's a yes or no question. Did you know that or not?
I was just going to say, like,
I don't care what you're about to say. It's a yes or no question. Did you know that the latitude lines around your globe reification you believe you're standing on are measured with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris?
All right.
Did you know that? Haven't finished. Can you just mute this asshole? This asshole that's swearing at me and triggered because he's a globe zealot. Doesn't want to answer the question, wants to chant through the third repetition of it. So what, if you don't hear it coming your way, that Earth's measured flat for your globe reification, it won't have to be answered? Maybe if you hear it and then ask me a question, you won't have to answer it. Maybe if you chant through the second and third renditions of it, you won't have to answer it. No.
Wait, hold on.
I will conclude this statement without a zealot globe believer chanting through the painful truth that Earth is measured flat. Now, I will, if the moderators will allow you, give you a fourth. Say that again. Fourth opportunity. No, he's just not going to let me ask the question. Just mute him. Just get rid of him. Prick. Unfortunately, we are surrounded by zealots. People who don't like the fact we measure Earth flat for their globe belief. And when I ask them if they understand the base measurement for that very globe belief, they start asking me something and chant through it 5 times. Unforgivable. Now you're not part of the conversation anymore, Branch, you sweary little twat. Get lost. Meanwhile, for everyone else who's not a complete prick, who can't control their zealot temper and has to chant through the person, identifying how Earth is actually measured. It's measured flat, and those measurements create your globe faith. You don't have to like it, and I can try and communicate to you that fact with an affirmation that never comes, just lots of chanting. I don't care. Yeah? Branch seems to think that his chanting through me is going to change these facts? No, it won't change anything at all. What it does do is highlight his zealot belief as he chants and gets angry with the fact of how Earth is measured flat. Don't have to like it.
Which end result doesn't mean it has a shape. Which I don't think you understood what you said in the first place, but you weren't saying that's the end shape. It just means measured flat.
Yeah, I corrected him on that. He didn't like that. Yeah, he's talking about Earth's shape. No, I'm not. Flat measurements are an aspect of the ground that we measure to get angles to stars. That's how Earth is dealt with. After that fact, you can turn it into a bleeding banana for all I care. The fact that you have turned it into a sphere that you think you're standing on is irrelevant. That's not Earth. Not dealing with shape. You reify a sphere shape. That's you and you alone. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about models that you make from flat Earth measurements. Models might have a shape. We're definitely not standing on them. I mean, you guys have to deal with it too. The lady you were speaking to earlier, made us a baseless assertion of what flat Earth couldn't do. That's travel in a circle. 3 people told her it was travelling in a bleeding circle while I was sat on mute laughing my head off. And then she got all uppity with you when she couldn't shut her bleeding mouth and you had to shut her up. It's like, what is your malfunction? You said you couldn't travel in a circle on a flat Earth. utterly stupid, and then 3 people corrected you on it, you wouldn't accept it. Yeah, your own pride got in the way, and then you start getting uppity about being shut down because you couldn't shut your mouth. Yeah? Yeah, I get it. You all dealing with idiots on this server too. People who just can't quite comprehend what a circle is. And they want to tell you off. The outrage of it. Yeah, okay, Miss Dunning-Kruger, get lost. Couldn't formulate a claim talking about what would happen after 40 days of rain. Couldn't coherently put that into an actual claim for someone to respond to. You just kept repeating it. Yeah, you're going to get shut down when you do that nonsensical idiocy. People are going to get tired of you and shut you down, love. Don't have to like that either. Don't have to moan about it after. You can just grow a pair of balls and actually accept the fact that you're going to get shut down if you keep repeating crap over and over and over again. Yeah, people don't like that kind of person. They're just irritating and stupid. Now, you don't like the fact that being stupid and irritating is going to get you muted. Tough luck. Stop being so stupid, stop being so irritating, or get lost.
Oh, we've had a few in here tonight demanding apologies after they spiralled.
Of course.
A little upset.
Bloody snowflakes. Bloody globe-believing zealot snowflakes who can't cope with being wrong. Yeah, we get it all the time. Man up, snowflakes. You've all been deluded, and you have to face your own mirror. Yeah, that stupidity that stares back at you when you realise you've been duped. And that what are you going to do as a result of actually realising how badly you've been duped into standing on a bleeding model that's derived from flat Earth measurements? Well, what? Will you deal with all the people that lash out at you like you lash out at us? Yeah, the awful truth is, you'll have to deal with people like yourself when you actually realise the god-awful truth that you're stupid and been duped, and that everyone around you wants to keep that dupe going by telling the people who've actually realised it that they're stupid. And the useful idiots you have been whilst doing it on their behalf. Yeah, that's all this is. Now, I don't care if you can look in the mirror and realise how stupid you are or not. It doesn't have any consequence to me. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. Those are facts that you can either deal with or not. How are you, Neil?
Nathan, where's your regular content? Is it like on YouTube or some other place?
I'm on all sorts of places. I'm on whatever the library one's now called. I think it's BitChute. YouTube, obviously.
BitChute, yeah.
TikTok. And I publish the links on Facebook and Twitter.
Oh, Facebook and Twitter. What's your Twitter handle?
I don't actually know. I don't do anything other than press the share button in YouTube. I don't know. I think it's just my name.
Got it, and they can drop it into Master B. I'll drop it across for you.
I don't actually know how to use any of these platforms. I press the share button in YouTube, and then it shares my video. My primary concern is the videography on YouTube.
It's Nathan Oakley 1980?
Yeah, that's my
everywhere?
YouTube channel. That's my primary focus.
Yeah, okay. Well, on YouTube, it seems like you have a lot of like hours and hours. Each video is like 4 hours.
I do it daily. Yeah, well, I make videos about this subject daily. I run a daily debate. So the doors are open daily. Anybody can walk in. As I'm setting up for my live show, I'll record. And then when the live show goes out, obviously it only goes out for about an hour, sometimes a couple of hours, depending on what we're covering. And then after it finishes, I continue to record in case there's anything juicy that happens after the fact. And that can turn into about 4 hours. But that's every day.
Okay, and is this like on a certain Discord channel that I don't know of, apparently?
Well, like now, I don't own any of these Discord channels, so I do have a regular channel that I use, which is, I believe, called the Flat Earth Debate Discord server. And that's run by a guy called Righteous Force. But I don't run it, I don't own it. Same as this, I don't own this or run this either. I don't have mod status either here, so, in the past when I've come here, people have said, "You're muting me." It's like, this isn't my server. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so that Flat Earth Discord server, that one is, you record around a few hours and post each video on YouTube every day.
Yeah, so if you, for the sake of argument, wanted to join my live stream, you'd be joining that Discord server. That's the public gateway.
Okay. Well, I have a Flat Earth, like at discord.gg/Flat Earth, but not, you said /Flat Earth Discord? I mean, Flat Earth server instead of Flat Earth?
Flat Earth Debate. VIP partners. All the links are right there for like pretty much like a dozen or 24 different Flat Earth servers. You'll find them all right there.
Right, and there's a good chance I've perused many of them, even the anti-Flat Earth ones I've been in here and there. But yes, I've got a regular one. It's called Flat Earth Debate, I believe. And yeah, that's where the show gets hosted from Monday to Friday, the actual live show that does go out live daily, Monday to Friday. But the show's every day.
And anybody could just join, right?
You can just join and shoot the breeze or put a claim forward, tell us we're wrong, anything you like, as long as you don't swear.
Oh, okay.
You just need to get voice verification in there, so you just jump into the chat there, and type hello, and someone will come and voice verify you.
Oh, I see.
I don't know if this is poor etiquette.
Two of them, 24/7 Flat Earth and Muslim Flat Earth.
I don't know much about Discord and whether or not this is poor etiquette to be talking about someone else's server, because obviously the guys in this server presumably just want to promote their server, and you know.
Oh wait, you're not from 24/7?
I'm not from anywhere. I don't own a server. I go in all of them, and mostly I go in the Flat Earth Debate one. Typically, if I'm broadcasting live, that's where I'll be. Today, I'll be broadcasting from here.
I see, yeah.
Yeah, today I'll be broadcasting from here. So what I'll ask when I go live, I'll ask my mods in the YouTube live chat to put a link to this server so that people can join this server. And I don't know what the process is. Again, it might be voice verification, or the mods have to talk to you. I don't know. But that whatever the link is, I'm really ignorant. My mods will sort it out, and they'll put a link in the YouTube chat so that the live audience can make their way to this server.
Yeah, I thought you were here from 9 a.m. to like 12. I didn't think you'd be here so early at 8 or 7. Is that what's your usual time that you come on Politics Discord?
I'd normally be an hour later, but my youngest and eldest, for that matter, daughter, are both in a little play that they've been learning how to do over the last week. So that starts at, I believe, 1. My wife disappeared about midday, so I was like, well, I'm just sat here. I might as well join the server and see what you guys are chatting about. Get a feel for the lay of the land, as they say.
Nothing much.
I think it's interesting, like when in terms of your kids, like if in the school they teach them like the globe and stuff, and they come in saying these things, and then do you counteract that, or like how do you deal with that?
I homeschool both of my children.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I teach them the globe. I teach them to be respectful of other people's beliefs.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh, right.
So my eldest daughter's slightly obsessed with it. She wants Planet Eleanor. I'm like, fine, you can believe in that. As long as you're not telling people after listening to my show that they're wrong or that their beliefs are incorrect. It's like everyone's entitled to their beliefs. If you want to believe you're on a banana or a spinning water ball, that's up to you. The fact that the Western world religion is that and people are brainwashed and don't necessarily know it's a belief, well, go back through history. There's plenty of examples of the same thing in various guises. You know, they keep control of us. If you don't know that, then, okay, you're pretty naive to the way the world works.
Who's they?
So, how is the control realized? By just telling people about the shape of the...
Well, you can only go by past history in terms of how we expanded the known territories. So, if you go back 500 years and look at the maps, there's only a certain amount of land on them. And you go, okay, well, this is the known territories, this is what we've got. Now, there might have been, in those depictions, walls around the edges of those known territories. Again, because of the maps got it doesn't mean there was a wall. Eventually, people explored with an understanding of the stars out towards what they used to call outer space. Well, outer space was the area beyond the horizon where they found the new worlds and found their way home with the stars measured on a flat plane. So that is the actual expansion of the territories. Then you reach a point where they go, there is no outer space towards the horizon. That's now the sky. Outer space is the sky now. Formerly, where we found new worlds was out towards the horizon. Now it's up in the lights. So everyone thinks the lights are soil. Well, no, that's just what they've told you outer space is, where formerly we have, ipso facto, found new worlds with what used to, but are now currently an ambiguous titling of aliens. Other people from other countries and new worlds in this instance. They want to call them displaced people, like they don't want us to call them new worlds and third worlds. They want to be calling them developing countries and displaced people and all the vernacular that would steer you away from the fact that in history we expanded the known territories flat. And then it stopped. So you say, well, what possible control could they have? Well, potentially, and I'm only speculating, a stopping of you going to what they very literally called outer space, the area towards the horizon, and transposing it into the sky, to me, seems obvious. but maybe not to you until I just broke it down.
Okay.
When you say transposing into the sky,
Neil, go ahead.
You said it's transposed into the sky. Can you elaborate if you don't mind?
Yes. So formerly, new worlds were found in outer space. We then colonized them, drilled them, mined them, took all the resources, developed them. That's what we did with the new worlds after finding them. You understand that, right?
So Nathan,
I'm asking this guy a question. Why is the guy I asked to be removed from the conversation that swore perpetually? Why is he off mute? Talking to this other guy, this triggered fundy that couldn't answer if he understood the elevation angles to Polaris. Well, what were the latitude lines on his reified globe? He couldn't answer. Now he thinks he's going to interrupt this discussion with Mobius. No, mate. I've already called you a prick. Told you you can sod off. Don't know why someone's taking you off mute. Your only purpose in here is to destroy this conversation. So get lost. Why are you still here? I've got absolutely no control over this server, by the way. Me telling him to do stuff means nothing.
So what was
Sorry,
I thought I'd
Mobius.
give him a chance. He asked in the chat. I asked him to please don't interrupt or jump back into the conversation, and it was the first thing he did.
Of course.
When he guaranteed me he would.
Yeah, he's a liar. Yeah, he's a prick and a liar. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm mute, Branch. Just being called out for what you are, a scumbag, disingenuous, sweary, foul-mouthed liar. Nobody wants to talk to the person that's like that. That's you. That's why I'm telling you to get lost, because I've had to extend this over-the-top berating of you, yeah, while you're on mute. I'd rather just have a discussion that ended in a yes or no answer to the question about Polaris measurement. You didn't want it. It undermined your globe faith, so this is what we get from you. Get lost. Anyway, just to round out my point for Mobius. Ipso facto, new worlds in space were found. Then, it's not called outer space anymore. It goes round in a circle, like that woman said. Yeah, that comes about 350 years ago. Okay, so no more going out towards the horizon, no more going out towards space, no more finding new worlds. Well, where do we find new worlds? Well, up in the sky, because NASA say that the lights in the sky are soil. Okay, why? Well, because they say so. That's it. That's just a fact. That's just a factual rendition of what. Who's off mute? Who's doing that?
Okay, so these lights that are moving, they're Mars, Jupiter, all the planets, Saturn, Mercury, Venus, right? So is that something like? What do you think about those claims?
What claims? You didn't make any claims. You just said lights in the sky, and then named a couple.
Right. So you think they're just what do you think those are? The Jupiter. I mean, things they call Jupiter. And the planets or whatever.
Yeah, they're very useful for navigating.
Okay.
Flat. Earth must be flat to use that process that we use to expand out into space and to find the new worlds. Yeah? That's how we did it. We took angle measurements to the stars, plotted their positions. We had accurate data for their ground positions at given times, meaning that we could find our way home when discovering the new worlds out in space. Of course, space isn't called that anymore. It's no longer in existence. We've got a globe that comes back on itself. Now space is the sky. And the soil that was very fruitful and resourceful when we found the new worlds, when we travelled out to the former outer space and found new worlds, that's not where we find new worlds anymore. The resourceful new worlds will never be found again because the new worlds are light years away, even though light years is derived also from those flat plane measurements of the stars. So that nonsensical part of that rhetoric and that story that makes you think that the lights in the sky are just very difficult to get to discover a new bit of soil in the sky. Yeah, that's how it's actually changed. Those are just facts. They're useful for navigating, to answer your question, and we know where they are above at given times.
Yeah, certain times of the year, like January 21st, whatever. There's always at this the orientation of the lights of the stars are
at all times. No, at all times you can know where a ground position for a star is. The navigation stars. We can know thousands of years into the future, based on their very predictable movements, where they will be above at what time. That's why on a boat you can use the stars to navigate. That's why we use those stars to plot certain positional data onto grids and maps. Because they're consistent. Yeah? You can use the navigation stars at any time you can see them. You just need a little book with the dates and the times that they're going to be above certain
Yeah.
positions on the ground to navigate the ground with. But you'd have to do it flat. That's the point.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Hello, Mr. Nathan Oakley.
hello. That was very polite. Who's that?
I'm not. So you claim that the Earth is a flat horizontal plane. How come it doesn't distribute the properties of a flat horizontal plane?
How come it doesn't? I've just given detailed examples of how it specifically is measured flat. So perhaps let's reiterate. Maybe you're interrupting before I've even got through the half of sentence I've currently got through. This isn't going to work out well. So I'll just try that again. Hopefully without... Let's not put any aspersions on you just yet. Without interruption, let's hope. So, we will be measuring Earth flat. Or positional data, that's GP positions of stars. Okay? Now you've just told me, how can it be flat if you're not using it flat? It seems like you haven't listened to the last 10 minutes. So, given that you haven't listened to the last 10 minutes of me describing how Earth is measured flat with elevation angle measurements that can only come from a flat plane, perhaps you'd like to address how we can take those angle measurements from anything other than a flat plane, given that that's specifically how they work with a flat Earth.
Yeah, so just to clear up some things, I wasn't the person that you were talking to before, so I asked you a new question. I was wondering if you could answer this question. But since you just talked about elevation angles that obviously don't prove a flat plane, and the Earth is supposed to look pretty horizontal on its surface, that's what a big globe predicts, especially because you're not a giant person to the point where you're like, are you like 10,000 feet tall or something? I'm pretty sure you're not. A globe predicts that the moon's going to appear flipped from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. We have that. That's impossible on a flat horizontal plane. A globe predicts for an observer to be looking out at a boat and it
Sorry, you're
disappearing
going to
bottom up.
scattergun
We
me.
expect that
It's
and you
just
get that on the
scattergunning me
globe.
with endless
That's
questions and endless
impossible on a
assertions.
flat
Sorry, I
horizontal
just
plane.
need one at a time. Sorry, you're going to hand wave my claim and then scattergun me with multiple. No. No, what you've just described,
Address
let's
the moon
address
one then.
that
Address
first.
the moon one.
Hopefully without constant interruption, for that one claim at a time that I can actually deal with, not 50. So let's just deal with, if I move past the moon, it changes its orientation. Yeah, I'd expect that. That has nothing to do with sphericity. That's non sequitur. Meanwhile, we've got an actual claim that you moved past. We do measure elevation angle measurements to the stars. They are only capable of being taken from a flat Earth. You've hand waved that. Now, given that I've just dealt with you changing your orientation, I can give a specific example for my audience, which is to say if you stick a plate on the ceiling and draw a smiley face on it and stand the left side of it and then walk across the room and look back, the smiley face will be upside down from your vantage point because you've changed your orientation and turned around. That's what he's describing the moon appearing to do as you walk across a flat plane and change your orientation with respect to it. Has absolutely nothing to do with sphericity. Nothing. It's non sequitur. Yeah. So I've just dealt with... Now he's interrupting me. I've concluded. You're about to scattergun things that we asserted to prove a sphere. I've just undone one of them. Yeah? Now, we could have had 20, so it seemed like you'd actually got a point somewhere in there with multiple of them. But I've just taken a big steaming dump on that nonsense you claimed proved sphericity. That would be the orientation of your view of the moon that you're now chanting through. So I've just undone your stupid nonsense, and now it's on to the interruptions. What I'm doing is humiliating you. But for the fact that you would assume antipodal...
You're the one being humiliated. You don't want
Well, you just don't like being humiliated, because your assertion that the orientation change with respect to the moon proves sphericity has been undone. It doesn't. But while I conclude that point, you're going to chant through me after an attempt to scattergun me with multiple examples that won't be proving sphericity, because the descriptions of orientations of the moon and the useful aspects of the moon can be used for navigation also. So you can take angles to the moon. Yeah, elevation angles. That's what you can do with these celestial items. And navigate, that's how we've expanded the known territory. This man has hand-waved it and said, nah, they don't prove a flat Earth. It's an angle. It's two straight lines with respect to a ground position from your position. It can only be straight. It's 90 degrees to the star itself along the ground. It's a ground position. It's measured flat. It's an angle. It can't bend. It's a straight line because it's an angle. So it unequivocally can only be measured flat. And he's trying to hand wave it and move on to, if I change my position, something will look different. Yeah, shocking. That don't prove jack.
Okay,
So, I'll just make my conclusion again, without the interruption at the point that I'm going to reiterate that Earth is measured flat with elevation angles. You haven't addressed that. You've hand-waved it and moved on. Now, I'm not going to let you move on again. I want you to address the facts of how elevation angle measurements are ipso facto made, after I cite what they are from by Sustainable by Design. Quote, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote, Sustainable by Design. Second definition, just in case he decides to hand wave it after I've reiterated it, because he's given me 2 hand waves, I'll give him 2 definitions. I've got 20. This one's from Principles of Navy Ordnance and Gunnery, page 514. Target elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured through the, measured in the vertical plane through the line of sight.
It's an approximation.
Sorry, where did it say that in either of those citations?
Physicists and engineers use
Sorry, it didn't say that.
all the time.
Excuse me. You've just decided to undermine my citations. So can you find me an... Excuse me. Rather than just undermining it by spewing your no it isn't through the top of it, do you want to go and get me a definition of an altitude angle or elevation angle measurement that says it's approximate or doesn't use anything other than a flat plane? Because it does. Also, I was talking to the Mac guy. Yeah?
Yeah,
I wasn't talking to you.
Well,
I was
you're in a
talking
public Discord,
I was
so-
talking to not a white knight who needs to undermine me without citation. I've given 2.
I'm here. Hey, Nathan, I'm here. Can I respond to your claims before? Because you kind of went off on a rant and you didn't really
It's
let
an
me
ad
respond,
hominem
especially
attack.
when
Do
you
you
were
want
saying
to
very
shut this
stupid
guy
things
down again
that
while I address the
contradict
audience
basic
about what he's doing?
visualization?
Shut him down. No, that's an ad hominem attack. Telling me I went on is a poisoning the well fallacy and ad hominem attack. I didn't go on. What I actually did was went and gets 2 citations. Now, that's been undermined by my opponent by him saying to my audience, you've just gone on. No, I cited gunnery ordnance and Sustainable by Design. Now, you're not going to undermine what I actually did by saying, you just rambled on. No, I didn't. What I did was undermine your crap that you hand-waved when you said, nah, it's not. I don't need a flat earth for these angles. Really? So it's not the, quote, horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, Sustainable by Design, and it is not, quote, the horizontal plane, end quote, Principles of Naval Ordnance. Yeah, it is. Your hand wave won't work, Matt. So do you want to give that another go? Maybe attempt to actually rebut what I said rather than undermining it by saying, oh, rambled on. I didn't. Quoted 2 citations.
Yes, I want to actually respond to one of the dumb things you said about basic perspective. So
I didn't mention perspective. Number 1, I didn't talk about perspective. He's about to strawman me. Stop him. At no point did the word perspective come out of my mouth. So he's about to strawman me and ignore the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote, Sustainable by Design. He's decided he's going to hand wave it, and that's been successful somehow. No, I've already hand waved that. Now I'm going to talk about perspective, which was not mentioned at all.
Nathan, if you're
this is a straw man. Why am I getting white knight shutting down while I address his fallacy? What he's used is a hand wave dismissal fallacy, which I already addressed, and now he's using a non sequitur straw man. Perspective was not mentioned by me. Now he's saying, you want to go on about the perspective? No, I didn't mention it. No one mentioned it. So this will ipso facto be a straw man fallacy, and it's also a continuation of his hand wave dismissal. So because he's hand waved it and used a further straw man fallacy about perspective, I will reiterate that we are discussing the flat earth that must be measured for elevation angle measurements of Polaris specifically. And the elevation angle measurement requires we have a horizontal plane, the one detailed by Principle of Naval Ordnance and Gunnery and Sustainable by Design, who make it explicitly clear that this measurement requires the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote. That's all that needs addressing. Perspective was not mentioned. Straw man, Matt. Did he have to be shut down because he couldn't shut up in the middle of me pointing it out to him?
I'm unmuted now. Yeah, so when I said perspective, I was talking about the moon thing that you said when you mentioned the smiley face and you going on the opposite side. So the difference is the moon has patterns on it, and it's not a smiley face. It's a three-dimensional object, which means it wouldn't be subjected to what a smiley face would be subjected to. And I've actually ran a three-dimensional model that depicts the moon on a horizontal plane, so anyone looking up can't make it be flipped unless they're flipped.
And at no point did you mention anything about sphericity in that, so let's just address the fact that that in no way proves a globe, because it doesn't have any connection to a globe. Even your descriptions of modelling a sphere globe from monocular vision of it doesn't infer Earth's sphericity in any way, shape or form. Again, another attempt to hand wave the horizontal plane measurement when I took his moon observation and repackaged it as being useful for navigation. I also undermined the reiteration that he's just given me that in no way proves sphericity. He didn't even mention a spherical surface. So again, he's rinsed and repeated his original claim in attempt to ignore the horizontal plane that must be measured for elevation angles, including to the moon. His non sequitur doesn't prove sphericity, but it needs readdressing. I've already dealt with this. This is the second time. So that's twice I've dealt with his moon. 0 times he's addressed the horizontal plane the observer is standing on for this elevation angle. Just to make that clear for the audience. You've got to be standing on a horizontal plane. It was the first thing I put before your scattergun that you tried to put in after the fact. I think you'll find that it wasn't an original claim from you about the moon. That was an attempted scattergun to ignore my original pointing out that we need an elevation angle. I asked you to address it. You attempted to scattergun me. Now you're making out like what that was the original claim we were discussing here. No, we were discussing elevation angles. So actually I was wrong in my count. It's the third hand wave.
Yeah. So elevation angles is what you were talking about that with the other guy. So having an antipodal completely flipped orientation when looking at the moon is only possible on a globe with a northern and southern hemisphere, unless your flat Earth curves in some other way, because everyone on your plane is looking up. And that's impossible for the moon to be flipped in that way.
It's called a begging the
question.
So
go ahead and address that.
When you're done, it's called a begging the question fallacy. You're assuming antipodal positioning then. No, that's the thing you're trying to prove here. As opposed to just assume that you would travel towards the horizon and then arrive antipodal from... Excuse me, is there a white knight interrupting me by chance as I take apart this antipodal assumption by begging the question fallacy? It seems like there is. Yeah, I'll just try that for a second time, hopefully with the people around this chanting zealot with antipodal assumption. Who's doing that? Yeah, white knights that need me to point out that this is the fourth attempt. Can all the white knights go in all at once while I point out that you're assuming your outcome when you say antipodal? You're just assuming that you travel antipodal. That's what your assumption is. Begging the question fallacy.
Can I respond? Yeah. So basic perspective requires that antipodalness, if that's even a term, is only possible on something that has sphericity, which would be a globe. Given that what's in question is the Earth as a horizontal plane or the Earth as a globe, the globe would have a northern and southern hemisphere, and we see the moon flipped on a northern
the same begging the question fallacy.
Right? And so when I look at a 3D model of
the exact same rinse and repeat begging the question fallacy.
Upside down.
Can you just shut him up? Sorry, I don't need him to repeat the same begging the question fallacy again. I heard it the first time. Yeah, if I assume I travel to the bottom of a globe, yeah, that would be you assuming that the Earth's a globe by begging the question fallacy. Do you think I need it repeated, dumbass? No, my friend. Furthermore, antipodal assumption is not going to be in the definition of perspective that nobody mentioned. Yeah? Moving orientation with respect to the moon has nothing to do with perspective, nor does it have anything to do with antipodal positioning. Just saying perspective is reliant on antipodal positioning assumptions. And it's not going to cut it, Dumbo. Completely non sequitur. Repeating it isn't addressing the fact that the thing you're trying to prove is that you're on a globe. So saying, if I'm on a globe, is assuming the outcome, aka begging the question. I don't need it a third time.
Yeah, what's in question is either the Earth is a globe or the Earth is a plane. One's impossible on a plane and one is completely coherent.
Oh my God. Shut him up. That's a false dichotomy fallacy. You're a stupid idiot. I'm done talking to you, Matt. You're thick as shit. That's a false dichotomy fallacy. Yeah? So you're going to layer on top of your begging the question of antipodal positioning a false dichotomy with a flat plane. Yet you're still assuming in the one half of the false dichotomy that you're going to be travelling antipodal on a ball. Do you think by masking it in a false dichotomy that I'm not going to recognise that, oh, one of the models assumes you're on a bleeding ball? Yeah, it's called... Oh, what was the word again? Oh, it's like my memory's almost vague from 5 seconds ago. A begging the question fallacy, assuming the thing you're trying to prove. If I assume I'm on a banana, then when I travel to the bottom of the banana, well, aren't you trying to prove you're on a banana? Well, if I just assume I'm travelling to the bottom of the banana, and then I declare an observation that I make when I've assumed I'm on the bottom of a banana, no, prove you're on a banana first. Don't just tell me that if you travel on a banana, you'll be on the bottom of a banana. No, mate. It's called a begging the question fallacy. It is that simple. You are stupid. Masking it in a false dichotomy won't alter your fallacy use. Now, people who are stupid use fallacies. They also feel the need to chant their fallacies in repetition over the top of their undoing. That's what stupid people do. You, Matt, are stupid. Therefore, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It is beneath me. Yeah? Go away to some other forum where you can lord your stupidity over people who are more stupid than you. That is not here.
Well, we have his first white knight is hanging to get into the conversation, the Moopinator. Mute him.
Hello.
You're up, the Moopinator.
I just wanted to clarify the thing he was saying about the clock in a way that isn't question begging, because I understand what you were saying, right? That he mentioned, you know, where if you go to the southern hemisphere and you obviously don't believe in hemispheres as such.
It's begging the question.
So let me get.
It's begging the question.
Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to try and do that in a way that I'm going to explain it in a way that it isn't begging the question. So on the flat Earth model that you subscribe to, correct me if I'm wrong.
Stop.
You believe that
Stop. What flat Earth model that I ascribe to? Did I give you one? Did you hear my question?
Yes, yeah. So
I'll ask it again. I'll ask it again while you stutter and about the question you haven't answered. Did I give you one?
Yeah. Well, I've seen your content before.
So which model did I give you?
So, well, that's what I'm saying. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You are wrong. I do not offer any model. Models are pseudoscience, reifications. Now, what I do offer is navigation. Navigation is what I offer because it measures Earth flat. That's what I offer. I've offered it already. Maybe you weren't listening. Maybe when I said elevation angles to Polaris, you will use to wrap around your globe after measuring them flat. Maybe you heard, I've got a model. No, you seem like you're delusionary. Like you're hearing things. Are you hearing things?
I'm definitely hearing your voice, yeah.
Are you hearing model when I say elevation angle to Polaris? Did you hear the word model?
Well, I mean, to calculate things.
It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Don't tell me about what's calculable. Did you hear model when I said elevation angle? It's a yes or no question.
In a sense, yes.
Well, then I don't want to talk to delusionary idiots that don't hear the words I say. They're very difficult, you will be.
Would you
very difficult, like you're doing now, chanting through me. I already know you'll be very difficult to communicate with. Because when I say X, you will hear A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then tell me that I ascribe myself to A, B, C, D, E, F, G when I've said X. Ergo, I won't be talking to you. You've already proved yourself disingenuous and delusionary. You have delusions. You hear things. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. Go and have yourself committed for hearing things. Don't talk to me. Next.
Who was the second white knight here? Let me have a look. I think he might have just jumped out.
No, do you remember when the globe was just launched into random...
Mountain.
Sorry, AJ.
No, you're right. We got Mountain here. Mountain, you were jumping in earlier.
No, I wasn't. I was unmuted. Sorry, I was talking to someone else.
No worries.
IRL. But I really wanted to hear the point of Thermopinator, but I guess he's full muted now.
Who?
The guy you were talking to earlier.
Matt.
The Moopinator.
The Moopinator, maybe. Yeah.
Moopinator? What?
The last guy you spoke to.
Oh, okay.
Who was not easy to speak to.
Well, he wanted to represent how you could beg the question without assuming the very thing that you're trying to prove in the first instance. Well, if you believe you're on a globe, there is no route to suggesting that you're standing on that globe unless you beg the question that you're standing on the globe in the first instance. It is a fundamental requirement. What's going on? Is it just me, or am I being chatted through? What's going on?
No, you were chatted through.
By you. I'll try
Could
that
you? I'm a
Maybe
very
I'll try
curious
that again.
guy.
Maybe I'll try that again. Maybe you'll just get like that interruption to stand when I was in the middle of a sentence, or you could just pop yourself on mute while I'm talking.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't need your frigging permission. I need you to shut your bleeding mouth while I talk. Yeah, not interrupt me because your mic's wide open because you're too stupid to find the mute button. What I need you to do is shut your mouth, not tell me to go ahead. I don't need your permission. Yeah? You wanted to hear the stupidest person here. The delusional guy hearing voices is what you wanted to hear. Okay, mate, well, you can toddle along to the nut house and find some other delusionary idiot who hears voices. I'm telling you that the guy's a nutter. What he wanted to do was stack up a false dichotomy with what I adhere to in a flat earth model. Not that I'd given him one. Not that he could answer no when I asked him a very direct question about whether or not I mentioned one. Couldn't just say no. But you've got, what, a desire to hear more from him? I wonder why. Could it be because he's on your side? Could it be because you're a glober? Could that be why? And maybe he'll have some salvation for you after hearing how Earth's measured flat. Could that be why you want to hear the delusionary idiot who's hearing voices, as opposed to the flat Earth measurements I've given him? No, he didn't hear the flat Earth measurements, did he? He heard model. Yeah? There's a nut house plenty local to you, mate. Go to it. You'll hear plenty others like him. I'm not going to be discussing what he's got to talk about. He wanted to talk about something I'd never said to him. Then he lied about saying he'd watched plenty of my content, inferring that I'm punting models. It seems like the guy who's a chanting asshole started talking through me again. The guy that gave me permission to talk only, 30 seconds ago? Is this you giving me permission to talk, asshole? Or is this you yammering through the top of it? Just shut him up. He's a white knight. He's already chanted through someone else having their ass handed to him. And now while he gets his ass handed to him, he's got his mic wide open and he's talking through me. Because he's telling us how he wants to hear more from the delusional Dunning-Kruger guy who hears voices and things that nobody said. Yeah, I'm going to berate you for your stupidity, mate. Yeah? Going to infer that that's because you're a delusional globe believer who likes the sound of idiots who hear voices. Yeah, that's me chastising you. Not your invitation to chant straight through me. Yeah? No, that's not how it works, no. No, I'm respectful to people until they behave like complete idiots. Then if they tick me off, I'll just point that out to them, much to their dismay as they start chanting through it. Well, here, I don't have to be biased in any way. It's not my server. When people behave like that, they get shut down by the server moderators. I have absolutely no guilt as I chastise you for your white knighting as your fundamentalist zealot globe belief gets undone by me for an audience. Maybe if you just interrupt enough times, the rest of the audience won't hear. No, they will. I'll just go through it 20 times. No worries. Earth's measured flat elevation angles. Nobody's addressed that from the globe side yet. What a shock. My audience has it flashing up on screen the whole time. There's one on there now. Elevation angle measurement, a demonstration from a celestial navigation book. I wonder why I've got it flashing up and the globe believers want to talk about how my model stacks up when they beg the question, rather than addressing the angles that Earth is measured flat with. Shocking, innit? Got lots of discussion about how put out they are for being muted. Yeah? Not by me, I'll add. By the moderation team that won't tolerate assholes.
I'm sorry if I offended you, Nathan. I just wanted to leave that guy out of the picture. I want to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, feel free.
I'm very new to this. You know, I know the very basics, like tiny bit of the basics. I believe the world or the Earth is a globe, fair or whatever.
Nobody cares what you believe.
But Yeah, I'm just giving you some basic information about
You're not.
myself.
You're telling me what you believe. Sorry, you're not giving me basic information. You've just said what I believe is, and then started talking like I give a crap what you believe. I don't care what you believe. Don't care. Did you want to carry on telling me what you believe? I don't care.
No, I want to ask a question.
Based on what you
just
believe?
prefacing
Is it
before
based
my
on what you
question.
believe? Because I don't care.
So it's all basics, you know. But I am open. And could you give me the strongest evidences that you have that provides what is your narrative, that the Earth is flat?
Am I talking to a closed microphone? Right, shut your mic and listen. Open your friggin' ears, you dumb shit. Earth is measured flat with angles. A specific example is latitude. Now, is it just me or is this fucking zealot interrupting me? What's your name? Mountain. You dumb fuck. You've heard it from me multiple times, and when you get it given to you personally, you interrupt the conclusion of it. You dumb shit. You're just stupid. Yet you can't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth like the last guy. You two have got a lot in common. What's your narrative? I've told you the measurement of Earth. Are you deaf?
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Well then, when I said open your friggin' ears, you started talking through me. You didn't hear because you weren't listening. Let's say it. Let's say it. Let's say it with this chanting asshole talking through me again. You didn't hear it. Okay, stupid dickhead. I'll say it even slower. Hopefully without the stupid idiot interrupting again. Earth is measured flat with elevation angles. On screen for my audience now, a demonstration of an elevation angle labelled latitude. Just for my audience, not for this guy. I was probably talking too quick for him. Elevation angles, that's a flat Earth baseline to Polaris. Okay.
Okay, I got it.
Now, maybe you'd like to ask a question based on that.
Yeah. So how did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, I'll give you a definition by somebody who deals with warfare and things like that. This is from Principles of Naval Ordnance and Gunnery on page 514. Target elevation angle between the, listen up son, horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Do you understand? I'll give you another one. What am I basing it on? I'm basing on its factual description of the measurement. Here's another one. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Full stop, end of quote. Sustainable by design when defining what this flat Earth elevation angle, you've asked me why I think it needed a flat Earth, is. It's a measurement with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So we'd need to be standing on a horizontal plane to measure this straight line that cannot bend. It's an angle. Anything else?
So can I reiterate what you said to see if I understood it?
Go ahead.
So there is an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and you draw a straight line between those two objects, and there is a plane, a horizontal plane of the horizon.
No, no, you seem to have inserted a word that wasn't there. I'll read it again, you deaf.
not
Stop.
horizontal,
No,
not
you're wrong.
plane.
Stop. Do you think you're going to waffle and change the citation? I gave you 2. It's made it clear. Stop. I'll stop you because you're wrong. Okay?
Go ahead.
Horizontal plane, the observer is standing on. You seemed hesitant to repeat verbatim how it's specifically defined. So I'll say it again and I'll ask you to repeat it after I say it. The horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Could you repeat that, please?
I understood it.
Well, I'd like you to repeat it because you didn't. You inserted the word horizon where it wasn't included in the citation. So if you can't repeat it, I'll assume you still think there's this word horizon in there that wasn't said. So you say you understand. You've demonstrably now chanted through me, pointing out that you clearly don't. That's why...
There is a horizontal plane on where you're...
Stop chanting through me, you little bitch. You will repeat it, or I'll end this conversation, you little bitch. You'll do as I damn well tell you. You'll repeat what I've said that you were hesitant to repeat and got wrong. You don't understand it, you failed to repeat it, now you will friggin' repeat it at my request. Or the conversation's over, you friggin' zealot. I'll say it again and you will repeat it. Or you can run like a bitch. Those are your choices. I'll say it, you'll repeat it without chanting through it.
I run.
I'm going to repeat it, and you're going to repeat it after me. The horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Go.
I run.
He's talking to me in a foreign language. I don't want to deal with this. Get rid of him.
No, he's saying he runs. He's running.
Go, run.
He said you gave him the option to
then run.
Repeat it.
Why are you still in the server? Leave the server now. Run. Get out. Not say you're going to run and still stay here so you can interrupt this discussion. Leave. What part of... no, he's going to interrupt. So you're a liar. Now you're a scumbag. You said you were going to run and now you're interrupting me demanding it. So you've said you'll run. Leave. Part of that don't you understand? You didn't take my first demand. Now you're going to leave. You've been server muted by the mods. Now you're going to leave. Get out of this server. Disingenuous scumbag. Cannot even repeat the sentence. When I point out to my audience not a single Glober has addressed this yet, this guy couldn't even repeat it. Literally, he couldn't even say it. He'd rather run away than just repeat a citation back to me. He lied about saying he understood, and when it came to actually saying he couldn't do it. Pathetic. You guys can't cope. Can a Glober repeat that citation? Who can buck the trend and literally just repeat that citation verbatim? Can any of you do it? So far, we've got 3 of you zealots on mute because you failed to address elevation angles. It was about false dichotomies. It was about the moon's orientation. It was about what I think and believe in, right? That's what we've had. When it comes to actually defining my point that's been asked of me 3 times and ignored 3 times, you haven't even managed to repeat the citation about how we measure it. It's about how I believe in this stuff. That's how Earth's measured. These aren't debatable points. They're facts that make your globe model. Without them, you don't have a globe model. If you want to deny that we're measuring these angles, what do you think you're going to do to create your stupid globe to believe you're standing on? How do you think you're going to make that globe? Where do you think you're going to get the lines that you wrap around it? Where do you think they come from? If you deny that Earth is measured flat with these angles, you're denying the genesis of your globe religion. Are you guys really this stupid? Have you not actually researched where your globe came from? Oh no, we've got men on the telly that float around in sky vacuums and say it's real, I don't need to do any more research. You're all really stupid. Like, really, really lazy. And then you get embarrassed that you've been fooled. Yeah, well, you're just lazy. Not surprising, you didn't do any research. If you want to believe you're on a globe, you'd think you'd at least find out how that was measured. We did that, and what do we get when we put that to you? How do you believe in these measurements? That's how it's measured. Well, can you tell me how you believe in it? Well, what about one of these 20 citations that talk about how Earth's measured for an angle? Well, this must be flat, it can't be anything else. Well, what about if I put a globe that I beg the question of in false dichotomy with your model that you adhere to that you haven't mentioned? No, that probably won't do it, because Earth's still measured flat, in spite of your attempts to obfuscate this fact. Globe-believing idiots. Your globe comes from these measurements. The quicker you learn this, the quicker you can realise how stupid your belief is.
Hey, hello, Nathan. How you doing?
Hello.
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 Hey, hello, Nathan. How you doing? Good, good. I have a question. So I had just on your stand on something. So when when I ask people sometimes about like what do you guys think about the flat Earth? Do you think it's real or not? And they always come to me with the then how do you explain like the GPS? How do you explain like the satellites outside in space and all of that? How do you respond to those claims? Just curious.
I point out the genesis of those claims.
Okay.
They're flat Earth measurements.
What do you mean by
the flat Earth measurements needed?
Okay.
Yeah, there's flat Earth measurements needed. If you want to assert that men fall around in a sky vacuum, then you're going to need the orbital motion mathematics derived from flat plane measurements of the stars. The globe has a radial value that has to match the motions of the stars. Specifically, the outside edge, the globe believes, is something called the equator. Actually, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, measured on a flat plane. It's the only way to measure it. So you start with flat plane measurements, extrapolate them out onto a ball, and then put it all into orbital motion. You're going to need the flat Earth measurements as a genesis of orbital motion, though. Orbits needs a flat Earth. Sky vacuum, for what? Meant to float around in and maybe take pictures of this stuff? No, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Orbital motion takes place, in spite of its flat Earth derivations in the first instance, in a place that violates natural law. You can't have an area that isn't being filled with the high-pressure gas we're all breathing. That's a defiance of the second law of thermodynamics. Was there a third one? Was that it? Sky vacuum and orbits. You said satellites. That's orbital motion. That needs flat Earth measurements. And then presumably attached to that is the sky vacuum they're claimed to be in. Second law of thermodynamics violation. Was there a third?
GPS.
GPS is also flat.
Gotcha.
It's using the Mercator projection with latitude and longitude grid on it. Well, I've just covered, not that anybody acknowledged it, repeated it, or coped with it, but it's latitude. It's measured angles to Polaris on a flat plane. That's what that grid is on the Mercator projection. Now, I could bore the tits off you and tell you how you measure angles, derive circles, wrap them on a ball, project them out onto a cylinder, cut it down the middle and roll it out flat to give you your flat square grid that was originally circles, called the Mercator projection used in GPS. It's still a flat map. It's still a flat grid. It's flat. And you could say, well, the Mercator projection comes from a globe projection. Yeah, it does. And the lines around the globe come from flat Earth measurements of Polaris. So it's a flat Earth converted to a globe, converted to a flat map, so that it will work with angles to stars. Because that's how the world actually functions. Does nobody question why all the maps are flat? If we're on a globe, wouldn't the most accurate way to deal with that reification fallacy be to deal with the globe? No, we deal with flat maps. Why? Well, because we're drawing circles of equal elevation on them. Because they've got to match the circles of equal elevation they were derived from. That's circles of equal elevation with respect to Polaris that is the grid on those flat maps. It's an intrinsic part of the map. It has to be flat. But nobody's questioning it. They're like, where's your flat Earth map? They're all flat. Well, they're globe projections. Yeah, that came from flat Earth measurements. Anything else? GPS, sky vacuums, orbits, all flat. Was there anything else?
When navigating with GPS, Earth's surface is depicted as a horizontal plane.
It's on a grid. It's a grid coordinate system. It's flat. I mean, people ask about this stuff like it's somehow implying sphericity. It's like you've got a tacit conversion stage. The globe projection stage isn't what you're using. You're using a flat map with a grid on it. It's a two-dimensional grid. Okay? Yeah, you can represent the three-dimensional topographical nature on the map with isobars. But does that mean that we've got anything other than a flat reference plane for a flat map and a flat grid system, yeah, we're dealing with Earth flat. That wasn't rhetorical. Has nobody asked themselves why all the maps are flat? Why would they all need to be flat? Why wouldn't they all be globe-shaped if we're on a globe? No, clearly nobody's asking themselves this. Well, that's because it functions flat, is measured flat, and the projection stage from flat circles of equal elevation to Polaris just gets wrapped around a globe to then get projected back out onto flat maps. So you guys can kid yourself that somehow a globe's involved. Yeah, and messing it all up and distorting it really badly, so none of the maps are 100% accurate. But other than that, not a very useful step. No, nobody's considered why the flat maps would be flat. Okay, fair enough.
I was just assuming that all the captains of all the ships pull globes out of their pockets to navigate. Do they not do that?
No, they pull out and roll out flat maps and then chart their positions with respect to the stars that they measure with sextants. That would be to say they're taking elevation angle measurements with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Of course, they'd have to make a correction because they're rocking back and forth on a boat. So they have to correct for their height above the deck because they're not standing on it. They're on a boat. So other than dip correction, they do the exact same process. They're establishing a horizontal plane of reference, parallel with the ground. And it can only function if it's parallel with the ground at the crow's nest or at 30,000 feet. Doesn't make any difference because we've got a parallel plane with the parallel line of sight that you measure with eye level at any point on Earth. That's how it functions. GPs don't make any difference if they're 30,000 miles in the sky or on the ground. They're in exactly the same place. That's how GPs work. So Earth can only function flat for any of these systems to operate.
So how come you still have the impossible perspective on the flat Earth then, Nathan Oakley?
Matt, last time I asked you to acknowledge that elevation angle measurements to Polaris require a flat plane to measure. You didn't acknowledge it. You're never going to get your non sequitur.
Because you never addressed my point.
Now, he's ad homing me.
Like
My point was
bitch.
the first to get brought up. You scattergunned me with the moon. In other words, you've ignored my point and scattergunned on multiple occasions, and now you're projecting that which you've deflected away from and are asking a new question. Again, you're just reiterating a point I've already made and moved on from. You cannot address the flat Earth measurement with respect to latitude, and you have not. That's the fifth attempt to segue from it. I've reiterated it. It was the original point I brought up. You're like, that was with a different guy. No, I put it to you immediately. Yeah, but you need to lie and squirm and deceive and hopefully undermine that point that Earth's measured flat. You won't concede it. It's too painful. But I'm never going to go to anything else when you're talking to me, Matt. I'm just going to simply accede.
How about you concede to the point
acknowledgement of the flat Earth angle you're now rumpusing? You're not a reasonable person to talk to. Me concluding that Earth's measured flat and you haven't acknowledged it once in 6 attempts.
Well, how are you a reasonable person to talk
We'll just get me chanted through by you. Yeah, I'm making a conclusion. Earth's measured flat with that angle you haven't acknowledged. Now, you telling me that I need to discuss something else 6 times won't work. It's just that simple.
Yeah, the impossible perspective on a flat plane that you have.
Non sequitur. Non sequitur. Perspective wasn't included. He did that. This is the 3rd attempt with that exact non sequitur. He keeps using the same rinse and repeat tactics. He's thought, well, if I tried it once and he managed to get around it, I'll just repeat it. No, all this does is try and put distance between the angle measurement. Hopefully, somebody will get his hooks in if he keeps getting opportunities from the mods. I don't know why they want to do it other than to annoy me. I've already dealt with this guy. Don't want to keep dealing with the same. If you take him off mute again, what's going to happen? He's going to tell me that an elevation angle measurement is actually an argument about perspective. He's already done it. He's a one-trick pony. And it's just getting my blood boiling. It's too hot here to keep dealing with the same guy and the same thing. Earth's measured flat with elevation angle measurements. He hasn't addressed it. He's had his chance. Just get rid of him.
How can it be perspective when it's an actual physical measurement? That doesn't make any sense.
It's a non sequitur, so he doesn't have to address that which has been put to him 6, now 7, including your time. He doesn't want to address it. No, none of them can. They've had to be server muted because I keep pointing out that what I've put to them initially, it was my opener And it's nothing, I'm distracted from that at all. It's the only thing I focused on. But it's everything but that flat Earth measurement, you notice. And I'll take 6 attempts at segueing away from that rather than addressing it. And I was like, no, I don't want to deal with that. I'm sick of it.
You measure your like table. That's just the inches are perspective, I guess, right?
Yeah. Again, just to reiterate, there's been no rebuttals to this because it's not a debatable point. You can't argue with how a measurement is made when it's, like I've said many times, the genesis of their globe belief. You deny latitude measurement, well, what are you going to wrap around your globe then? What are those lines on the globe? Oh, well, they're just imaginary. So this isn't really measured or proven then, so that's the end of your argument. Oh, well, they are measured. What with? Well, flat Earth elevation angles? Yeah, well, welcome to flat Earth. Well, we measure them flat, but then we take... I don't give a crap. From that point, we've measured Earth flat. Same guy said, well, it's only because it's so big. Different guy, rather, said, it's so big. We can treat it as flat. We've had that today. Anybody have that slipping by? Guy that pointed out, oh, yeah, well, we're on a really big ball, so it can be flat. A ball doesn't matter how big it is. It's never flat. But they need it to be flat because that's how it measures. So when they say it's because it's such a big ball, don't miss the wood for the trees. They're telling you they need to measure it flat. They just apologise for it. Oh, it's only because it's a really big ball. So let's get it straight. You will and must measure it flat, but then apologise because it's a really big ball that you have, ipso facto, measured Earth flat. Yeah, that's because Earth's measured flat. That's the end of the argument. You can base your belief on that if you want to, or you can deny the basis of your belief, in which case you haven't got a claim to stand on. Those are your only two choices. Accept the measurements that are the genesis of your globe belief, they are flat, or relinquish your globe belief because you haven't got any foundational measurements to base your globe belief on. So rock and hard place. Accept it's measured flat or deny the premise of your globe faith. That's it. Right, we're about 10 to the hour, so anybody who remains in the server that's not been server muted because they can't help chanting the same thing through an ignorance of elevation angles to Polaris in this instance, please do not swear. I'll do a proper intro, you'll get told again in the introduction, please don't swear. But, you know, there's maybe families listening, just have some respect for the audience that's out there, and just at the very best, try to moderate your language. Think, if there's a 3-year-old listening, would I want them to hear this word? It is that simple. Hopefully fun will be had by all. I'm going to go and get a coffee. Then we'll start live in about 10 minutes.
There is a shed load of people in chat, guys. So welcome to the channel, everyone. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And Nathan says he's gone to get coffee. So if anybody wants to fill the air for the next 10 minutes or so, any new people to the channel, any flat earthers, anybody who's been here before, if you want to open your mic and have a conversation, that'd be cool. Kind of don't really want to unmute Matt Mooney at the moment, so we'll leave that for a bit.
Are there any Globers that would like to try to prove globe Earth while Nathan is away? I'll interact with you.
Well, I really don't want to, but I tell you what, Matt, there you go. You've been released for a little bit. Try your best, mate, please.
No, I will. I mean, I was trying to remain pretty peaceful. It's just the fact that Nathan could never address me, and so I kept getting muted because
The second I step away, he had Homsby.
That's a lie.
Second I step away. Yeah, you're going to ad hom me.
Ah, he's back.
Oh, right. Is it unfair that I've pointed out that you're ad homing me rather than addressing the elevation angle to Polaris that you haven't acknowledged neither of the other three people that were united alongside you as you start chanting through the fundamental thing you've denied? What about that elevation angle to Polaris? You need a flat Earth for that. It's part of your model that you believe in. Can you acknowledge that?
Here, Matt, try this. Like, talk to Nathan like you talk to us on the regular day. Just pretend it's a regular day of the regular flat earther here. Not like you're trying to win the internet or something like that. Just be normal. Just try to be functionally normal.
Well, I mean, it doesn't appear that I'm talking to a functionally normal person, just to be honest, but because he doesn't seem like one.
Get to it, dude.
This is going to end quickly. Matt, that's the sort of thing that's going to get you muted, dude. Try and stay away from the personal attacks and your bitchy little attitude. Try and do that, mate.
That's ironic. I will try to address.
You had your chance, Matt.
Oh, that's okay. It's good that he had a chance because it means I can reiterate that Earth's measured flat. It's a fundamental basis for your globe religion. Without flat Earth measurements, you wouldn't have your globe to believe in. Let's just make that clear. Obviously, there's going to be white knights and people around this guy that might try and channel their way through this reassertion of the fact he couldn't address. And opened with an ad hom, not with an address to this.
I think he's starstruck. He's normally a little bit better than this. This is like quite out of form.
He's never better than this. He just, seems more comfortable in an environment where he can just segue to something else indefinitely. But if anyone were to just talk to him straight and ask point blank questions, it would always be like this.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He's given a lot of leeway and a lot of space, like free form conversations. Yeah, but probably in a directed, point for point, question answer. He doesn't do very well.
So, I'm not going to try to debate flat versus globe right now. All I would say is that if you're going to attack someone,
dude, we don't give a shit about your feelings, man. Just shut up.
This is basically about
myself.
What. Space Booties. I think you've misread the circumstance.
I would say that if you're going to attack someone,
no one's being attacked. Okay, no one got attacked. No one's being attacked. Someone's being told no, thank you, because they're not really engaging in the conversation. That's it. If you feel victimized and you feel like you're attacked, I invite you to leave, exit yourself from the situation.
Yeah, don't feel attacked. It's just elevation angle measurements to Polaris. No big deal. Just Earth being measured flat. I'd think you'd all welcome knowing a bit more about how your globe is measured flat. I would have expected a bit of thanks, but instead we get chanted through and our points ignored. Don't you want a greater enlightenment about your globe? You'd think you'd thank us.
Each other in the head there, please. I have a basic question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
If satellite images of the Earth are true, that would mean that the idea that the Earth is flat is false, correct?
Satellite images depict Earth's surface as a horizontal plane. Like if you look at Google Maps and then do the real view, it depicts Earth's surface as a horizontal plane. So I don't know what you're talking about.
If satellite
what
images,
I mean is a satellite image of the Earth as depicted as a sphere, if that's true, that would mean the idea that the Earth is flat is false, right?
Yeah, but it's not true. You can't can't have satellite images from the vacuum of space. It's not possible.
Okay. I'm just saying, if it were true, that would mean the idea that the Earth is flat would be false, right?
Yeah, you heard.
No, if unicorns were true, then the idea of unicorns would be true. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say anything about unicorns.
Yeah, and you heard my response. No, they're not true because you can't take pictures from a place that doesn't exist. You
Oh,
can't have
okay.
a space vacuum uncontacted my gas pressure. That's not possible.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Jedi.
Okay.
Yes, Jedi. And we're not looking at pictures, mate. We're telling you how it's physically measured. Yeah, you can look at as many pictures as you like. We know it's physically measured on the surface of Earth. It's measured flat. We don't need photographs from Narnia. We know how it's done down here on the ground at sea level.
Okay. Well, we don't have to spend a lot of time on this. I was just trying to gauge if we were being intellectually honest. I was just basically asking if A is true, then an associated B would be false. That's basically what I was asking.
Well, no, because I think Jedi's already pointed that out to you. But secondly, the satellite imagery produces a 2D representation of the object, so flat. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll ask it another way. If
it's
what he's
imaged
saying is
onto
true
a
about the
sphere.
Earth being flat, then the Earth being a sphere would be false, right?
I think the guy's missing the point. The guy's missing the point. The Earth's measured flat, yeah. So it's not a globe. So if you're seeing any images of a globe, that's a lie, because it's actually measured flat.
Right.
Latitude measurements, mate.
So if what you're saying is true, then that means that the Earth being a sphere would be false, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If the
it's
Earth is
measured flat, mate.
Flat, then it's a sphere. Yeah.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's all. Now, if it's measured flat, can't be a sphere.
And the opposite would be true too, right?
So if you could measure curvature, it would be a curved surface. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
No problem, mate. Please feel free to chime back in later.
Thing is, Jedi, any proof they do bring forward will be mentioned horizontal level, elevation angles, altitude above sea level. They don't mention anything about curvature measurement when trying to prove curvature measurement. It's all explaining how Earth's measured flat. So they're doing a really good job of helping the situation out for themselves in that the Earth is measured flat. This is what Globers are explaining to us now, how it's measured flat. I think it's really funny.
I was in a 2-hour conversation yesterday when we were talking about we don't actually have to measure the Earth when measuring the Earth. Well, that was fucking eye-opening.
Hello,
Greetings,
Earthlings.
Oh, greetings. Good to be here. As I said, hopefully one of my live YouTube moderators will stick a link to the Politics Discord server so people who are watching live can actually join this discussion right here, right now, unlike the typical server that we're in. Very nice server. They host us typically on a Friday. The purpose being we put out our rhetoric, let's just say, in this particular server and how we suggest flat Earth should be debated, which is to say there is no debate. Earth is measured flat. There is a requirement for our opponents to utilize those measurements in order to believe that they're on a globe. And if you understand this, you can take apart any argument. That's it. That's why we're here. Hopefully it'll be fun-packed for my audience and the Discord server. We shall see how it goes. For my members who will be watching the after show after the fact, you can enjoy a few zealots trying to deny the principles of elevation angles in favour of me positioning an argument that they can actually cope with. That happened quite a few times. Fun was had by all. So check it out if you're a member, or in a week's time if you subscribe to my second channel. I didn't get to tell the other guys in the Discord server, actually, when I first joined. You guys were doing really well. Very tolerant of the stupidity you had to cope with. And informed. I was very impressed. I don't know, Neil did hear some of it. What did you think, Neil? I thought they were very clued up flat earthers that I was listening to. That's how it seemed to me.
Yes.
This server's got some
Morning,
polish
guys.
on it.
Morning.
Hey, Chocolate. We're in politics
yes,
today.
Chocolate.
Morning politics. Morning 24/7.
What's up, Chocolate?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Yeah, we're still coming. Other than the very first time we came, we've never outstayed our welcome, which is why we're still being welcomed back. Hopefully that'll continue.
Wow, Nathan, you're still here.
Is that branch guy that was really sweary in the pre-show?
I mean, Nathan, don't
Wow,
you
are
remember?
you still here? Why would I want to talk to you? I've told you I don't want to talk to you and told you to get lost, but now you're trying to engage me in conversation. I don't want to talk to you.
Branch is still around? Jeez.
I told you, your
Oh,
discussion, the discussion is beneath me. A discussion with you. Hey, Mia, did you want to add something? So yeah, that's it. I can only praise you guys for what a great job you're doing in regards to pointing out how Earth is dealt with, answering the questions that I probably wouldn't be tolerant of, like from the lady in the discussion when I first got here. I wouldn't be tolerant of those sorts of questions. But you were. You're much more patient than I.
It's weird, Nathan. I'm just explaining. It's very strange, and you can put money on it. Any proof of globe, what a global will come forth with, they will be probably mentioning horizontal, sea level, elevation angles, altitude above sea level. Now, these terminologies have got nothing to do with curvature, by the way, but they will be using these terminologies within their explanation of how apparently Earth curves measured.
Yeah, we had a guy in the
Which I
pre-show.
find very bizarre. Sorry, Nathan. Yeah.
But a guy did it in the pre-show. He just did it in a more vague way. He was like, look, obviously Earth's flat. It's really, really big. So we see it as being flat, and that's absolutely fine.
Unless you're 10,000 feet.
10,000 feet from sea level. Sea level.
See, I thought you were going to pick up on that. You let it go.
Yeah, he picked battles. I wanted them to focus on the elevation angles that none of them could address, and all of them needed to hand wave a non sequitur away from. There's not much coping going on.
What I don't understand is why you just got finished explaining how Earth is measured flat. Someone can come in and ask you for proof of flat Earth. I mean, what's going on here?
They can't hear it. It is impossible to digest. They can't process it. It's impossible. They hear it and instantly wipe it from their memory and go, so why do you think Earth's flat then? Like I just literally told you 25 seconds ago, it's measured that way. You need those measurements for your globe belief. What part of that didn't you hear?
Neil, you say, what's going on here? You understand that that's going to happen as long as people continue to believe that they're on the outside of the spinning water ball? You get that, right? There are always going to be people. Right? You can explain it to them. You can show them. They could see it for themselves, with their own senses. But the first thing they'll say is, well, prove to me it's flat.
No, this is different, Chocolate. He's explaining very in minute detail how it's measured flat. You can't just come in and say, any evidence? What's your proof of flat Earth?
Latitude measurements. I mean, we all use it as part of the mapping system, the grid system for navigation. Latitude. Everybody uses it to plot positions on the Earth. And it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Globe proof right in your face there.
Well, you heard him saying that he was like kind of used to the whole general or the basics. So like most people have basics given to them by like YouTubers like Ty Mandan and all the other anti-flat earthers. So they're not really listening to learn anything new or have, that genuine back and forth. They really just want to play the game that has been put in front of them, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is just, look, man, it measures flat, that's that. No, people have been playing this game of let's debate all day, go to sleep, and wake up again and debate some more.
Yeah, but this ends the debate. That's why they can't play that nonsense no more. What Nathan lays down weekly here ends the debate.
No, not only that, they're going away from the measurements now. They don't want to talk about the latitude measurements, so they start bringing up, well, the pictures from space must be true, therefore it is a globe, because they don't want to talk about the physical measurements that we're demonstrating and putting forth to them about the mapping system and grid system of Earth. That's how it's measured. But they want to talk about a blue marble picture from a place called outer space that doesn't exist. That's where they've gone now, up in the sky.
Can you blame them for that? That's all they got, man. Listen to them. They're telling us it's too big to measure the curvature, too big to see the curvature. So what else you got? Pictures from space.
No curvature then.
Yeah. Thanks for conceding that. Yeah, it is. You do accept it that it's flat because it's too big to see the curve. If it's too big to see the curve, how did you measure this curve that you think is there, that you think is blocking boats and buildings in the distance? How are you going to tell us there's a curve blocking boats and buildings in the distance, and at the same time tell us that it's too big to see the curve that's blocking the boats and buildings in the distance? Are you okay? Like, people like that sound like they need medicine.
Yep.
Nobody's ever claimed we've measured the Earth curve.
Yeah, we debunked it in 2020. So their claim to be physical measurements that they could say, well, we know Earth's a sphere, we measure it. And then they offer up the Earth curve maths, which are calculations, and suggest that they correlate with images in a perspective view correlated with their orthographic mathematics. And they say that's a measurement. It isn't. But we debunked their claim to be measurement in 2020. Showed that the horizon could be beyond the physical geometric limitations of it as a hill in their Earth curve maths that they've been barking on about for years. So, yeah, that's it. We debunked their claim to be measurement. So now let's look at the actual measurement. How is Earth measured? Well, it's measured with respect to the positions on the ground for the stars. Ground positions. Angles to the stars give us those ground positions. We're measuring angles off a flat plane. That's how it's all made, including the globe. But they don't want to hear it. They wanted it to be, what, we've got Earth curve from Earth curve maths? No, afraid not.
No, what happened this morning, Nathan, was you were explaining to that one guy how the world was measured flat, how new worlds were discovered, but now they're going to the sky for the new worlds. And that got people very angry.
Oh, is that what you think triggered them all?
Absolutely. They came in succession, right? One after the other. They couldn't even wait to get in. They were rumpusing each other.
Fair enough. Yeah, there was a lot of white knighting after that particular argumentation point came up. So for the audience's benefit, we were being asked, or I was being asked specifically, about ice walls and edges, as you'd expect, feast of nonsense regurgitation, from the great unwashed that are globe believers. And in response, I pointed out that we already have a historic standard where we navigated the Earth flat, with a known territory that didn't include new worlds. And then after a point, we discovered the new worlds and found our way home with the elevation angle measurements on a flat plane. So then the maps expand. Well, what we currently have is a situation like 500 years ago, let's just say, where on the map there's a wall around the known territory. And someone comes along and says, well, prove there's a wall. You know, I don't know if there's a wall or not. Why would I be arguing about a wall? But there could be more land. Well, I don't know. Well, should we go and have a look? Yeah, let's go to outer space. The area beyond the horizon. The unknown territories. And what do you know? They found new worlds. Negotiating, mapping, and charting the world flat. Sailing on it flat. Navigating it flat with the stars. Then they found the new worlds, expanded out the maps, and that's our recent history of the expansion of the territory. Flat. So what do we get asked from the Feast of Nonsense table? What's beyond Antarctica? Why do I need to refer to areas that apparently are undiscovered and uncharted, when we've already shown the expansion of the known territory in recent history? It comports to every single flat earth proof that I lay down currently, and it is historically accurate and factual. There's no getting around it. How they navigated is how they navigated. How they measured it is how they measured it. And how they expanded the territories into unknown, uncharted lands called outer space beyond the horizon was what they did. That's a fact. Then what? Then we are told that outer space isn't the area beyond the horizon, it's the area in the sky, and that the fruitful new worlds that had endless benefits and resources to mine. No. We won't carry on out towards the horizon to find the new worlds like we did before. The new worlds are those lights in the sky. That's where all the soil is. Oh, well, let's go there then. Oh, no. If we take the angle measurements of those stars and extrapolate them out into orbital motion, and then derive an AU value for the distance to the sun based on a scale done by Huygens, we can say that they're really, really, really far. And you'd never get to those new lands with soil in the sky. What's that you say? We used to find new worlds? No, let's not focus on that. What's beyond Antarctica if you say it's flat? That's how this scam works. Let's not focus on the recent history and expansion of the known territory flat. Let's focus on what we don't know about and ask flat earthers to justify it. Yeah, very slick. 10 years ago.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Should we have the discussion again? About the moon? And how the
No,
perspective
about elevation
that we
angle
see is
measurements.
impossible
No,
on a
not
plane?
about your scattergun non sequitur. 7th attempt to non sequitur away from elevation angle measurements. I've just literally gone on a little description for the audience and for this server's benefit. And you think that the response to that is to go straight back onto your non sequitur I already dealt with orientation to the moon. No, Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. Your globe requires it. Deal with it. Or get lost.
How about this? How about that, son? If you concede to the perspective, then we can talk about elevation angles. How about that? Just
Concede to
that
Jack. I don't
can't
need
explain
to.
perspective.
No, it's not conditional. Don't need to concede to anything. I'll just reiterate my point because I've won. So let's see if he chants through it. No, I don't need to concede to this, Dix. Yes, immediately chanting through it. He's asked me something, I'm responding. No, I absolutely won't accept his conditional requirement. I will not be giving him Jack. I've already proved Earth's measured flat, and I've stated unequivocally he requires that flat Earth measurement for his globe belief. I've said it 8 times. He can offer me something conditional, so that what, if I definitely do go on to a perspective that I didn't mention, we can talk about the angles afterward. No, I'll just reiterate my winning point that you won't address 8 times, rather than accepting your conditions. Definitely not.
You did, you know what's crazy? You did actually address the perspective. You talked about a smiley face and walking across the moon.
Can you stop
and
this
then
guy
you
from
ended
talking
up
to me, please?
realizing
It
that you
seems
were
like he's
done
just
for,
told me
so
how
you
I did
stopped
talk about the
talking
non
it.
sequitur that he's going to focus on regardless of my point. It's the 9th time. Elevation angle measurements prove Earth's measured flat. He's not going to address it, and in spite of me saying absolutely not, he's going to start talking about it in spite of my demands that he addresses my point, which is now getting talked through. Earth's measured flat, all it's going to get is non sequiturs, because I've already addressed his point. Now he's saying, well, because you've already addressed it, I'm going to talk about it again, rinse and repeat styly, so I can ignore the elevation angle measurements of a flat Earth. It's been 9 times. I've already told the moderators I don't want to talk to you. I don't know what they think you're going to offer. You're a one-trick pony.
It's interesting that you say I'm a one-trick pony because all you ever talk about is elevation angles. But when you're asked about something else that you really don't know about because you're uneducated on the subject,
You don't know about it either, Matt. Shut up, dude.
Now he's ad hominem me. Has he divined what I know and don't know? He doesn't know. It's an ad hominem. He's using fallacy against me. So rather than addressing the elevation angle measurements, he's tried to undermine them by saying all you do is talk about elevation angle measurements. Wouldn't that be a reason to address them if it's all I've talked about? No, of course not. It's just a way of undermining it. And then ad homing me by telling me what I think and know. Because he's divined my thoughts with his crystal ball. No, it's just a personal attack, undermining the argument, making it an ad hominem fallacy. So I've now addressed his points. I mean, it's only the 10th interaction with him where we won't get to the elevation angles that apparently I've just been going on and on about. What, citing them and proving them and showing them how they work and how they wrap around the globe is me going on and on about them. Again, a pathetic attempt to undermine the winning argument and then move on to perspective because I've already dealt with it. Well, actually, you did deal with my non sequitur already, so I'm going to talk about it again rather than address the elevation angles that require a flat Earth to measure. And we've done it 10 times. Don't want to do it anymore. That literally is it. I'm tired of this guy. I've done it 10 times now. I've counted them off for you. Moderators, 10's enough, please.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I did
And that
unmute him
wasn't
for your life.
perspective. That was a change in orientation.
Sometimes idiots are useful.
Sure, but often in my own server, I can end it whenever I like. Here I can't. But for the audience's benefit, I've had the same thing from him 10 times. So when people tune in on the bit where I've done it for an hour and a half and it's on the 25th time and I'm still counting them off and we're never getting to the actual point that's been addressed is always and only the obfuscation. And how can I weasel this in? And if I do it 25 times, hopefully we're far enough away from the original assertion. That's their only tactic. So when you get to about 10, you're like, okay, I think the audience gets it. Yeah? He doesn't want to address the flat earth measurement. We get it. At all costs, avoid it and undermine it. Yeah, we get it. We've had it 10 times. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. It's all I talk about. What, the way Earth's measured flat and that? Yeah, it's all I talk about, I know. Maybe you'd like to address it. Anybody at all? Or you could just attempt to undermine it by saying, wow, that's all you talk about. Let's talk about something else that isn't Earth being measured flat for my globe belief.
The globers will talk about it. When they try to describe how globes measured, they'll be actually describing a flat Earth. That's what they do.
Yeah, it's much easier if we're not here to point out that they're measuring a flat Earth as the genesis of their claim. If they can use a flat Earth to measure and then make their globe claim, they can almost handwave the fact that they had to measure Earth flat to get there. Us being here is very awkward. Stop! You measured Earth flat. Well, yeah, but it's only because it's so big. So you measured Earth flat then. End of argument. Earth measured flat. No, let me explain my apologies 20 times. It's really big. Okay, measuring it flat though.
A little bit of flat Earth, all I need.
And then they say, well, we're not using the surface of Earth when we use a bubble sextant. You're still using horizontal, aren't you? I thought you was trying to prove curvature, which you've not mentioned ever. All you're mentioning is horizontal level angles, altitude levels above sea level. Well, I use a tangent line. Well, that's not curved, is it either? When are you going to mention curvature and how you measure curvature? Because you never do.
Oh, well, they do eventually. They eventually beg the question a bit. Like with the guy earlier in the pre-show. Well, if I assume antipodal positioning, then when I observe the moon, I'm like, that's a straight begging the question fallacy. If I assume that I'm on the bottom of a ball, then I'm on the bottom of a ball. I gave a banana as an example. Was it acknowledged? No. He wants to bring up his perspective example. I pointed out it's using a begging the question fallacy. Yeah, I used a banana. Again, this was in one of the 10 renditions that didn't get to the elevation angle measurement that proves Earth's measured flat. It was just the antipodal assumption. And then he stacked it up in false dichotomy, didn't he? Well, if I stack on another layer of if I put the globe that I'm assuming against a flat Earth, it's like, no, that's a false dichotomy fallacy with a begging the question fallacy. It's like, so it goes on. Never will we get to the Earth being measured flat for this begging the question fallacy to take place. In order for you to assume you're antipodal, you'd need something to be antipodal with respect to, and that's the model of a globe Earth that comes from these flat Earth measurements you can't address.
I'm sorry, Nathan. Did you say perspective before?
Yeah, as a non sequitur, as he got his hooks in you.
Perspective, the thing that when we first started this, Globers would tell us doesn't actually exist. That's funny. I'm curious. Is perspective included in their Glober math?
No.
Oh. Strange.
Yeah, they'll appear to it when they need to. I mean, perspective is described with a flat plane also. I mean, I wasn't going to get into that. You know, it's throwing it out there as chaff. So he doesn't have to address elevation angles. I couldn't give a crap about perspective. If I was arguing perspective, I'd be describing that with a flat plane too, but I'm not. I'm describing something that fundamentally makes the globe exist. Now, I can explain how Earth curve maths hijacks perspective and calls it Earth curve as a different argument. But that's not today, is it? Today we're talking about how the globe comes to fruition with the latitude lines that are wrapped around it and measured flat. We'll never get it addressed because it undermines the premise that they're on a globe. If they can ignore it and ask about how perspective works, maybe they'll be able to weasel in a win from that. They won't. That needs flat Earth too. Everything does. All roads lead to a flat Earth.
Well, I just
my mind. Sorry,
I like to keep. Sorry, bro. Real quick. I just asked because I like to keep track of progression of the responses we get because, like I said, we were told like 8, 9, 10 years ago that perspective doesn't actually exist, flat earther. That's something that's used in art class, flat earther. Right? All of a sudden, now perspective is a thing that you guys can assert. Interesting how things change, huh?
Like I said last week, though, Chocolate, when I wrote it down, it's like it blew my mind how they hijacked the perspective of the celestial dome heavens to then bring down the perspective of a curved dome down to a flat Earth. to then create a globe model that doesn't account for perspective and replaces perspective with curvature when perspective was used in the first instance to create the non-perspective Earth curve model. How bizarre.
This is it for the audience's benefit. So this is the equatorial plane and the protractor view that was just described by one deck becomes the globe. So you're standing at the middle of this. Sorry, it's not the equatorial plane, it's the celestial plane. The equatorial plane is inside this globe. So you're standing on... rephrase that more carefully. You're standing in this globe, and the globe is a glorified protractor view, and this celestial hemisphere is the flat plane and the representation of the stars that you get if you measure them from 0 to 180. So you can't stand inside a globe, but you can project out PZX triangles from the centre of hell to infer, with the Haversine conversion, that you have a globe projected through the points and angles that you measure the stars with. So you're measuring this flat baseline, that's a flat Earth, from hell to the stars in the celestial sphere representation, originally derived from the ephemeris. So flat Earth measurements is how you create the globe inside the celestial sphere, with two antipodal flat Earth representations of 2 points, one that doesn't really exist and one that does, in the sky, all measured with parallel planes. So it's the angle to the sky parallel with the ground that gives you these measurements. You can then take them and plot them on essentially the hemispherical view of the protractor itself. So the lines that you see the star at, if you imagine looking out your window at a nighttime view of a star that's at 45 degrees from your position, you're just looking up at a star. Well, that represents a flat plane of the sky and a flat plane of the ground with a 45-degree angle between them. And then after you've measured it, you can plot it on the protractor that you measured it through. That's what gives you the hemispherical view of the heavens, otherwise known as the celestial hemisphere for the north and celestial hemisphere for the south, combined to make the celestial sphere, with the globe Earth, effectively just a glorified protractor, inside it, with you inside the globe in hell, measuring off the equatorial and extended celestial planes. Both of the flat Earth that represents the ground we actually measure. You can't be in hell to measure angles. Earth is measured flat. They've hijacked those measurements and turned the surface into the protractor you measured them with. That's all they've done.
And the Greeks all knew that.
Fascinating stuff. As I said, you'd think the globers would be grateful we're giving them an advanced knowledge of their globe and how it was made. They won't be grateful. They'll ask me how I believe in a flat Earth. It's like what the one I've just explained how your globe is made from. Like, you understand how your globe's made from them?
There'll be a bunch of ingrates.
One more time?
I said they'll be ingrateful, like an ingrate.
That's belligerence, I think. Yeah?
Yeah. It's like the worst thing you can do is like someone offers you kindness and you abuse that. Like the whole world is cruel, abusive place. And here's a space to have an actual conversation and they won't do it. They'll be belligerent.
You tend to find that some people like being abused. You know, they actually want to be told what is what and how to think. And if that is in any way challenged, they would rather direct their efforts at stopping someone else from allowing them to conform, allowing them to just accept information based on belief, and oppose things like measurements if they defy that which they've been given.
Not to mention opposing the damn senses that have told them nothing but you live on a flat stationary plane all your life. But yeah, let's use imagination. Pretend that my senses are telling me that I live on the outside of a spinning magical water ball flying around in a vacuum. That checks out.
We don't need measurements, we just need pictures from outer space.
Oh, like my man said, I'd rather a model than measurements. Okay.
Who in this server's on the fence, as opposed to a staunch anti-flat earther / globe believer? Anybody here because they're like, I don't really know and I'd like to find out?
Reality Man, Raiden, I think he goes by. He's talked about that he's like on the fence. He doesn't know, but he doesn't know much of anything though. That's another problem. Like his epistemology is that nothing is really ever knowable.
How does he know that?
I was waiting for it. That's oxymoronic. Okay, fine.
Is he still here?
No, he's not here.
Oh, bummer.
Anybody else? I preface it that if you're on the fence so that you don't have to feel like you're obliged to defend the globe.
And we can have a decent conversation. It doesn't have to go the wrong way, right? If we sound slightly hostile, it's just because, hey, it's been about 10 years for some of us just getting called names for not believing we live on a ball, right? But that's what we're here for. We're here to have the conversation. It doesn't have to go the wrong way.
Yeah, obviously we can only have the conversation if we put down a fact and cite it. You have to actually acknowledge it rather than try and change the subject. You know, that's not really a reasonable conversation now, is it? It's amazing the contrast from when I first joined the server early this morning. For me. Actually not in the middle of the day, but doesn't really matter. Earlier on. There's such bravado from the globe believers. One by one, they all get shut down and shown to be zealots. And then that's it, silence. So it's only the extremists. Yeah? Perhaps it's just the people on the fence aren't on the fence and really do want to retain that globe faith, therefore better not open their mouths. Who knows? Maybe this is a server full of flat earthers now.
But everyone's a flat earther, aren't they? Because that's how we manage ourselves on the earth. That's how all engineering is performed. Navigation, travel, engineering, building. It's all dealt with flat and horizontal and level in everyday life.
Yeah, it's measured, navigated, aviated, obviously, and observably flat. Today we've covered mapped and charted. Expanded out through history. Flat. I also had the why would they lie about space chocolate? I'd just literally gone through the expansion of the known territories into what was formerly known as outer space, the areas beyond the horizon where the new worlds were found. Then I explained that we reach a point in history where no, space isn't the area beyond the horizon, now it's the sky. Like, well, why would they lie about there being a sky vacuum and being on a ball? I'm like, I just literally explained it to you. They can't hear it. That's the problem. I don't know what there's a mental block or something. Sorry, Chocolate. Go ahead.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Called an appeal to motivation fallacy. Who cares? If you're going to spend your whole time trying to negotiate with the psychopath about why they're gaslighting you, they'll just gaslight you more. That's all they'll do. People delude themselves that the people who deceive them will. Go ahead, Chocolate. Sorry.
But yeah, that's why we made a song about it. Check it out. I'm sure somebody can post it if you haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, called Why Would They Lie? Such a common question over the 10 years. It's like, why do you care? Once you figure out that the person you're dealing with is a liar, do you then spend the rest of your life hanging around with them trying to justify it? Or do you just turn your back on them? Well, it depends, right? Some people are stupid. Does NASA come much in this server?
Yeah, daily, all of the time.
All right. No one want to talk about NASA? We never talk about it. Completely pointless.
They want
figured out they've lied.
They want us to explain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They want us to explain it. No, I do apologise. They want us to explain everything. As soon as we point out the Earth is measured flat, if that's the first question, if they ask for proof and we demonstrate it is, then they want us to explain everything else. The moon, satellites, all of these stories, and most definitely why would they lie about it? We spend a lot of time in this. It's an open 24/7 forum, so people get to come in and say what they want, but it always goes off in these tracks. Very seldomly do we say on the Earth measured flat bit, because straight after you demonstrate that, it's tell me about the moon. Why would they lie?
Yeah, appeal to motivation. Who cares? Once you show how it's measured, once you debunk their claims of sky vacuums, that's it. You don't have to justify what the sky is. I don't know. What's that? That means that it's still the sky vacuum. No? You don't have to replace the debunked ideas you had about the sky. Coping with the idea that you had being relinquished isn't my problem. I'm not going to replace it with some nonsense. Plenty of other flat earthers will replace it, though. There's loads of them. They'll give you their guru nonsense about what the sky is. Yeah? They'll tell you it's ether. They'll tell you there's free energy generation coming from that sky. Yeah? It's not soil. Free energy. Yeah, people will bullshit you after you find out that you've been lied to. Me, I'll go, I don't know, because it's true. I don't. I know there's lots of lies, and I know how to undo them, but I haven't got any replacements for you. Now, if that means you reject the facts of the matter when it comes to what you believed in, I don't care. You don't have to accept facts. You can carry on with your belief. Why? Because I haven't replaced it? Well, that's a good enough reason for you to keep hold of it, then more power to you. Keep hold of your sky vacuum belief in violation of the second law of thermodynamics because I can't replace it with something else like ether. Oh well. Just believe you're on a ball then. That's good for you. No one going to throw pictures from space today then? Clearly not. They know better. I suppose this must be quite nice for the moderators. Everything goes quite chill on a Friday afternoon now.
That's up until you leave, and then they come out of the woodwork again. They're afraid of you now.
Oh, really? It sounds familiar. See, when it was my server, it isn't, but presumed to be my server. I do have moderation control in, to be fair. They were told that it was my unreasonable behaviour that meant that they didn't want to pipe up. Yeah, we all knew the projected fear that they were actually encountering, and me being here on a server that I definitely have absolutely no control over whatsoever, I'm a guest, highlights their fear as they scurry away until I leave. Yeah? Everyone was like, you don't leave your echo chamber. Here I am. Where are you all with your NASA claims? Right? Oh, you got nothing? Maybe you'll boycott this channel that I've got no association with beyond being a guest here. Yeah, this is the same pattern we experienced before. It's just they had a mute button to blame last time. Now they don't have that. It's just total silence. A few of them still blame the mute button I've got no control over. You're all terrified. Yeah? We all know it. It's been this way for 10 years. We've been saying for about the last 5 years, share your pain. Because we all know what's really going on here. You, on the globe side of this discussion, especially if you're an anti-flat earther, live in perpetual fear. It consumes you. We know it. You know it. You just don't want to talk about it. It'd be better projected onto us, right? No, I guess not. I guess you just have to come in and hear all the globe proof after I'm gone. Well, this is a lot more relaxing for me. I'm not going to say I'm complaining. This is how it should be. Nice and calm, with us being able to tell an audience Earth is measured flat. If you're in the audience and you're under the misapprehension that you're on a ball, well, you can have an advanced education in how your ball came to fruition now, can't you? How those elevation angle measurements to the stars that we expanded the territory flat with became your ball. I mean, it's not like you can measure those lines wrapped around it with respect to a curve. They're angles. But that's how your ball came to fruition. So everyone's a winner. Everyone gets to know a little bit more about their religious belief or how actually we measure Earth. Yeah, but everyone's happy, which is just how it should be. Obviously, there's going to be the odd chanting zealot that comes our way, like we've experienced. 10-time rendition of a addressed a perspective that I've been talking about. No, apparently I'll talk about nothing else other than elevation angles that aren't getting addressed. But you know, as the audience, you know, as the Discord server, what Earth really is. Because we told you. The only downside to that is there's a lot of scumbags in the world that will choose to ridicule your ass because you've got an advanced understanding of how your globe came to fruition. I mean, that's just unfortunate, but people are scumbags. You know, their fear leads them to ridicule others by projection. Sad, but that's society, not flat Earth. That's people.
They really don't like the latitude. I feel that's really sort of hitting home with these globers and anti-flat earthers. They don't like that when we point out that latitude is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. That is a killer.
Yeah, they hate it.
One guy was telling me, say, well, it proves it's a globe because it's a measurement from the equator to Polaris. I said, well, how do you think we got the distance to the equator in the first place? It was an elevation angle measurement. It was a flat Earth elevation measurement, and you're talking about that distance now being curve. They just get wrapped up in it. They don't know what they're talking about.
There's no coping with it. There's no curving anything when you're measuring angles. And when they say from the equator, you're like, right, what, with respect to the equatorial plane? Yeah. The flat plane inside the globe. Yeah. We're well aware of how your model's made. But half of them are being trained in this stuff, right? They go for a little search on the internet about what flat Earth is, and all they get shown is what anti-flat Earthers say flat Earthers say. So at the moment, they'll come across things like the final experiment from Will Duffy and think that the way to solve this problem is to do what the guy who did earlier. Offer up a begging the question fallacy, where you assume antipodal positioning, and then stack it up in false dichotomy with an azimuthal globe projection against this antipodal assumption. You're like, because that's all they'll get as the general public, they'll think that that's a good argument. And when I'm stopping them going, shut up with your globe false dichotomy and begging the question, they think they're being interrupted unjustly. Oh, this guy's just chanting through me. No, I've stopped you because you're using a false dichotomy and I'm just not going to let you continue. Yeah, I've heard it for 10 years. Think you're special, do you? You're offering up your false dichotomy with what a flat Earth will do versus what I can assume is antipodal. No, we've heard it all so many times that I can summarise it in about 3 sentences. Yeah, and I will just stop you, just talk straight through you. Completely justified in doing so. Don't offer fallacies and you won't get shut down. Attempting to shut me down because you don't like me concluding how Earth's measured flat, no, that's not reasonable. It seemed like there was a whole crowd of globe believers. Was it just the 2 or 3 making the most noise then?
Oh, in the pre-show? Yeah, it was about 3, I think.
It was just people shouting and screaming as loud as they can that Earth's a globe and being quite obnoxious and swearing a lot, so that everyone around them thinks that's the default position because they're the one shouting loudest. But when it actually comes to push comes to shove, they don't actually have anything other than to obfuscate the flat Earth measurements that are put to them by one of us. In this case, me.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, as demonstrated by the 3 people that had Matt Nuclear, Mountain, and so on. Just keep talking through the answers to the questions that I've asked with something completely irrelevant.
Thing is, though, by the time those 3 people have had the most noise and airtime, the people who are potentially on the fence are too afraid to open their mic. And rightly so, you know, the mood has been set by these arseholes. And as a result, you can only assume if you're sat on the fence thinking, well, I would actually like to answer this question, but I don't want to be shouted down as big in the question. Shout out to FE Patriot for the super chat. It says, space is a waste of the imagination. What an excellent sentiment. It is just in existence in your imagination, FE Patriot. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's a great little sentence. Space is a waste of the imagination. Yeah. Excellent.
We have a a chat skanker, but he's afraid to go into voice. He says he doesn't speak English, but he types it perfectly.
This all sound familiar, lads on the G Plus panel? After a given amount of time, all we're dealing with is the chat skanks from the chat, too afraid to come in, making their excuses.
He wants me to ask his question to you, and then you can answer. And I said, "How? You're not even in voice. How would you hear the answer?" So it's just chat skank.
There are people in voice. You know, there's people in voice chat already. If you are in the voice chat and you did want to ask a question, it doesn't automatically mean we're going to bite your head off if you happen to use a fallacy that you were unaware of. Yeah, it's only after about the 9th rendition that you're getting your head bitten off. Don't be afraid. Yeah, the Western world is under the impression that we're all idiots. Yeah, here we are, globe believers stunned to silence. And us reiterating over and over again how Earth's measured flat. Yeah, obviously we're worthy of the high degree of ridicule. If that wasn't propagandized into the Western world's viewpoint, they wouldn't be able to automatically hand wave everything we say. You want to add something? Is it Anata Chamber or something like that?
Can all 40 of you do me a favor in here?
All 4
Please
of
stop.
He dropped before he
There's a
asked us what-
drive-by shooting. Yeah, there's a drive-by. He's gone.
Oh, is he a frequent flyer?
Hop in, say something before they get the red mic for 40 minutes in the rest of the server.
I don't really know what that means, but I'll just take your word that you know what you're doing.
Yeah, so when we red mic them, they're done for 40 minutes unless we unmute them, and they go into another room with a red mic.
Okay, was he not going to ask a question though?
Left.
No, he was the type of idiot who just takes a couple of seconds of airtime, thinks he's clever, then buggers off. So
Yeah,
behavior.
his question was a request to stop. He did it yesterday too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
They
that's
just
very
come up
telling though. Just stop is a call. That's the word. A cry for help. Just make it stop. We've covered a few videos in the past where the videographer is expressing the exact same sentiment. Just make it stop. Just stop them. Just stop them. Stop them talking about this flight. I can't stand it. Yeah, that's share your pain moment. Just make it stop. What? The globe measurements that you use taken from a flat Earth. Make that stop. I can't make that stop. That's how your globe was made. What do you want me to stop? The origins of you don't shoot the messenger. I can't help it that your globe was measured flat.
Thing is, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with asking questions, but that's all they tend to do. Come in and ask questions. When what we want is then you're saying that you live on a globe and you can provide some evidence. Please attempt to do that. But I'll put money on it that when you do, you will be describing a flat Earth elevation angle measurement in an attempt to describe how your curved Earth was measured. So stop asking questions and come and tell us how your curved Earth is measured. What tool was used? How's it? What method is used? Without mentioning horizontal, level, elevation angle, altitude above sea level. Can't use any of them because that's got nothing to do with measuring curvature.
Oh, well, then you just shut me down. I was going to give an example that comported with everything until you stopped me using lots of flat Earth prerequisites. I was going to say the horizon at altitude with respect to the Earth curve maths is the methodology. But then you went and said, oh, you can't use a flat Earth. Well, I can't use eye level and then I can't use surface level. How am I going to derive Earth curve in orthographic mathematics if I can't use a flat earth to do it? You've just rumbled every single thing I was going to say on their behalf. Well done. Too many caveats for me to cope with. I think I should rumpus you and ignore that. Shut up, you're an idiot. You just babbled on about things that were flat earth in nature that the globe needs. Meaningless. Now, let's talk about perspective. Yeah, good job. I love a good caveat statement, or a statement with lots of caveats. Yeah, prove how your Earth curve is measured. Measured physically, not calculated and reified from flat Earth measurements, like you do in your Earth curve maths. Not like that. Well, they've got nowhere to go now, one deck. Like, all roads lead to a flat Earth. Any claim that comes our way that suggests the Earth has veracity to it, we can take you to the origins of that claim and show you how Earth was measured flat to make it. Doesn't matter what the claim is. Orbital motion, sky vacuums, gravity, anything. You name it, it will have a flat Earth origin.
On yesterday's show, you were doing a review with the guy on YouTube. You went off into a reply with regards to how Earth's measured flat, how we get our longitude and latitude system, how that derives from elevation angles to Polaris, how from when you move south looking at Polaris, your latitude will decrease in number because of the angle that you read from a flat surface. You pointed that out, and you kind of said it really eloquently. And you mentioned something about the Haversine formula, but I don't remember you going into too much detail about that. I wonder if you could tell me and maybe everybody else what the Haversine formula is and what it means with regards to the changing from a flat Earth to a globe Earth,
Sure.
if it does.
Yes and no. If you're asking me to go through the Haversine mathematics, then Adam would be best served to do that, because I am absolutely unfamiliar with them. But in terms of what it actually functionally does, it converts the view from the centre of hell out onto a projected view. So the points that match the stars in the celestial sphere can be projected through a globe Earth. But to convert from merely a equatorial plane, you need to actually convert those points onto those pizza slices that they call PZX triangles. Well, those are projected points that match azimuth and altitude through a globe from the centre. But to get to that, that's where you do the conversion with the Haversine formula. It's above my grade. I'm not embarrassed to say the mathematics itself is above my pay grade. It is.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. It would probably be well above my pay grade, even if you did know what it was. And if
Adam
could like to go for it, then yeah, I can speak to Adam.
I'm not saying you wouldn't understand it. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm saying it has been explained to me by Adam, and while he was explaining it to me, actually I think it might have been John. Actually, refracted curvature went through it with me, not Adam. It doesn't matter either way. Someone's smarter than me when it comes to maths, and I could easily nod along. And while he was explaining it, feel like I understood it. The maths, specifically. However, could I give you a rendition of it now? No. If he went through it again, would I be nodding like I understood it? Yes. But I'm not that man. It's Adam or someone else better with maths to explain it to you. Beyond the crude explanation I've given you of PZX triangles, which is the end result.
Yeah, I'm interested in what it does at the end of the day anyway. So what you said was more than perfect for the question that I asked.
In the most
this is what it does.
What it does in the most literal terms is converts flat to spherical.
Awesome. Now, this is where the magic happens then.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, that it's easy to just explain what's in a literal sense happened with Polaris and latitude lines, because they are literally on the outside edge of that sphere, depicted and used because they're part of the grid that gets projected onto the flat maps. So for me, there's a nice little shortcut. Now, is the maths for conversion from flat to sphere as simplistic as just dropping the lines around on a ball? Well, no. And do I, or could I, explain that to you now? Well, no. But there is a process, and what it, to answer your question, does is convert the flat measurements to spherical ones. That's literally what it does. Now, back in the day when we first came across this, our question was, if Earth is a sphere, because we were still begging the question with them then, why would you need to convert from flat to sphere? if it's already a sphere. You wouldn't convert to spherical if it's a sphere, but that is what it does.
Plus, as well, guys, that them circles from 90-degree at Polaris back to the equator, they're all circles of equal altitude. So that will require a flat horizontal plane.
Sorry
For
to
that to
drop this in.
happen.
Sorry to interrupt. 100 people watching. Woo-hoo-hoo! Please share the show if you've not done so already. A very warm welcome if you've just joined us. Nice to have 100 plus people watching. Good to have you all.
But thanks, Nathan. I do really appreciate that answer. At least
I
I've got
didn't
a
give you
better
anything.
understanding of. Well, you told me what it does. That's really
Yeah.
what I wanted to know.
Converts flat to sphere.
Yeah, awesome. So we measure
weird though,
everything
isn't
up until this point until we bring in this magical mathematical calculation based on our presupposition and sphere. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Jedi. I mean, if you was measuring something in reality, in physical reality, why would you then need a formula to change the measurement that you've just measured?
Yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't, would you?
Yeah, this is a sleight of hand bit, isn't it? Mathematical calculations. Whoa, sphere. Ta-da!
Yeah. After the fact, you can then make up justifications for parallel light. And the parallel light, whenever you hear that, there's only one reason to do that. And that's to take an inferred elevation angle measurement off a curved surface, which cannot take place. That'll be potentially intertwined with Earth so big we measure it flat for the angle. That's us measuring Earth flat. But then when they suggest that you've got parallel light rays meeting a tangent plane, that's their justification to take the light that wouldn't make any difference if it was moving to the surface of this tiny little dot called Earth with respect to the vast distances, actually infinite for this to work. It's no longer their set distances. I'll just drop that in there. But for that to function, they suggest that it's just as reasonable to move the angle to the centre of the sphere Earth at the equatorial and extended celestial planes. But that's the only reason they do that. It's like it can only work on a flat plane, so they just put that flat plane in the centre of hell. But to suggest, after they've converted it, that you can actually acquire this measurement to put it in the centre of hell, they suggest that all the light's coming in the oxymoronic statement of almost parallel, which always makes me laugh. Anyway, that's the full shebango. I'm being asked about Haversine formula, QE, and I've told Jedi that it converts flat to sphere, but I'm no good with the maths itself and wouldn't even attempt to explain the maths itself of Haversine. Are you any good with that? It's too early. I'm not even listening. Oh, well, okay. Well, maybe Adam will do something when and if he comes. Alrighty then.
It's always fascinating, the mathematics, like hijacking the perspective within the Earth curve calculator, how they change flat Earth measurements into a globe with the Haversine formula. I find it really fascinating, dude. That's all.
Me too.
How they lied, but they did.
I completely agree. I mean, but for the fact that someone like Adam or Refracted Curvature or QE has gone through this stuff with me, so I can cement the basic premise of what's taking place, which is exactly what you asked. And you do have to either be competent enough, which I'm not, to go through the maths yourself, or have someone break it down for you. But upon that, you're like, well, now I know better. I know how the conversion's done. I know why it's needed to be done, because Earth isn't a sphere. And then you can kind of move on. But, you know, for you, it's like, well, wow, how does the maths work? Because you haven't had the luxury of someone like Adam sat next to you, or John sat next to you.
I'll definitely have to catch up with one of those guys at some point. Maybe I'll ask Quantum Arrays if he has some spare time on 24 when he visits, if he hasn't got the time now.
My advice would be ask a baller. So what Adam Meakin did was just ask Ruhif, I believe. It might have been someone else, but please just say it's Ruhif. You know, to take him through it and let them explain how you convert flat to spherical. You know, if they understand it, they'll explain it to you. You know, they'll pepper it with their disclaimers of how that doesn't mean it's flat, but it works the way it works. You know, it's not ambiguous in how it works from memory.
I'll add it to my quiver of questions that I go around and ask ballers to. We got a lot of frequent flyers, people that come back and try to stand on a hill and defend this bull for some reason with quite eloquent arguments in some regards. So I'll ask them to quite a few of our known compatriots on the globe side.
Cool. Have you got a quantum eraser live today, Huey? Does he normally do? Oh, God. Does anybody know if there's a QE live show today? You're all
Isn't
useless.
it weekends mostly?
It's tomorrow.
Is it
Yeah,
no, that's
Saturday.
Ballbusters. Ballbusters is tomorrow.
Oh.
I think there might be a quantum eraser live tonight. I might be wrong. I was
There
only...
was an ad, or one of your guys posted something in here, so there might be today.
I'll plug it like it's happening. If it isn't, then go and watch one of these other shows. But I believe there's a quantum eraser live. What does he call it? Open panel or something like that. He's not here to confirm any of this, so I'm doing a terrible job of plugging his show. But I believe it's at 7 o'clock UK, or I'm going to say 1 p.m. UK. US Central. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. There'll be a live stream similar to what we're doing here in the politics server, but from the Flat Earth Debate Discord server and on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel.
Yeah, but going back to that, there's always a mathematical formula to convert the straight line horizontal elevation angle measurement, or there's a presupposition that you already live on a sphere, like the Greeks did when they measured angles and shadows and then divided a 7.2 angle into 360 degrees, and because that's the 360 degrees within a sphere, and obviously the Earth's a sphere, and that's why we're doing that. We're just going to presume that we live on a sphere and do some division and multiplication and come up with a circumference value. Measuring angles.
Sorry, what was the first thing they measured?
An angle.
An
off
angle.
The surface of Earth.
An angle off a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Quite telling, isn't it?
One of the best quotes that we were ever told directly to us was by Rumpus. The geometric horizon only exists in the math. What's the geometric horizon again?
Earth curve.
Oh, okay. So, to paraphrase, the Earth curve only exists in the math.
That's correct, and it is
Straight up
never
the
a
math
truer
quote.
statement. Yes, Earth curve only exists in maths. It doesn't exist in physical reality. And if you assert that it does, we can debunk it based on what the horizon claimed to be Earth curve physically does. You can't move hills. Hills don't move. If they're physically in the way of things, they stay there because they're hills. Earth curve edge horizons are claimed to be the proof of measurement of Earth. If we show that the physical limitation to your view, claimed to be a hill, is beyond its geometric limitations, as we showed with the Black Swan, then it's no longer a hill. Now you can say, well, the reason it's not blocking you, it's like, well, no. You're now justifying why it isn't a hill in the way. It's not a hill in the way. It's not Earth curve. We debunked it.
It's funny. Remember ages ago, Nathan, when we brought up the if somebody's looking into the what shape is the Earth and how is it measured, and you get the 7 proofs sorry, I just cut out there. When you get the 7 proofs of how we know we live on a globe, only one of them is describing a measurement, and that's Eratosthenes' example, which is nothing to do with measuring a curve anyway. That's measuring an angle and doing some mathematical trickery, which we've just talked about. And all the other examples are, it was climatry, pictures from the ISS, eclipses, sunset. It was nothing to do with measurement. It was just, and the boats obviously disappearing as they get further away into the distance. So there was only one example of a measurement, and that was a flat Earth measurement. The others were just observations and presuppositions. That's what the normal everyday Joe will get when he Googles it. We went through it once on the show. It's quite sad, really.
Yeah, all they get is the presentation of the fallacy. And often, if they're going to do a YouTube search, they'll get a presentation of the fallacy at best. but more likely a decry of their opponent based on a straw man that their opponent doesn't hold. So, the general first go-to is to ridicule the opponent, to personally attack or stereotype everybody, and then personally attack the stereotype. That's their go-to. They're not going to proving Earth's flat even in a fallacious way. They're going to, these people are idiots. You're okay to ridicule these people. It's okay. That's their go-to. Yeah, we get plenty of examples in debate. You put a flat Earth proof to them, and they say, "You've been going on and on and on about this flat Earth proof. Let's talk about something else." Going on and on and on is just an ad hom, right? Undermining that which has been put to them, not addressing it, and saying that you're boring by inference. Okay, well, that's an ad hom. Now let's deal with the Earth that's measured flat. 10 attempts later, you're definitely not going to be doing that with a zealot. And that's what you've established after 10 attempts. They're a zealot. So what's the excuse now? We're in a server without my control of the mute button here. That's all moderated. So what's the excuse? Why aren't we hearing any ranting and raving from globe lunatics or people on the fence? Is there a reason for that? It's definitely not my mute button, by the way. Just so we're all clear. That little excuse that people used to have. Yeah, that was just garbage, wasn't it? Because here we are in the exact same situation. No one's claiming a boycott based on mute buttons that I haven't got. So what's the excuse now? I don't seem to hear anything. It's just the stony silence of ex-globe believers, I'll assume, right? None of you guys in here believe the Earth's a sphere anymore? We can only assume. Looks like we converted the entire server. Go ahead, whoever that was.
I was just going to say that it's the deafening sound of tumbleweeds blowing by that we're hearing now because they've all been defeated.
Yeah, looks like we won. I mean, given that's the case, you'd now appreciate why we'd need to be suppressed. Yeah? This is why.
The globe's been deflated into a flat map.
Any last remarks before I round out the live show? That might entice someone to kick off, so I'll turn my studio lights on in anticipation that I am actually going to round out, but we'll see if that develops any discussion. If not, I'm going to round out and ask everyone to stay tuned for the after show. Going once.
I don't think you're going to put anybody out from underneath the woodwork just yet, but I definitely appreciate you coming along, and I look forward to the after show where maybe one of them will come out of the woodwork. Should be interesting.
We shall see. Right, going once, going twice. Okie dokie, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Pause my recording.
I mean, they might have come from other flat earth servers, but I don't think they're flat earthers. Loads of names I don't recognise. So there's Ghost, I don't recognise you. Who else we got here? HFRW, don't recognise you. Yeah, there's loads of people that I don't think are flat earthers. Carter, Himsake. So, guys, if you've got any questions, you want to get involved in the conversation about the flat Earth, if you want to defend the position that the Earth is a ball, if you want to say that we're wrong, you're right, all that type of stuff, then please feel free to unmute your microphones, guys. Nathan's live show has finished.
You're allowed to talk now. Don't worry. You can say it, shout your things, whatever you got to do, whatever makes you feel happy.
In other words, share your pain.
Share your pain.
Frustrated as they wanted to. And so they're just like, we'll try next week.
Yeah, that's generally their only MO. Pretty sad. I can just show that Nathan's not right or stupid. Then we win.
Well, lately it's been a scramble. You can tell they've been chickens with their heads cut off. They've been denying every single thing that you can tell them. Even if the sky is blue, it can't be blue. You know what I mean? So they're getting rid of triangles, and Earth isn't what you're measuring from, even though that's what you're measuring from. It's just, and it's getting pretty obvious again.
Yeah, it's all very painful.
Well, imagine that puts you in a hell of a position, right? You think you live on a ball, right? And you're trying to defend the fact that you live on a ball. And how do you defend it? That so some of you will say that the ball is too big to notice that it's a ball. That's a hell of a position. That hurts. That's why we say share your pain. It's gotta hurt.
What animals should I have fighting on the thumbnail?
Platypus.
A sheep.
Already got platypus.
Nice.
Platypus, the guy that told us that he would rather a model than a measurement. Shit like that. Like, how do you say that with a straight face, but yet want to defend the notion that we live on a ball?
Just talking about the Greeks, I'll just read a little poem, Nathan, while we've got a dead air. It's called "The Greeks Play Tricks."
No
It
way.
was way back into.
Hold on.
What,
Hold on. Stop. I hate to do this because it's not my server, but if possible, could you all pop yourselves on local mute just while we hear a poem from one deck? I'll clear the airwaves and tell him when to go, but just try not to open your mic in the middle of the poem. Thank you. Go ahead, one deck.
Yeah, it's only because we were talking about it. It's called "The Greeks Play Tricks." It was way back in 200 BC that a Greek measured Earth using mathematical trickery. So here it is. I'll explain what he did by measuring angles using shadows and sticks. He presumed in one location at the zenith of a well, he had sunlight coming down straight and parallel. In another location, 500 stadia away, a stadia for ease is a mile, we'll say, he again measured the angle of the sun. Whoops, I'll just explain what he's done. He's just measured an angle using the surface of Earth. But you can't measure angles by using a curve. This is point one, proving Earth is flat. But we don't want to get hung up on that. The angle he measured, 500 stadia away, was 7.2 degrees, we'll just say. Right then, what next? What do? We just need to presume a sphere of 360 degrees. Here. You divided 360 by 7.2, that gives us 50. Now what do? You times that 50 by stadia 500, which equals 25,900, giving us supposed Earth circumference. So that is how the Greeks measure the sphere, using straight line angle measurements. Oh dear. It's surprising what mathematics can do when you sprinkle on some wizardry and trickery too.
That was excellent.
Yeah, man, that was really
Cheers.
cool. I like the mathematical trickery, man. So well done for putting that out in the poem.
It's got to be like the 10th poem you've done on this subject.
Yeah, got about 12, I think. But I just sort of stopped. I stopped doing them because I sort of covered a lot of the topics within the housekeeping questions and the discussions on the panel. And I didn't want to get too repetitive with it, going over the same old ground type of thing. So, although I have got one on the go, actually. It's called, I've not finished it yet, but it's called Trevor. And it's about a guy called Trevor who thinks he's relatively clever, but recently is finding himself in a psychological dilemma. And because I'm not reading it out, but he's finding that within his daily life, when he's talking about the Earth and where he lives, he gets into conversations with people, and he's actually finding it difficult that he's explaining that the Earth's a sphere and it's round and it's curvature, but then, you know, when you talk about the horizontal and level and baselines, he's thinking, well, yeah, I can see that as well, but that can't be right because I live on a globe. And he's fighting with himself in his mind. And he's called Trevor. He's always thought he was reasonably clever, but lately he is finding himself in a psychological dilemma. So I've got that sort of scribbled down, but I think that's true. What's happening now? People are finding themselves in a psychological dilemma because they're coming to a point where they're thinking, not actually curved. I'm telling people it's curved. I'm telling my kids it's curved. And I'm talking about space and the moon, but none of this is actually happening in my everyday life. I don't experience this. So yeah, Trevor's in a psychological dilemma. When I finished it, I'll let you have a listen.
Cool. I like a flavour.
Why is it quiet in here, guys?
Was I just hearing a nursery rhyme?
How is it so crowded and nobody's speaking?
Well, we keep demonstrating to people that the Earth is measured flat, and they've got nothing to say. Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Earth is a
globe.
Yeah, I think like that is my impression. Yes, but how did you demonstrate though? Like I'm interested in like how did you demonstrate that it is flat?
With elevation angles to Polaris, by measuring angles from the surface of the Earth to give us our latitude system and longitude system, and all of this
How
lovely
can you
good
measure? How can you measure the angle again from the Polaris?
So, do you know what an elevation angle is? You understand what the word elevation means, right?
Yeah, I know that. Like
Awesome.
it's a slope.
So this angle is taken from the horizon, the plane of the Earth, up to the star, say Polaris. And you can measure using a sextant, which is an angle measuring device, much like a protractor, an elevation angle up to that star from the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, that plane being the Earth.
And you're claiming that this angle is statically the same no matter where you are on Earth?
I can find my latitude by measuring an elevation angle up to Polaris, no matter where I am in the north of the equator, north of 0 degrees, the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
And the elevation angle in degrees is the same? Say that
so
you're in Brazil compared to, I don't know, Greenland?
No, it's different. The further south I move from Polaris, the angle will decrease from 90. If I'm, say, at the North Pole and Polaris is directly above me at my zenith, this is 90 degrees. The line down from Polaris to where it meets me on the surface of the Earth and where it intersects the Earth and is perpendicular to that vertical and horizontal to form 90 degrees. As I move south, looking at Polaris with my angle measuring device, a sextant, the angle will decrease 90 to 80. Yeah, so
Jedi,
80.
About why?
Jedi.
When
Jedi. I think
that's how the math works.
I think
So
the
when
gentleman
I
might have been
measure-
asking. I think the gentleman might have been asking was, are all the elevation angles from the same latitude circle of equal altitude the same?
That's what I'm pointing out.
Oh, I'm still struggling understanding why does the angle change if you're suggesting that it is completely flat. The size of Earth is nothing compared to how far these objects are, like these stars. So if you go 5,000 kilometers to the south or east or west, it shouldn't really make any change to, like microscopically, maybe it should make some slight change, but not something dominant, right?
Dude,
No.
I'm talking about something that we actually do. So not your idea of what it would be like. No, this is what it is. And like I was saying, if you're at Polaris's ground position, which is 90 degrees, and you move south looking at Polaris, and you measure 80 degrees, your latitude will be 80 degrees. As you continue moving south and measure the elevation angle to Polaris and measure 45 degrees,
That
then your
really
latitude will
only
be wider.
proves the Earth is sphere, doesn't it?
No, this is, my friend. What's the definition? What's the definition?
Like, you literally just proved the
No.
Earth is
Guy, Dial, can you stop chanting
Yes, you
through him? He's
did.
trying to
Go
ask
on.
you something. Go ahead, Jedi. Everyone else, shut up.
Yes.
He's chanted that it needs to be a sphere to measure this angle, and Jedi's trying to explain to him while he's chanting through him. Yeah, well, that means you've just proved a sphere. So Jedi's just going to correct him if everyone can tolerate Jedi for a bit. Go ahead, Jedi.
Jedi, are you like
Is your name Jedi? Is your name Jedi, Dial? Dial, is your name Jedi? You just chanted through him that Earth was a sphere as he was explaining this process to you. Then you started laughing in the middle of his statement. I'm now inviting him to start that statement without your interruption. Could you pop yourself on mute and listen to what Jedi says to you, rather than chanting, that proves a sphere through the top of him? Thank you. Pop yourself on local mute.
Right. So you understand that the process is measuring angles. An angle is defined as the intersection of two straight lines. So where they meet and the divergence from one to another is known as an angle. Two straight lines meeting, one horizontal, one vertical, is 90 degrees, for example. So an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. When I measure an elevation angle to Polaris, that's up from the surface of the Earth, horizontal line from Polaris at 90 degrees to me at my ground position. So I measure an elevation angle up to that star, 45 degrees, for example. When I measure 45 degrees, this angle can be converted into my latitude along a horizontal plane, an angle from that horizontal plane.
Proceed.
Finish, dude. That's it. It's an angle. Requires two straight lines from the surface of the Earth, elevation above that surface.
Okay, but you just stated the more south you move, this angle of elevation is actually changing from 90 to 80 to 70. Blah, blah, blah.
It's
That
called
is
latitude.
only proving the Earth is sphere.
It's
so you
called
just proved
latitude.
the Earth is sphere, my friend.
Guy, he's not comprehending what you're telling him, Jedi. Yeah, you move away from Polaris, it drops towards the horizon. The measurement that you make of that drop is a flat Earth measurement. Do you understand that the angle that you're measuring to observe this drop that you're saying, you understand now? Polaris drops as you move back away from it. That's what Jedi's explained. But he's also, more importantly, explained that you're measuring a flat Earth to do that angle. Do you understand that?
No, you don't have to have a flat Earth in this bottle at all.
Okay, no worries. How do you get? Okay, how do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline, please?
You can do that because if the curvature is insignificantly small compared to your little measurement device, then sure, you can do it.
Everyone shut up.
Why would that be
Everybody else,
fallacious?
shut up. Sorry, carry on, Dial. Do you want to just explain that you can get this straight line, flat Earth measurement because Earth's so big, correct?
Yes, I don't know who was speaking because I think
Just needed
he's
a
on
yes.
local
Just
news
needed a yes. Thank you. So you will be measuring Earth flat. You understand that, but that's only because Earth's so big, correct?
I mean, I need to know why you guys think that measuring would not be possible in a spherical Earth. What was your argument?
Sorry, you've just told us that we won't be measuring a spherical Earth because it's so big, but we will, as you will now concede at my second attempt, to concede that we will be measuring Earth flat, and your justification for why we will be measuring this, apparently, according to you, small area. We'll cover how big circles of equal elevation are shortly. But according to you, small area, therefore it's okay to measure it flat because it's a really big ball. I just need a yes, an affirmation that that's your position because it's what you've said. Don't stutter. Don't stutter. Just say yes. As that it's a repetition of what you've told us. Just say yes.
Why are you so emotionally invested right
Why aren't
now?
you
What's
saying
going on?
yes?
Are you mentally stable, by the
Sorry,
way?
remove him. He's now just called me mentally unstable. So I have asked this guy, he's
I'm
now the
asking
fourth
whether
guy
you
in
are
this
mentally
line that's now
stable
chanting
because
through
you're
the
shouting
conclusion.
out
He's
of
now
the
chanting
blue.
through me, moderators. Can you stop him from doing that, please? Yeah?
Yeah, we've done.
Oh, my alarm's going off. My pot noodle needs stirring.
All right, Dale, this is what's going to happen while Nathan sorts his pot noodle out. Can you, like, stop going for the personal attacks and over-talking them and stuff? It would be really appreciated, man. So I'll take you off
No
mute.
worries.
You don't have to act like that, man. Be a little bit more calm, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine that he is emotionally invested. I'm totally fine with that. But again, like, I need to understand the bias
Sorry,
of
can you
the
just stop
model
this
he's
guy
trying
ad
to
homming me,
present.
please? Can you stop him? He's just called me mentally unstable again, right? I'm going to lose my temper with this guy if he does it a third time. I'm
No, he
really going to
didn't. He
lose my
said you're
temper. I'm just
emotional.
telling you and warning you as mods. This isn't reasonable, right? He's told me it's okay to get these angles because that small area, it's okay because Earth's really, really big, so it's okay. So I'm now trying to clarify his position that he's told us. Okay, so according to him, it is okay to measure Earth flat. Would that be a white knight yawning through me? Would this be boring, perhaps? Is this boring a globe believer? Would that be a projection of the attempted relief of pain? Because I'm explaining how this gentleman, your own globe side proponent, has just literally in the last 5 minutes made it explicitly clear that it is okay to get these angles. Now, I heard a little white knight shout out the word tangent when he said that. We'll get to that too. Meanwhile, he has said it's okay to get these angles. That would be, I'll say it again, hopefully without a white knight yawning through me. Earth will be measured flat. But that's okay, because it's a really big ball. Now, all I'm asking is for him to confirm that which I've reiterated, his point to him. And he's called me mentally unstable. I hope that's absolutely clear for everyone that's here. He'll be invited to respond and affirm what he's just told me when he's taken off server mute in just a second. Dull. You are going to confirm that which you've just told us, which was a justification for this angle acquisition because Earth's so big that it's okay to measure Earth flat. Isn't that right, Dahl?
How else would they measure it?
Shut up this found guy. White Knight number 2 coming in. Obviously, he can't help share his pain through me asking Dahl to confirm what he said. I'm talking to the guy on server mute. That's a hint to the server moderators to take him off, not for me to talk to a White Knight. Can you just stop this White Knight who's derailing this point I'm making? I've been called mentally ill. Now I'm asking for an actual response to the fact that he said it's okay to get these angles because Earth's so big. So Earth's so big, we will measure Earth flat. Won't we, Dahl? That was your last point, Dahl. Can you take him off server mute so he can confirm his point that Earth's so big we'll measure it flat for these angles? Nobody's listening to me. Still on server mute. The moderators have all buggered off, it seems.
No, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Right.
Sorry.
I wasn't yawning, by the way. I was on mute while you were
That's
talking
fascinating.
and somebody yawned.
Fascinating non sequitur. I'll just put my point to you now. You're off mute without hopefully you chanting through me. So your
Can
point
you-
earlier,
can you
Dahl,
actually
he's chanting
shut
through
up
me
so I can
immediately. It seems,
respond?
Dahl. It seems like
Can
you're
you shut
chanting
up
through me
and be-
immediately, Dahl. It seems like you're having to be server muted immediately. Do you want to take him off server mute? Dahl, you've immediately started chanting through me. I'm going to put my
Can-
position to
can
you,
I
and now you're
speak,
chanting through me
or
again
should you just
instantaneously.
rap
I
over
haven't
me?
taken breath, and the chanting zealot needs to stop this from coming his way. That would be a repetition of what he told us. He said the angles are okay. Yeah, well, you had Jedi explain that they'd be flat from surface level, and you said they're okay. And then you attempted to justify why it would be okay to measure
When is it my
Earth.
turn, guys?
It seems
Please
like this
mute me
chanting
until it's
zealot
my
doesn't want to
turn.
hear it. It seems like Dahl is in serious pain and having to be moderated. Would it be my mute button that's making you do this? Because I'm not muting you, by the way, Dahl. Every time you're an unreasonable prick and chant through the fact that you have stated Earth's so big will measure Earth flat. And I just want you to confirm what you told us there, Dahl. It seems that when I try and do it with you off mute, you start chanting through me. So now you're off mute. Earth measured flat, but only because it's so big, right? dull. That's non-responsive. He's off mute, hasn't got a damn thing to say. Can't do it. Is it only the interruptions when I'm talking, Dal? Because it seems like you're now talking now I'm asking you why there was a stony silence. It seems like you're answering me as I'm asking you why you didn't answer the first time. Now, given that there was a stony silence and now it's only when I'm talking that Dal's talking. I mean, that's his fundamentalist chanting zealot mute button. There was a stony silence and then what, an opportunity for him to talk through me pointing that out. Yeah, it's only when I'm talking that Dal wants to talk now. It's only when I put the point to him that he'll start chanting off mute. He's off mute now for the audience's benefit. So I'll put it to him again.
Yeah,
that would be his point. Oh, I don't even get to start it. Dal, you told us you're going to measure Earth flat, but that's okay because it's so big. Oh, it's not going to happen, right, ladies? Is this me muting him, by the way, ladies and gentlemen of my audience? Definitely not. What's happening is every time I put the devastating failure of his argument that unequivocally, in his own words, would be measuring Earth flat, but only because it's so big, he doesn't want to hear it and confirm it while off mute. Now, while he's on server mute, he's obviously chanting away in his own little la-la land, so he doesn't have to hear this. And when he is off server mute, he'll chant through it in the delusional belief that he hasn't had it delivered to him 6 times, and now he's ran. Run, little bitch! Earth's measured flat. All you can do is chant through me or run. Well done, Jedi.
This is what happens, like I said earlier.
Why can't people
You showed them.
Why can't people have normal conversations? I don't get it.
Jedi.
Yeah. So this, like we were speaking about earlier, when you show them with demonstration that the Earth is necessary to be flat when measuring elevation angles for it, when you show them the measurement, then they do this. There's some kind of cognitive overload that happens, and then they turn into this gentleman.
Now, Neil, I'm sorry, Jedi. I did not know he was asking you something. I was coming in with, I don't understand why people can't have a regular conversation.
Go ahead, Neil.
I just did.
No, you just justified your interruption. I'll forget it.
Did the guy leave already?
I said I don't understand why people can't have a regular conversation with you. What is so hard about that?
Well, for Jedi, the point that it all went awry was at the point that Jedi pointed out you're measuring a flat Earth, and he had a tacit acceptance that you could measure Earth flat and then infer Earth's sphericity from that flat Earth measurement. Yeah? So then he's whistling past the graveyard. Yeah, we can get an angle measurement from Earth. No worries. That means it's a sphere. That's what he said. Okay. Now, we stop that and separate the two issues. Number 1, you're taking a measurement. Number 2, you're inferring it's a sphere. What's the measurement? Oh, well, the measurement's fine. I know it's 2 angles off a straight baseline, 90 degrees to the star. That's all okay. We can measure Earth flat. No, it's not. That's the end of your argument. But me pointing out that he's just justified why it's okay to measure Earth flat. Why was it okay to measure Earth flat according to this ball believer? That could either chant or run after this was pointed out to him. His own words. Oh, because it's so big. Yeah, we can get an angle. That would be measuring Earth flat. Yeah? That require constant interruption. It does if it undermines your basis for your sphere belief. Because, yeah, we'll measure Earth flat. But that's only because it's a ball. No, you'll measure Earth flat.
Right. Can I ask you a question?
Who?
I'm going to take that as a yes.
No, I said who? Who do you want to ask a question?
You. I want to ask it to you.
Sure. What's your name?
My name is Found TK.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm treading on eggshells. All right, cool. So what's your contention? What's your belief? You believe the Earth is flat?
No, we don't hold a belief. We describe how Earth is measured to people. Were you not listening for the last 10 straight minutes?
So are you saying there's a problem with how the Earth
You
is
don't seem
measured?
to have responded to my
It's just
address.
wrong.
I asked you if you hadn't been listening for the last 10 straight minutes, as I've just spent the last 10
No, I've
straight
been
minutes
listening. No,
detailing to
I've
me
been
that isn't a
listening. I have
belief,
been listening.
and now you're chanting through me when I point out that you've ignored what I've said to you. You asked me something and I answered. Now, when I do that, that's to say give you my time, you piece of shit. I expect you to respond. You asked me something, I said no worries. I asked you your name, you asked your question, and I responded to it. Then you completely ignored it. Now you're just an irritating twat. Someone I've got no respect for, so I'm going to talk to you like a piece of dirt, because that's what you represent to me now. Now, I asked, and I'm hoping you're going to get a response, or you're just going to get a sharp end of my tongue. Yeah? If you weren't listening for the last 10 straight minutes when I described how Earth was measured as opposed to express anything about beliefs, were you not listening is the question.
I was listening.
What part of Earth is measured flat made you believe that you needed to ask me about what I believe in? Are you stupid? New question, are you stupid? Why would you ask about beliefs after detailing measurements for the last 10 straight minutes like a stupid man would do?
Right. So you're saying the Earth
Are
is
you
measured
stupid?
flat.
I didn't express anything about beliefs. Why are you the stupid man asking me about them? Are you
need to calm down.
incapable of listening to the
down.
last 10 straight minutes of me detailing measurements? You're just stupid. Now I'm berating you for your stupidity. Man hears measurements, asks man about belief. Thicko! You haven't been listening for the last 10 straight minutes. That's why you're getting berated. Try and pay attention. Then you won't get told off like a stupid little boy. You hear me? Dumbo! Earth measured flat. No belief involved. Comprende? Laugh it up, you dumb shit. Want to ask me about my belief again, you dumb shit?
So what do you believe?
I don't. I tell people a second time's a charm, right, you dumb fuck? You just asked me the same frigging question 2 minutes ago. I don't. I tell people how Earth's measured, you stupid man. He
So what do you
obviously
know?
doesn't listen.
What do you know
Not only
about-
did he not listen to the last 10 minutes, he didn't listen to the direct answer he had 2 frigging minutes ago. I just answered this question, you stupid retard. You're deaf? I don't express my beliefs, you complete retard. I tell people how Earth is measured, you dumbo. How does it taste being told how stupid you are by me, a flat earther? Did that little chuckle relieve your pain? Because you're demonstrably stupid when you ask me about beliefs after listening to 10 straight minutes. Oh, my bad. Not listening. Like retards do. Incapable of listening. Like stupid people aren't capable of doing. You didn't listen, now you're asking me about beliefs. And being called stupid for it. Enjoy the aftertaste, you dumbo.
So do you think the Earth is round or flat? What do you believe? What
Yo,
do you
dumb
believe?
fuck.
That's-
It's measured that way, you stupid spastic. Are you having me on, you dumb shit? It's measured that way, you dumb
my
shit.
God.
Try
Can you
listening.
answer the question?
Yo, dumb
Answer the
shit.
question.
Yeah, you're getting called a dumb shit by me. Because you didn't listen.
No, fuck you. Bitch.
Yeah. Tell me to fuck you with a failed argument. Share your pain, you little bitch. Share your pain. Yeah, tell me to go fuck myself too. Yeah, you're a dumb fuck asking about beliefs after someone's laid out the measurements of Earth to you and you didn't listen, making you a spastic. And what have you got to say for yourself, spastic? Fuck you. Excellent rebuttal. Nah, son, you're just a spacker. How do my balls taste, spacker? Asking me about beliefs, having not listened to the description of measurements, just makes you demonstrably thick. I hope you enjoy the taste of my balls. How do they taste, son? Do you want to tell me to go fuck myself? You lost badly and were shown to be stupid, asking about beliefs after discussing and not listening to measurements. You understand why you're stupid? Or do you want to tell me to fuck off again? Yeah, I'm laughing at you, son. Laughing at you for being stupid. How does it taste? How does it taste, son? You're demonstrably idiotic. Do you want to tell me how that tastes? Or do you just want to swear at me again? Because I can do that too. With a wry smile as I laugh at how stupid you are. Ask me about my beliefs
You're so
again so I can tell
childish.
you off
You're
again,
debating
maybe.
with no one.
Ask me
You're
about my
just using the
beliefs
same
again.
words.
Ask me about my beliefs again so I can tell you off again. I really enjoyed telling
No,
you
because
off.
you're not even willing to.
You're not going to stutter much, you dumb fuck. Yeah, you are going to stutter like a pathetic little bitch that's being told off. Stutter and stammer for me, bitch. You like swearing at me, do you, little stammery bitch? Yeah? No, mate, you're getting told off by a flat earther for being a dumb fuck. That's what's actually happening here, son. And I'm smiling while I do it, and all you can do is swear at me while you share your pain.
Here we go.
They found, how could you not understand he's a flat earther? He's been on here for the last 2 fucking hours preaching it, you idiot.
Yeah, because he's too stupid to listen. Because he's too stupid to listen. He's dumb as all shit and can't listen.
It's a simple fucking question.
Simple fucking question, man. I was just asking about fucking beliefs after we've talked about measurements for 2 fucking hours. So I'm going to sit here in a little pant because I'm a little 3-year-old who was just asking a fucking question, man. Doesn't mean I'm stupid just because I've asked about fucking beliefs. Yeah, fuck you, man. I want to ask about fucking beliefs, man. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. You're a dumb fuck. You're getting told off by a flat earther for being a dumb fuck. Now you want to have a little paddy rage like a 5-year-old, don't you? Go on, son, have your little rage and swear at us again. Oh, it's really amusing. We'll laugh at you while you do it. Go on, swear at me again while I call you stupid for asking about beliefs because you haven't listened. Did your teachers used to tell you this in your report card? Doesn't listen very well. Is that what he used to say? Touching a nerve? Yeah, dumb fuck. Try and pay attention next time and you won't get told off by a flat earther for being stupid. Like you have. Or would you like to rage some more and swear at me? Throw your dummy out the pram? Because it's just a question, man. It's just a question about beliefs, for fuck's sake. Dumb fuck.
Yeah. Hey, let me can I ask him a question for a second? But just to try to calm it down for a hot second. Is he still there? The guy.
Yeah.
I just asked.
Yo, Dumbo, you still there? Yo, dumb shit, you're being spoken to by someone else. You there, you dumb shit? Hello? Earth to dumb shit. You being talked to? Hello? Oh, he's still incapable of listening.
Why is this retard referring to me as a dumb shit? Why are you talking?
Yeah, because you are a dumb shit. Yeah, I've shown it, and now we're laughing at that fact while you had a little paddy about your question that you just wanted to fucking ask. That's why you're being called a dumb shit, because you just wanted to ask a fucking question, man, about belief. You are a dumb shit. That's why I'm going to call you dumb shit from now on. Know your name. So you're there then, dumb shit. Good job. Go ahead, Chocolate. You can talk to this dumb shit. Go ahead.
Well, dude, I mean, you're asking why is this guy calling me a dumb shit, right? Do you realize what just happened, right? But like somebody else said, we've been here for 2 hours talking about how Earth is measured flat. He directly told you that Earth is measured flat. You said yourself that you were listening. And then the first thing you ask right after that is, do you believe that the Earth is flat or round? Do you not understand why the vitriol is coming out? Because that's dumb. Like, I'm not trying to disrespect you. That's just a dumb thing to do.
Oh, I am. I'm going to disrespect him. I'm going to call him a dumb shit. Yeah? Metaphorically tasting my nuts like he's a video gamer that I've splattered his head open with a shotgun and then just gone up to his dead corpse and teabagged it. I'm going to disrespect you for being a dumb shit. Chocolate's a lot nicer. Me, when I get swore at by people like you who are thick, they taste the sharp end of my tongue with a really big smile wiped over their face. Yeah? No, you'll sit there and rage. Rage about how it's just a fucking question. Pathetic little toddler. That's what I'll be doing. That would be me disrespecting you, by the way. What are you going to do about it? Other than take it like a bitch. Nothing, that's what. You're my bitch. You hear me, thick shit? Hope you do.
He's gone, dipshit.
Sorry, was that justified with a winning argument? Or is that just the thick shit lashing out in defeat? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the latter. Anything else there, Dumbo? Chocolate, just explain why we're calling you stupid. Now, I'll stop if you have 1 ounce of humility and say, yeah, I appreciate now. And no, he's going to start talking through me rather than showing humility. I'll stop calling you a dumb shit after you swore at me with a little barrage of temper tantrum if you can acknowledge that asking someone about a belief after they've explained measurements to you is a stupid question. If you can acknowledge that with a bit of humility, we'll return to a normal level where we don't have to berate you for your intolerant belligerence and stupidity. Can you acknowledge that? It was a stupid question.
The dumb shit has ran away.
Of course he has. Yeah? He doesn't want to be my bitch,
I told
does
you.
he? Of course not. But you all are, you globe-believing numpties that think you've got a decent argument when you ask me about my belief. Yeah, you're just going to get berated. You're going to get your ass ripped through your own throat. And then run away
Notice
like
how it's a
coward
belief
bitches.
and not fact.
Say again? One more time?
You said belief, not fact, bro. Get wrecked.
Yeah, that's what he wants to know about. My belief that I don't have. Well, that was fun.
Chase, we have an individual in here. Chase, would you like to engage a little bit more with Nathan instead of just the little slights? Do you have something to say?
I mean, yeah, I think he's an idiot, but
it's just a
about it.
peanut gallery.
So it's about the guy.
Address
You're
that
gonna
for
just
the
gonna
audience's
talk about
benefit then.
people, then.
So before he's even opened his mouth, that's an ad hominem attack because there's been plenty of arguments that have been heard here,
I've
and it's
already opened
also
my
a
mouth many
poisoning the
times.
well
You just
fallacy as
continue
he
to
chants
talk
through
and
me,
talk and talk. So I'm gonna talk
demolishing his
over you.
fallacy use.
This is-
So he's going to chant through me explaining his fallacy use. There's two fallacies he's just employed before he's even started. One is called second attempt. He's going to chant through it's painful. I'm making him look stupid. I'm going to start highlighting what's happening as he
He
chants through me now.
left.
This is him looking really stupid. This is the pain creeping up on him. He's used a poisoning the well fallacy. That's to say, before he's even made his argument, he's decided to tell my audience that I'm stupid. That's the first thing. That's a fallacy. Second is an ad hominem. That's to say, it's a rendition of a rebuttal in lieu of an actual recitement of the argument with an actual rebuttal attached to it. Instead, he's attacking me, at the man, ad hominem. So poisoning the well and ad hominem is this man's opener. Just so the audience is aware how we're starting this discussion with this man off. Okay, there we go. Excellent.
Interesting. He also ran away.
Yeah, of course.
They're all terrified.
Go ahead.
Who'd have thought that measurements would make people so mad? What is going on?
That's funny. That's all I want to speak about. Is my mic coming in? Mic check.
Yes, Neil. Clear and loud.
Once you go to measurements, there's no longer a belief anymore. I do flooring. I do a lot of measurements. If my foreman asks me to take a measurement of the gymnasium, when I give him that measurement, he doesn't have to believe. It's a measurement. It's done.
Carter, you have any questions for Nathan today?
I just don't know why whenever we have to do celestial navigation on the globe Earth, we can't take tangents. Why can't we do that? Why do we have to say it's a flat Earth when we take a tangent?
Tangent to what?
What? Oh no! 1 second.
Or a
So when you
sphere.
do celestial navigation on the Earth, the first thing you do is you get your height of eye in the harbor. Then, when you're out there, you're trying to find your position. You take out the sextant. When you point to the tangent mirror on the sextant for everyone.
What?
You said you need to do it with tangents. So, okay, we're out at sea. We're on the boat. We've got a sextant. Can you identify where the tangent mirror is on that device, please?
I don't know what that is, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
You're the one making the claim. You said, why can't we do it without a tangent? Okay, well, let's say we
Yeah.
can. With the device that's doing this process, is there a tangent mirror on there?
What is a tangent mirror?
It's your claim that we need to do this with tangents. How are we going to establish the tangent? We're out with a sextant. You say tangent. Okay.
It'd be eye level.
So maybe if you interrupt the rendition number 3, maybe if you interrupt this, that will undo the problem that you're having. You don't know how you'll acquire this tangent, but what you thought you'd blurt it out as being a point of interest for us to discuss. Okay, you say tangent. How the hell do we get that? Is there a tangent mirror on the sextant? No, there is not. Perhaps you'd like to enlighten us what other tool other than a sextant's being used for this tangent that definitely isn't part of the process.
So you're saying people don't use sextants?
Right, and they have tangent mirrors on them.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, because
I'm
it
just
doesn't
saying, like, when you
exist.
do-
Maybe if you were so stupid as to start making an argument
Okay.
about a device you don't know how to use and have probably never even looked up, maybe you wouldn't be groaning like a stupid teenager. I don't know what my claim needs. Oh my God, you need me to back my own claim. I say tangents, and you say the measuring device doesn't have tangent mirrors on it. Are you a teenage boy? Are you a teenage boy?
Yeah, I'm a little kid.
Okay, there's no tangent mirror on the sextant. Do you understand it in that language? Yeah, you
The
didn't know
baseline
that
is
because
your
you don't know what you're
tangent.
babbling
The
about. You don't need
baseline
to
is your
talk through me,
tangent,
my
bro.
son. I'm telling you off now.
The baseline is your
Excuse me, I'm
tangent.
not asking you to talk through me. Yeah, I'm telling you off, you belligerent little child. Yeah, you're groaning about what you don't know because you don't know it. Yeah, we do.
Yes, I do.
Excuse me, you stupid shit. You don't know what mirrors are identified on the sextant that will be making this measurement at sea. You just said, I don't know. Like a teenage brat. Making
do I
up
need to know
crap
how
that
a
he can't
sextant
back, and now
works?
you're
Why do I
chanting
need to
through
know
me.
how a
Am I
sextant
going to have to ask
works?
the server moderator to shut your dumb ass up as you talk through the guy telling
You're
you
just
off?
ad-homming, dude. Like,
Shut
why
up,
should
you
I-
stupid idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how a sextant works. You don't know what we're measuring, but you threw out this word tangent. Yeah? You don't know where it would be acquired. You don't know how it would be useful with respect to the tool that's measuring angles with respect to stars or the sun with. You don't know anything. You're right to chant through me while I'm pointing out how stupid you are. No! Like the other guy, sit down, shut up and listen to a flat earther pointing out how stupid it is to bring up tangency when you don't know how you're going to get it. Huey asks, how are you going to get it from a sextant, the thing that's going to be used? I don't know. So sit down and shut up, you stupid ignorant twat.
I have some teenage speak that he might understand. Dead ass, no cap, there's no tangent mirror.
Another dumbass globe-believing idiot saying, oh, tangents. Was that
Okay.
a buzzword you read in some comment section on Twitter? And now
Can
you think you
not
can
be
throw
so
it out
mean,
amongst the best of us?
please?
He's still
I've been
talking.
so nice.
Still talking in the middle of my question. Yeah, why did you blart this word out if you don't know how you're going to acquire it?
Well, if I presuppose it's a sphere, then I can.
Well,
Why
beg
does
the
it matter?
question. So a
Why do I need
fallacy
to know
then.
how a sextant works again?
Sorry,
Why do I need
excuse
to know
me. I have
that?
just replied to him. He's completely ignored me. So if I assume Earth's a sphere, the thing you're trying to prove. No, that's called begging the question. Second time's a charm. Stupid boy, going to ignore it for a second time. We'll see. You're assuming
Why
the
are
thing
you
you're
so
trying to prove,
upset,
Dumbo.
dude?
Begging the question. That's the conclusion. It wasn't an invite for a response. That's the end. Your argument's void. Assuming antipodal position. No. That's assuming the thing you need to be proving. As opposed to measuring angles with
So wait,
respect
why
to a
do I need to know
horizontal
how
plane. There's the
sextant works
chanting
again?
zealot, idiot boy, belligerent as he is, deciding that while I'm talking's when he's going to be talking. Does that make it a win for you if you start talking in the middle of my sentence, son? No, you stupid boy. No, you stupid idiot. There's no tangency being acquired when you're out at sea measuring with respect to a horizon. That's not a tangent. You didn't know. Yeah, you still think you've got your time to speak while I'm talking, though, don't you, dumb son of a idiot?
Okay, son, you need to know how a section
Why do I need to know?
works. You brought up celestial navigation.
Well, the point is you need to only use a sextant to measure the elevation angle. So that's what you really care about, right?
Okay, what's that?
The angle from the tangent to the celestial body.
Can you define that by citation, please?
I'm pretty sure everyone agrees with that.
Sorry, do you want to cite it or
Unless
not?
you don't think it's a tangent.
Do you want to
or
cite
whatever.
it or do you want to have a little discussion about you not doing that? Are you going to cite it? I've got 20.
Fine, I'll cite it.
Go on then. While he's doing that, I'll read out mine. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design. Angle of elevation formula, definitions and examples. The angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal line and the line of sight which is above the horizontal line. That didn't mention tangent. Let's see if there's any others that mention tangent. Angle of elevation definition. The angle of elevation is an angle that is formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight. If the line of sight is upwards from the horizontal line, then the angle is formed. Then the angle formed is an angle of elevation. That doesn't mention tangent either. What about this one? Principles of Navy Ordnance and Gunnery. Target elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane through the line of sight. That doesn't mention tangency either. None of these mention tangency. I've got another about 15 of them.
It's a synonym.
Sorry, was this a definition that you were lying about getting? Because I'm rattling off my 20 of them that none of them say. Maybe if you just chant through me and tell me it's a synonym when I asked you to get a definition, maybe that would be something that the little boy thinks will overcome my 20 citations, none of which mention tangency. I mean, if it's a synonym, that's obviously him citing that this is what's required when we're measuring a horizontal plane the observer is standing on by definition. He says it's a tangent, he hasn't cited it, I've got 20 that defy that, but now it's a synonym. You stupid little boy. You were asked for a definition. There aren't any that say it's a tangent because it isn't a tangent. Excuse me, zealot chanting boy. Excuse me, zealot chanting boy. It's not a synonym. It certainly isn't being cited by you. I've got 20 that contradict you. You were just wrong, you belligerent little child that think you can chant. And there he is again, as I call him, for being a belligerent little child that thinks he can chant through me. No, son, you're just wrong. You've got no humility, but you can chant and be belligerent through the person proving you wrong. No, it's not a synonym. I can define it. I've got 20 of them. Have you? No, we're not getting a definition from you that says it's tangent. We're getting told it's a synonym now, lying shit, deceitful little boy. So, in actuality, an elevation angle measurement will be, I'm summarising, having won. It's not your invitation to talk through me when I win. No, it's not a tangent. This stupid boy didn't know how you'd acquire at sea. It's not a tangent that you've got a tangent mirror for on a sextant. It's not a tangent because it's a synonym, and it certainly hasn't been cited by him, the lying little shit.
I did.
Excuse me, you lying little shit.
Stop talking. Oh my god.
Oh my god, make it stop! Make it stop! I say it's tangency! Stop talking! No, the one winning with 20 citations that defy the crap you've ranted through me is the one that's going to be concluding that a flat Earth elevation angle measurement is with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Not as this lying little bullshitter. Excuse me, lying little bullshitter. You chanting through the top of the conclusion's not going to alter the conclusion. I'll just keep repeating it. It's a citation. The one I asked you for and then got told it's a synonym. That makes you a Billy Bullshitter. Excuse me, stop chanting through me, Billy Bullshitter. Yeah? No need. So it's the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. That's what will give us elevation angles. You measure them with respect to the horizon because you're describing that as the horizontal plane the observer is standing on when you measure it. You're not measuring with a tangent mirror. He's a Billy Bullshitter. You won't get tangency. It's not part of the definition. It certainly isn't a synonym. He's just a bullshitting little boy. That would be a stony silence, as opposed to an actual response. I know response only when I'm talking, and now I'm summarising that we got a stony silence. He's obviously going to start talking through me summarising that. Yeah, the point that you actually offer a rendition of the conclusion would be in that stony silence you left. So I'll just repeat it. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. They're specifically measured with respect to the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. This man said tangencies. No, definitely not. Just a bullshitter.
Okay, so I searched his citation for the word tangent. It's not there. So Carter, you posted
I'm sorry.
the word tangent in.
Sorry, the guy was trying to offer you owe me a what?
Did you say you're going to get a new source?
Yeah.
So you posted and sourced that doesn't back you up so far. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, I know you don't. You're not going to find a citation for this. Yeah, you just needed a no. Yeah, it doesn't need you keep talking. You just need to say no, and then we can move on with the person who won, me, not you. You need to sit down and shut the hell up.
I'm sorry.
Sit down, shut up, you stupid boy. Laugh it up, you stupid idiot. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. You read off some buzzword from some comment section on Twitter, and thought you had a point
No,
when
I
you said tangency,
didn't.
and now you're chanting
It's
through
your
me again.
bottom.
Don't share your pain through the top of me. You lost badly. Chanting through it won't change it. Being belligerent won't alter the outcome. No, we know you didn't find a citation. You banged out some of the shit some other idiots said in some comment section and thought you were smart. Now you're getting told off as you constantly chant through your loss. We heard, yeah, you didn't manage it. Yeah, I know, I've got 20 that contradict the crap you spouted. Yeah, that you read off a comment somewhere? Tangency! Bagurk! Tangency! Oh yeah, where are you getting that? No, you won't. You won't be getting it from a tangency mirror. You won't be getting it with respect to a horizontal plane the observer is standing on, as defined. You're just a bullshitter. Yeah? That's clear. Not inviting a response, rhetorical, a conclusion. You, Billy Bullshitter, on a ball. Me, righteous in victory. Having defined how Earth's measured, you now taking away my victory dance when you've been told to sit down and shut up. You think that you can chuckle and laugh through the top of the victory dance. No, Dumbo, you get to sit in the dunce corner, having been stupid. That's what you get to do. Yeah, you tried, you said tangent, you lost badly, now you can sit down and shut up.
There's a tangent.
Next!
GPT is
Next!
not a source,
Not you, dunce
idiot.
corner. No one was addressing the dunce corner. Next.
Unless he wants to be educated.
No, he doesn't want to be educated. He wants to tell me he can find a citation for something he made up on the spot. And then when he fails, he thinks he can chant through me concluding that the 20 citations that contradict him need him talking through the top of them. Off to the dunce corner, little boy. Next time, don't blart out tangency if you don't know what it means or how you'll measure it.
I got a question. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved surface?
You don't. You need a flat surface for that. When we got to that with the last guy that ran away, he said, oh, it's okay. We can measure Earth flat. It's only because it's so big. Right on cue. Exactly as I preempted this entire session with, they'll tell you how it's okay to measure flat Earth. It's so big. It's okay to measure it flat. No worries. Yeah, we'll measure it flat, and that's what we'll lean with. And nothing else, because we don't need anything else. Once it's been measured flat, it's measured flat. I don't care about your apologies that it's so big, it don't matter. Oh, well then, it don't matter about your belief in a ball. We'll just take the measurement bit. The flat bit that you know you have to do. After it's pointed out that you'll have to do it and you've said it, you might want to run away or rumpus me for about an hour straight. Because it's very painful for it to be pointed out that you're measuring Earth flat to move forward with your globe belief. You won't want that pointing out again to you, especially when it's your own words. Definitely going to need to obfuscate that for a significant period.
I have an objection with that. It's so biggie. Because the unique thing about a sphere is there are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Yeah. But we need to measure it flat, Neil, and that's how we do measure it. So, you know, that's how the ball has been extrapolated. So that's what you got to suggest. The fact that they whistle past the fact that we're actually measuring Earth flat is neither here nor there to me. I don't care. Believe in what you like with those flat Earth measurements. I don't care. Believe you're on a ball in orbital motion derived from the minimum radial value, elevation angle to Polaris to give you radial value. You can believe that if you want. That's fine. Believe what you like, you dumb idiots.
It was pretty telling that the guy called, what did he say? The curvature was insignificant. Yet that's what you guys believe, that there's curvature, but yet we'll still call it insignificant. Enough that you can't measure it, that it's okay to measure it flat because your curve is insignificant. It's a good word.
Yeah, and that's what turned refracted curvature when he. I'm sorry, Chocolate, but you just reminded me of refracted curvature. He was a baller. He was on our panel till he got a new job. He'll be back, but he couldn't measure curvature, and that's when it clicked. There are no measurements for your curve.
No, the measurements there, sir, are actually calculations derived from the flat Earth measurements that must be in place for them to make the assertion, like surface level in Earth curve maths or eye level parallel with it. Those are flat Earth derivations that start the process of inferring. Non-perspective based geometry infers that Earth curve is below surface level. We've got to measure surface level to infer Earth curve. You need a flat Earth for everything. That's how it's measured. Right, we've got about another 15 or so minutes in this server, and then we're going to toddle on and wave goodbye to politics and thank them for having us. It's been a great time, as always. I've really enjoyed my time here today, I won't lie. I especially like when
Yeah, it's great.
I can unscrew the cap of my disdain. Until they start swearing at me, I can't do that. But once they do, I could, with a big fat smile slapped all over my face. Oh, that's what you want to do you? You want to chastise me and swear at me and call me stupid. Well, at this point, we've been discussing things long enough for me to smile while swearing at you. And when the audience go, oh, no, you said you'd be better behaved. You said you wouldn't swear. And I'm like, no. I'm holding a mirror up to them. That's why I've got a big smile on my face while I'm doing it. There's no disdain. It's a mirror. They don't like it, do they? When I mimic them, especially it's a really highlight and glaring mirror. When I'm mimicking them. No, make it stop. Just stop. Yeah? Now, if they're throwing a few swear words for good measure, I'll just mimic that too. Love it. Great fun. I love this server.
Yeah, but 10 years ago, Nathan, they were treating us like we were dirt. Now the tables have turned, and you're the bad guy because you reprimand them.
I'll only do it when they revert to type. When they start treating me like dirt, oh man, I'll open the fury gates. They'll just get thrown wide open and you'll get both barrels. Yeah? To the point that you shut down or run. Because what are you going to do? Lash out in vitriol, swearing and laughing, like the last guy did when he's asking me about my belief? Nah, man, not at all. Your swearing and raging through me won't be stood. It'll just be a mirror held up to you. That's all I'm going to do.
It's a blast having you here. I know that you gave a lot of compliments about how we got polished, but it's great to have a break and get like a celebrity flat earther, or internet famous, someone you're really well known outside of the community, because it gets an idea that hey, you guys can talk to other people and you can. It's not just they have to be like they get stuck here in this server. They can branch out and try other places too.
Yeah, it's nice to be out of our quote-unquote echo chamber, which must be boycotted because of the mute button. I mean, obviously people have been muted here for the exact same reasons, if not less, than we would mute them. But that's obviously just the mute button that wins us these arguments, as has been alleged. Oh, that's a bit of a problem here, of course, that undoes that entire argument. So it's lovely to be here. Very relaxing. Yeah, I get chanted through. But you mods won't stand it. There's a point that you'll step in because you're like, this is unreasonable. Yeah, you've said something stupid. Yeah, they're going to call you stupid. Yeah, we'll explain to you why you've been called stupid. And if you keep chanting and ranting, you get muted. It's only reasonable in any server. I'm sure every politics section is run the same. This is a whole server that's got all sorts of subjects coming along. So there's no argument from the ball side when they start muting us because they can't bear to hear it the 5th time. If I can just mute it and shut it down by talking through it the 6th time, maybe we'll move on. Make it stop. Just stop talking. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I love coming here. But I don't want to outstay my welcome, and I do want to be welcome back next Friday. So with that, I'm going to bid you all farewell in the politics server. Thank you very much for having us.
Said 15 minutes. Yeah. That wasn't 15.
15 minutes.
Yeah, but it'll take 15 minutes to actually get you guys to all thank them for having us. We're actually down to 8. I want to be here for about 4 hours tops. 3 hours.
Looks like the real show kicked off after you said, that's the end of my show. Then they all came out of the woodwork and really got smoked.
Yeah,
I have my source.
Same pattern on our server. Exactly the same. It's partially the reason I have the after show. Right, I'm going to thank you guys. Thank you very much for having us in politics. Hopefully you'll have us back with good cheer next Friday.
CQE, he's getting slick. He started at 6 o'clock this morning.
I knew it.
Don't you see?
Just literally thank you. Discord server. I'm hearing Neil. Try that again. Thank you so much, politics Discord server that's not called Neil, for having us again. Hopefully you'll have us back next week with good cheer.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to have you today, Nathan, man. Look forward to next Friday as well. Today was really funny. Today I'm going to take the phrase away and make it stop. Yeah, you chuck yourself in the gears and make it stop, mate.
Just asking a question, man. Just asking a fucking question, man.
You wait a minute. You wait a minute.
The guy said he has his source.
Yep.
Y'all missed
It's in
it.
the chat.
Are we back to
Go on then,
tangency?
Kai. What's your...
Oh no, I don't mind opening the
It's
door
a
for you.
elevation calculator, and it uses a tangent.
Right,
Over
elevation
civil
calculator.
engineering?
Right, elevation off what?
From the surface.
So elevation from surface level.
Sea level.
That would be flat Earth elevation from sea level then. So it's two straight lines. One is along the sea level, and this proves that we're flat. Excellent. It's obviously you conceding to how we measure Earth flat with sea level and the elevation angles with respect to surface level. That's level. That's having no part higher or lower than the other, so it can be a straight line for an angle. Welcome to Flat Earth. With that, like I say, I'm going to bid farewell to this Discord server, and hopefully they will definitely welcome us back next week, but I'm going to get toddling along to our own server in maybe a bit of a round out for us in our own little server. But once again, thank you very much, Politics Discord server, for having us. Hopefully we'll see you next week.
Oh.
Are you having a show today, QE?
No.
Oh, I plugged a show that's not going to happen. Sugar.
Hey.
For some reason, I thought there was going to be a QE live. Eli.
On Friday?
Eli, can you mute? Yeah, I thought you were having a Friday show. I thought that's what Adam said yesterday. There's going to be a Friday show.
No, not my show.
Oh, okay.
No, he said Saturday we have ball busters.
Okay. I wonder where Adam is. I haven't seen him today.
Thanks for the plug.
Yeah, no worries. I always get it wrong. I either don't plug it or I plug it when it's not even in existence. Not very useful for you. I did plug Ballbusters though as well. Oh, and the Quantum Eraser channel in general. I said if there's not a show because I've got it wrong, just go and watch something else there. So I did kind of do a good plug.
Thank you.
Yeah, fun was had by all today. I thought that was a good session in politics.
You think he's looking for the tangent mirror?
Shut up, Neil. I'm talking to... I'm only joking.
I didn't even hear Jedi. I felt bad.
It wasn't... You weren't supposed to hear Jedi. It was me saying thank you so much to politics for having us. And then I waited and you were like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I'm inviting them to say thanks and goodbye. Eventually,
Oh,
I just...
no, I'm talking about the other time. I got yelled at 3 times today.
I'm sure they were all justified, were they not?
Well, the other one was I didn't hear when Jedi came in. So.
Oh, it's become a meme now, Neil, and you know it.
Of course. I don't get these people.
There's a lot to take in, as QE said last time. Yeah, there's a lot for them to process and digest. It just pours out of them, though, really, doesn't it? Their pain. Just an effing question, man. It's just an effing question. That makes you look really stupid. No, it's just a question, man.
I can't believe he asked that question like 3 times in a row. That was ridiculous.
They get
Yeah, but Nathan nailed the teenager. You nailed him. He was dead silent when you asked him that. I was like, well, we know he's a teenager.
Dead ass, no cap.
Yeah, and then you started talking to him. What's the generation they call teenagers now? What are they?
Is it Gen Z?
Gen Z.
Or is it...
Yeah,
okay.
talking to him in Gen Z speak. Very funny.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thought it was funny.
I did too.
It must hurt, like when they are trying to describe, you know, how the globe's measured, and they're talking about angle measurements and elevation angles and altitude above sea level. So they must, as they're doing this and telling you this, And in the back of the mind, they're processing, well, I'm not actually describing curvature here. I'm telling them about an elevation angle. And that must hurt. And that's where my Trevor poem's going to be heading with psychological dilemma, because they must be in a psychological dilemma
You need
at
to
this
do
point.
it while you're doing it. Think
Yeah,
about.
but it got past us for many years.
Yeah.
Have you heard Stan by Eminem?
Yeah.
Got, like Dido singing the melody. Well, when you're writing it, try and have Stan playing in the background to give you the mood, the right kind of character.
What an excellent idea!
Do you know what I've already done, and by just naturally doing it, and I don't know why I did this. I've done it in a Cockney accent for some reason. Like, all right, my name's Trevor. I've always considered myself relatively clever, but lately I'm finding myself in a psychological dilemma. And I've just found myself doing it in this Cockney voice, this rhyming slang for some reason. But yeah, I'll have a look at that as well.
You want a shifty Cockney geezer doing it, do you? I love it.
Yeah, my name's Trevor. I've always been relatively clever, but now I'm in a psychological dilemma. So that's what I'm going to be doing like that.
Yo, that's going to be a good one. Get to work on it.
It made me laugh though, because I was practicing. I've not finished it. I was just getting things down, but I was doing it the other day, and the Cockney accent went from Cockney to Welsh to Indian within 2 sentences. So I'll have to work on that.
Well, you got a pretty good idea. You should do all accents because the dilemma, it's global.
Yeah, true, mate. Yeah.
Did you notice what the politics mods were doing? So there's obviously going to be points when there's just stony silences, and I got the impression that they want to hear a Glober getting hammered. You know, they just want it. So the guy that's rinsed and repeated 3 or 4 times are like, oh, let's just throw him back into the ring. He's keen. Watch him in with a bloody nose, get him back on the stretcher and get him out again.
Let's bounce him off the ropes into your Superman punch, right?
Yeah,
The leg drop.
Just chucking him in the ring.
Have you seen that one sport in like this, I don't know, this weird country where they fight each other, and then once the fighter gets knocked out, they revive them. They spend like a minute reviving them, and then they fight again.
That sounds
No
brutal.
way.
That sounds absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah. In some like
But
European
that's what we
country,
do,
like
Nathan.
Oh, I'll tell you something that amused me. So I like to watch shorts videos, right? You flick through them if they're boring and go through hundreds of them. It's like TikTok, but on YouTube. And in one of the shorts videos, or lots of shorts videos, I'm not going to lie, lots of people are talking about boycotting the Olympics. I'm not watching, I'm not getting involved. It's either because of the transsexual agenda that's obviously being punted in this case in the opening ceremony, or it's an anti-Christian reason. There's a whole bunch of them. There's all sorts of people. Now, I've got no particular interest in the Olympics whatsoever, so I'm completely neutral in this regard. I don't care. I'm not boycotting it. I don't care either way. I mean, it means I won't be watching it, but I wouldn't have been anyway, so it doesn't really affect me. But what amuses me the most is these exact same people who say they're going to boycott it are the first to give coverage on it. So the most recent one was, like I say, I can't list any off by name, but plenty of people that are familiar to me for saying I'm boycotting it, then saying, look at the travesty of this female boxing match. Now, I probably said enough for people who are familiar with what's going on in that particular corner of the Olympics to say no more, or if you don't know, look it up. But it's like, aren't you supposed to be boycotting it for this reason in some cases? Why are you reporting on it? All you're doing is saying, I'm not going to watch, I don't want to take part. Now, give it to all of this audience. You all have it. Look how outraged I am by it. It's like, if you're going to boycott, man, if you're going to be that guy, be the whole guy and do it all the way and actually boycott it. Then you won't be reporting on it good, bad, or indifferent. But that's what a boycott is, a legitimate boycott. But yeah, I don't know, it just amused me that they're up in arms when they're supposed to be boycotting. Anyway.
Yeah, commit to the bit, right? Like either boycott it or don't. That happens a lot with like other YouTube channels. They'll like a bunch of the Star Wars fans. They'll review all the Star Wars shows they hate.
Yeah, as long as you're not saying that you're going to boycott it, you know, we can express our extreme fury to Disney. That's cool. As long as you buy a ticket, Disney won't care. But if you stop talking about it and stop reviewing it and stop giving it your attention and don't buy a ticket, then that is bad. Eventually, that's that's a slippery slope to failure. And that's the case with some of specifically Disney's releases over the last 2 or 3 years. You know, the ones that came out when they had a writer's strike on, a lot of the films were fundamentally ignored and lost millions because it wasn't an incited boycott. It's just people did not want to watch and voted with their feet, and then it cost them a lot of money. And they're like, oh, people voted with their feet. They didn't want to see this woke garbage. All right, well, we better learn our lesson or it'll cost us 50 million or 200 million or whatever the current price of a film. Probably 500 million in modern times. I don't know. But a lot of money. Well, that's all that speaks, isn't it? If you don't like the Olympics and you want to boycott it, don't watch it. And if everybody took the same attitude because everyone just went, oh, this stinks, I can't stand this, no one would watch and it would fade into obscurity. People love to moan.
It gets the clicks.
Been talking to the Aussies and it's like the coldest it gets there. Whereas we are in the height of summer. It's absolutely boiling. Sweat is pouring off me. I don't know if you guys realised or not, but just out of convenience, my wife was out watching it play, my youngest daughter's play, which meant I could start an hour early. Well, a couple of times AJ said, like an hour before you start your Friday show, they're all in here giving it all that. It'd be nice if you could come a bit earlier because the Australians tend to be here just before you start your show, which is a bit late for them. So I thought, okay, fine, I'll go in and I'll have a listen to what giving it all that actually entails. And I got to listen. And at one point, I was like 40 minutes in or something. I thought I should really give a colour commentary to this. If I go on server mute in politics server, me and Neil can have a chat about how hilarious some of these claims are that are coming from the ball believers. But as soon as I did, I started doing a little overdub, if you will. AJ was like, oh, Nathan, because presumably saw me go on mute in the server. Thought, oh, is he disappearing? I better get him involved. But yeah, there was quite a few, oddly enough, the same people who were in the live show. I'm glad you're
Nathan, hey
okay.
everyone.
Hey, Brian.
How come the force of MacTown and all these people don't turn up to counteract the flat earth force that's joining the politics over on a Friday?
I don't know. Maybe it's because they prefer to be in their echo chambers with their edited videos.
That would seem the case.
Isn't that what they claim we do? I mean, we literally run an open forum daily. And that's not enough. So we go out of our open forum that we invite anybody from the public to join into other that aren't our public open forums. And that's not enough either. I mean, what are we going to do? Well, I'll tell you, lose. We don't, so they don't come.
Doesn't matter who you've got now. I mean, any evidence will either be a flat Earth evidence or it won't be anything to do with the measurement of Earth anyway. It's hilarious now. It's getting really hilarious.
They threw everything away. They had to. When I guess because of Black Swan and now Measured Flat, and they work together, what else could they have, outside of tactics, outside of character assassination and denial.
Well, they've got a really big globe that looks flat. They did measure it at one point to the horizon, but now it's too big to do that, and they can use it as a flat reference plane.
You summed it up nicely, actually, Adam. Outside of the tactics, as you put it, what do they have? Well, nothing. It is only the tactics now, and eventually, because we've dealt with the tactics for so long, we can highlight the tactics, point out the fallacies. Like when the guy comes in, well, Nathan's just a bit of a stupid idiot. I was going to talk, but it's like, stop! Poison in the well, ad hominem. And that guy's the guy that's going to run away. Because without the tactics, what have they got? Unless they weaken my position with an ad hominem poison in the well fallacy, where are they going to go from there? They need my position weakening before they've even opened their mouth with an argument or a rebuttal. Pathetic. Tactics is all they have. It's not really tactics, it's fallacy.
You guys missed it this morning. Nathan was in rare form. They were coming in one after the other, and Nathan was hammering them down. Great job.
Yeah, it was all in the pre-show, though. That was a bit of a shame, because it all went quiet then, didn't it? Because all the people that were going to put up a fight had already put it up in the pre-show, and then it was all quiet in the live show.
Well, what happened was you were really breaking it down, how Earth is measured flat, and how they charted what are the known lands now, and how now they're going into space for the soil in the sky. And that guy was paying attention, and that irked the shit out of them.
Yeah, it's the second time you said that. I obviously didn't pick up on it because I was saying it at the time, and you're not really gauging the vibes of the interruptions. You're just like, okay, what's your issue? What did you want to say? But if you're picking up on that vibe, I'll take your word for it. I'm sure I'll pick up on it too when I re-listen.
But that sounds like it's a double whammy, because you're telling them the actual Earth's flat and it's measured like that, and then in the second uppercut to the jaw, you're telling them the space up there doesn't exist; it's out there. So you've knocked them out twice.
I mean, I don't know that there is more space out towards the horizon. Again, it would be speculation. In the same way the guy 500 years ago with the known territories mapped for him doesn't know what's beyond the wall on the map. You don't know what you don't know. And if that guy 500 years ago said, well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be more land beyond that claimed to be wall on our map, and then lo and behold, they find the new worlds, you're like, yeah, but before they did, he didn't know. And I don't know. But they want us to lean on that speculation so they can ridicule the speculation rather than focus on how we actually did map the world. How we did find new worlds. How they were called new worlds in space. Like, bloody hell. 10 years, man. It's a good position to be in.
Yeah, it's better now than it was 5-6 years ago. Because it's at first you realize it, and then you kind of know it, and you learn all these little things about it. But like you've really found the thing that's undeniable. I mean, you want to talk to the Glober about how they're going to measure. You're going to be measuring a flat Earth first. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, but 5-6 years ago, we were whistling right past sea level as well.
Yeah, we were whistling past sea level. We were whistling past Earth so big I'm okay to measure it flat. We'd start arguing about well, no, you need to be claiming that Earth has a physical sphere edge. We'd start telling them how they should be claiming it's a sphere, rather than actually realising that they've just told us they'll measure it flat, but that's all good.
And you'd whistle past Eratosthenes and start concentrating on local light and far away light, rather than pick up that it was an elevation angle measurement in the first place.
Exactly. We were whistling past it. So in many ways, we were ignorant too. So it's totally unreasonable for us to say, why are you so dumb? Why aren't you realising this? When we just lay it out to them once. It's like we had it laid out to us in our opposition's argument hundreds of times and we didn't spot it. But they'll get called dumb if they're going to swear or lose their temper or want to chant through the rendition of their loss. Yeah, then we'll do it back at them. Like I say, it's just holding up a nice big mirror.
No, but
we needed to whistle past all of that because that's what makes the argument now so much more devastating. We concentrated, we went the other way for so long that we had to make ourselves realize what it is that we were doing. That's what happens. You're supposed to progress, right? That's the progression of our argument. Look at their argument. Look how it's regressed into, oh, yeah, it's a, yeah, you can measure it because it's so big, or science doesn't prove things, or you know, you get a curve from a, you can get an angle from a curve. Look at their argumentation and look at ours.
Yeah, but we didn't have anybody explaining it like Nathan's explaining it now, like we all are. We didn't have that.
Every time I say something, you got it, yeah, but I don't understand it.
No, I'm saying today it's a little different now. Like when refracted started breaking it down, we got it, right? So we're breaking it down for them, but they're not getting it. We got an excuse
Anyone
for
else as
whistling
well.
past it. We was ignorant.
I mean,
Take
it's
your time.
getting it's been easy enough to see, and that's been true since my beginning. But like you notice that we don't have as many people coming and being like, okay, well, I'm going to ask a few questions and probably going to get some pushback, and then I'm going to become a flat earther. It's way more. I'm going to ask a few questions and then I'm just going to become a flat earther. It's easier for us to explain to the people every day that the 90 is important. You know, the measurement is only from 90. And the more people that kind of understand that, the more people can say it. And it's you know, it's a telephone situation.
I do think, though, you're still in with the why would be like to normal people, you know, because I've had this conversation with some friends of mine and about the other day, and they understand exactly what I'm saying, but they're still not flat earthers because it can't be true what you're saying one deck. Yeah, you know, we understand what you're saying about this sea level and elevation angle and measuring to and from Polaris, you know, 90 degrees to 0 degrees. I can understand the straight lines and everything that's needed, but I'm still a glober because, you know, that's just the way it is. That's because why would they lie?
No, they'll tell you it doesn't prove anything either way.
Yeah. I was just going to say, but Brian knew years ago.
I did know years ago. That's not a lie. But besides that,
I know.
When you prove that all the measurements of Earth, when they're measuring Earth, regardless of the process, any process that measures Earth, when you go through it and you prove, see, they're measuring it as a flat plane, you're told, but that doesn't prove anything either way. That's literally what you get told.
How's it going with the pitch data?
Oh, I'm being told I should go off and get it now. I should get it. Not the guy who has loads of money and is willing to put it forth for truth. Get your own pitch data. Because they can't deal with it.
Yeah, he doesn't want it, does he? Because it's going to.
Yeah, he's disingenuous. Tells you where he's at.
Yeah.
But that was the whole purpose of it, because I never expected he would do it. The whole purpose of it was for him to come up with any reason to avoid addressing it, which he did. That's all I needed.
You forced him into showing his hand, Brian.
But yeah, he says he wants to spend money for truth. Then when it comes down to him spending money on objective truth, he's not. He wants a reason to not address, not even watch a video. No, he knows. He's fully aware of what the videos are about. He just wants to have. He wants to have some excuse so he can say, "I never saw them." You know what I mean? That's what he wants.
Who?
The man, what's his name?
Duffy.
The Antarctica guy.
Oh, Duffy. Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. Or any publicity is good publicity. When he had someone ranting at him about how wrong he was nodding along. When that same person, I think it was the guy from the Tartarian channel, was saying, "Oh, well, Earth's like a bowl with flat water in it." He was like, yeah. Oh, and Jaren's behind the experiment. You know, he's not interested in anything. Just as long as he's getting his plug on as many channels as possible. Yeah, you can put your concerns about it to me. And I'll listen to him. Then completely ignore him and tell you how I've got a few big name flat earthers on board. So you need to take this seriously. I'll reiterate how I'm spending thousands of dollars on it. What's that? Earth's flat and I need to accept that. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. So you just need to maybe do a crowdfunding to get yourself down there. He's got no motivation towards the actual subject. Only motivation is to plug the event.
Yeah, but I have to slightly disagree with you there because he did make a point of only being willing to watch the video I sent him with conditions. Now that's not someone who doesn't care. That's someone who doesn't want to deal with that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, read into it whatever you like. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Wait a second. Hold on. He don't want to. What'd you say about watching the video on the conditions? I didn't get that.
He offered a conditional acceptance to Brian. He basically said, I will watch your video detailing a cut and dry way of describing the Earth in terms of its positional data with pitch, if you concede that azimuthal equidistant projection of a flat Earth will be debunked if we see a 24-hour sun.
So I have to give him a...
Really?
Yeah. I said I have an email from him. Yeah. He's only willing to watch the video if I concede to some heap of nonsense. If I concede that him seeing a 24-hour Antarctic sun in the southern summer debunks his globe projection. That's basically what he was asking. But it doesn't matter. It's just any excuse. He just wants to have some kind of nonsense there. Either get some rubbish concessions that don't mean anything out of someone, either out of me, or have a reason for him not to watch the video. If he's willing to come on,
so it's accept my affirming the consequence fallacy, or and then I'll watch your video. Okay.
Yeah, it's like he's stating that he's willing to spend money for truth. He wants truth, and he's willing to spend money to find this truth of whether the Earth is a globe or is flat. And I give him an objective way to do it. Way better, way safer, way, like, totally objective way, and he won't even watch the video without conditions. So, that's what you're dealing with. Whatever is going on in the Antarctica situation, I don't know. But I can tell you for certain that this man is not interested in truth. That I can't tell you.
Fair enough. Yeah, once you've gone through the reasoning behind why and affirming the consequent won't prove anything, if someone just ignores that, like, well, we've got a justifiable reason to lose all interest in what he's claiming. Which pretty much I already had, if I'm honest. People cover him in their videos and we do responses to them, as opposed to us concerning ourselves, particularly with what Will Duffy does. Know what I mean? You know what I mean?
If you do see like a 24-hour sun, does that mean you can obtain the elevation angle from a curved surface?
No.
Only mocking.
there's so many things about Antarctica that we've heard that I would need to have a little bit more information on. I need a lot more confirmation. I need to know that Antarctica is wider than the equator, because that seems that seems pretty big to me. I would like to know if they're at the South Pole and which South Pole they would be at, because in the studying that we've done, we're looking at least 3 or 4 imaginary ones, at least. What else we got? There's just so much to wonder about, right?
Well,
but it's all
wouldn't you need a
just gonna
globe
come
to have a
from
South
flat.
Pole?
No, go ahead. My bad.
No, I'm just saying, wouldn't you need a globe to have a South Pole? Like them claiming they're going to the South Pole doesn't mean anything because they have to produce their globe to even claim
That's
that.
part of it. That's
So,
part of it. Is I
yeah,
remember there's the island off of Antarctica that they were going to go to a few years back, and that was just part of it. I was like, well, why are you going to go there instead of into the middle of Antarctica, right? Because you're going to go, you might as well go the whole way. And even that's supposing a globe. I know I really don't like this because it's all just it's all so silly in the end to me. They're trying to reedify a map that has been made from flat into a globe and then mapped back out flat. And they say that they use it and they say that it's wrong. And they say that since it's flat, it's ours. It's just a very messy narrative to me.
Yeah, it is. But with enough layers of nonsense, people won't see it. It just becomes too complicated for them. So they just say, oh, I just don't understand it. But I'm sure it's right. Consensus says it's right.
well, what they do is a bit like waking up in the morning and making a point of not looking in the mirror and walking out the front door and telling yourself you're an athlete. Whereas if you looked in the mirror, it would be very obvious that you're not. Do you know what I mean? Or as you're walking out the front door, you're smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's what they're doing. They have to completely deny the whole origin of their paradigm, or any origin, any part of the actual origin of the paradigm, anything that is a measurement in any way, shape, or form. They must deny that, the initial one, to then claim it later on, kind of thing.
But when you're given a take-home test when you're a kid, I don't know if they have that type of thing in Ireland, but sometimes they would give you like a test to take home, right? They've given you the conclusion already. Are they ever? Are you or anybody ever concerned with the origin of it or the conclusion of it?
Are you saying that it's like giving you the answers to what do you mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They've given you the answer already. The answer is Earth is round. Earth is a globe, right? You're standing on a sphere. That's the answer. They're not concerned with the origin of where that came from. They're only concerned with the conclusion. That's how the magic works. This is why they don't like us right now, very, very badly, because we're dealing with the origin. They just want the conclusion.
Yeah,
I think you passed
exactly.
I'm sorry. I think you passed the part where you have to prove it. I think you've already kind of proven it. I think it's kind of the point where we're just dealing with the rest of the fantasy. You know, they have nothing, so what they're gonna rely on is to put they're nothing onto us. Which is good because that makes us kind of in a different category. We're not so much in the proving flat Earth, but showing how easy it is to show how flat it is. You know, it's not so much proving it; it's more showing how to prove it.
Which is the point of the pitch data. That's been my point with it all along. Is that pitch data proves it. That's why Wolfie has spent. Wolfie's here since 2016. That's 8 years ago now. Next year is 9 years, and he's refused point blank to ever get that data. Trevor Austin, another pilot, who claims now to be retired. His claims of retirement started when I was looking for pitch data and started questioning him about the lift effect. You know what I mean? Like there was two or three other people who were claimed commercial pilots. They're not around. Like pitch data.
Things
What's
that could
wrong?
have helped.
Why all the excuses? Sorry?
Things that could have helped their case and their cause, but they neglected to bring it.
Yeah, if you have a video that proves you're innocent of an armed robbery and you're in court and you have this video that supposedly proves, it will prove or disprove whether you're innocent or not, and you won't produce it, what the hell is that? If it proves you're innocent, which means if pitch data proves the globe, then let's see it. No, they won't show it.
The pilot that I mentioned, the one that came up that one day and told us all about how he's got an instrument that can detect the Coriolis effects.
Yeah.
I wish that guy would come back. Please come back, guy. Please tell us all about your Coriolis effect instrumentation on your plane. Something that can detect an apparent deviation from the ground. Please come back.
Wolski claimed that as well. Sorry, Wonder.
I'm not even thought about what I was going to say here, so it might sound crap. But you know, it's all very well saying, yeah, we're going to go down there and, you know, look at the sun in the sky. You don't know, like you say, where they are, what they're using. There could be trickery involved, like you know there is. You've seen videos of this being done anyway, and trickery. So there must be some other way. I mean, you could now, what I suggest, say, well, that could be false anyway. But well, you know, like the arm.
Fucking nothing.
Nice running.
Oh, sorry, I was off mute. And it's not the
Share with the
Coriolis
class.
effect, it's the Coriolis. It's not Coriolis anymore, chocolate. We've been mispronouncing it for years. It's the Coriolis.
What?
Go on, Coriolis.
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 Yes.
Dwayne Allman from the Lore Lodge. He called it Coriolis because he goes out on the water. He likes weather.
It's like from The Godfather, Don Coriolis.
And what was funny, Chocolate, you don't know about this because you probably didn't watch the Ball Busters when we were covering that a couple of weeks ago. Is right after this guy's called the Coriolis effect, what was it? Coriolis, right? We started calling him Don Coriolis. This guy came in who sounded like he was Italian and he was a baller, trying to argue, and he pronounced it the Coriolis effect as well after he had heard the other guy pronounce it that way. So it's like as if Don Coriolis turned up, literally.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I should rename it Curviolus.
I'm gonna make you a curve you can't refuse.
The Spiniolis effect.
Poor rotation. Rotation doesn't get argued anymore. Oh, they're too focused on telling us how we can't even see the curve, which is the first thing they're supposed to argue about. Oh, no, they're too focused on telling us that it's too big to measure that. The poor rotation of the spherical Earth got left in the bin. Oh, so sad.
Well, if people want to know just how much contempt the ballers have for ye, just remember that they're trying to tell ye and us, for years, that we live on what experience would give us as a flat stationary plane because it's a rotating globe. So you have to. There has to be a large percentage of them out there who are purely BSing us. There has to be. They can't all be as so thick that they actually believe that all the evidence that we have for reality, which points towards a flat stationary plane, means that we're on a rotating globe. There has to be a large amount of them that are pure lawyers.
There's a quote from a movie in '99 called The Item. It says, when you know when a liar is lying, it's kind of like knowing the truth. And I've always gone off that. Just when you know how they lie, when you know their tactics, when you know their responses, because it's programmed. You know, you don't want to be racist about it, but a glober's a glober. You know, we all have the same story put in our mind at first. Whether there might be a little difference in how we justify that story from looking into the ocean and being like that's flat, but I guess it goes round. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. They take flat plane measurements, right, and measurements of non-rotation, right, measurements of stationary Earth and a rotating sky. And they then try and present them to, and have done for years, try to present them to us as proof of a rotating globe. Now, obviously, there is a good percentage of them that are just thick, but there has to be a large percentage out there, or at least a good percentage, who are pure lawyers. Absolute outright lawyers who have nothing but contempt for you, who are hoping you'll believe their lies, as that makes them feel clever if you do.
Just wanted to ask, can Quantum Eraser explain what was his point in comparing a difference between like a very small version of a millimeter and just a millimeter, and how is that exactly relevant to Sigma Octantis? Like, what is the analogy?
Oh, I was trying to put you both together with your pole star. I didn't see your first comment. You said no, the pole star isn't that, so that's on me. Sorry about that. Nobody said the constellation of the pole star, so you're good to go with that. But you got a problem. Is 0.00000000000000000001 still not that much smaller than 1 millimeter?
I would say that how much smaller something is in general, so like quantities like smaller, bigger, taller, shorter, are kind of dependent on the relative scale you apply. Like, for
Yeah,
example,
the relative scale is millimeters. That's where we're
okay.
applying it.
Yeah, so it is definitely much very big difference between these two.
Yeah, that was my point, but that's not to you because you didn't say that. So, and good on you
Okay.
for coming in.
Yeah, no problem.
That's.
To be honest, I was
didn't.
also confused where did Vax get that argument from originally, because it seemed to come like randomly. I didn't even claim nothing
Oh, yeah.
near
The
that.
context. Yes, the context of that argument was right around 2016, and it was in relation to TOR levels, gas pressure.
Okay.
But still, conceptually, on the scale of millimeters, that's what he wrote to me, by the way. Would you like to see the post?
Yes, why not?
Who is that? Gator?
Yeah, it was Negator. Chocolate remembers it. All right, 1 second. Let me see if I can scare it up. And like I said, kudos to you for coming in, standing up. All right, I give you that.
Yeah, thank you. I like discussing. This isn't a problem for me.
Okay. Where do I got that monkey? I posted it on the show the other day. I know I got it. Of course. Not there. 1 second. Let me. I know. Let me just search for it. There it is.
Embo, are you getting octantis and sigma octantis confused? Because you know they're two different things, right?
No.
Octantis is just what in your paradigm's a circumpolar constellation, kind of like Ursa Minor or Ursa Major.
Ursa Minor. It's Ursa Minor, even.
Big Dipper and Little Dipper.
I've never had it confused in the first place. I always knew this, like a star is something different than a constellation, so you're kind of arguing against something I've never claimed in the first place.
You said sigma octantis is the equivalent to Polaris. And then you're showing me pictures of octantis and not sigma octantis. I mean, you do see the little dot in your picture, right? That's supposed to be the southern pole. Nowhere near where octantis would be.
The pole is inside of the area of the constellation Octantis.
No, it's not. Octantis isn't near the pole. It's on the outside of the pole, kind of like Ursa Minor, or Ursa Major, Big Dipper. It's same with Cruz. You're going to say that the Southern Cross is the southern pole now? They're not.
No. In astronomy, where you have the borders of the constellations, they aren't only composed of like the stars that are historically a part of these lines that you connect to make a constellation. They made at some point, like I believe in 19th century, like official borders of constellations that are even outside of these lines, and these are like simply borders in the sky. Like they create an area, and even the stars that are outside of these main lines of constellations, they are still ascribed to some of the one constellation, and the pole lies inside of the borders of Octantis. If you like have a map of the sky, you Google it. The South celestial pole will be inside of the area of the constellation Octantis.
So you're equating octantis as like the same thing as the Little Dipper. There's no point in octantis that is stationary.
There is the South
And
celestial.
like I said, Sigma Octantis, which is the tiny little invisible constellation that you can't see, is what's claimed to be the southern equivalent to Polaris. You're talking about Octantis, which is, again, Yeah, we all know different cultures have different shapes, but that doesn't mean anything. It's literally Octantis and Sigma Octantis aren't the same. You notice Octantis kind of looks like a triangle? It's that little, like on that white paper plate disc thing that you sent. You got Octantis right there. The center of that little.
The Octans was basically the ancestor of the sextant, so it basically looks like it, and sextant looks like a triangle. The octant was a navigation instrument that is the ancestor of the sextant, and it basically looks the same, so it looks like a triangle, because you know how sextant looks.
What in the world are you? What does that have? An octant? What does that have to do with Octantis?
Nothing.
Just because the words are similar?
No, this was just like a fact.
Okay. Yeah, and supposedly, I think windshield wipers were invented by a female. That's just, I guess, that's what we're doing now?
No. Okay, let's go back to the point. So, in both of the hemispheres, you have one point that is the center of the rotation of the sky. This is called the celestial pole. You always have... Yeah, so you have some stars that are close to this pole, both in the north and in the south, but the stars are never in the very center of the pole. Because they are close, you can have, and if you like make a photograph and a pattern of how close they are to this center, you can align them in a pattern, and by that method find the very, very center.
You know how I do that where I live? I just look at Polaris. I don't need to take angle measurements in between two separate constellations to find where the center point would line up. That's the whole point I was getting at. There's no southern equivalent to Polaris. For some reason, you seem to think Octantis is, when Octantis is quite obviously off your picture, not even in the center.
Polaris isn't either. It's not in the center.
This would be only good if you don't need to have like an accuracy, for example. It is only good if you want to have like accuracy of simply vaguely determining what is your latitude. But if you, for example, wanted to make a surveying and professionally determine what is your latitude using that, you would have to apply a correction, because Polaris also makes a circle. But because this circle is very small compared to other stars, because it's relatively close, you can use it without corrections if you don't need that big accuracy.
So that change the fact you have no celestial pole star that's stationary, like you do in the north.
Polaris isn't stationary either. It makes a small circle.
It makes a small circle by how much?
About half a degree.
About half of a degree. So that would be...
Flat Earth measurement.
So because 1 degree corresponds to 60 nautical miles in the ground, in grand terms, this would be half of that, so 30 nautical miles of error at best.
Sounds like somebody woke up. Was that Nathan that woke up?
Well, I was asking you to pause it for a second, but you don't. I think you told me.
Pause what? We ain't pausing anything. This is live. EMBO's in here talking.
Where are we? Where are we?
Where are we? I thought you were playing something.
4 minutes to Wapner. That's what I'm playing.
I thought you were playing something. I thought that was a video you were. I thought that was something, a recording you were playing.
No, they're I'm sorry. EMBO is in the main text in Discord. He's talking to Vaxwax.
Well, they're completely incorrect.
Who's completely incorrect?
Polaris. This nonsense about Polaris having a half degree of correction, that's purely a globe claim. And if someone is claiming that that Polaris is half a degree out from the North Geographic Pole, then they're claiming the North Geographic Pole is not the GP point of Polaris, which would be impossible because the latitude and longitude grid is all derived from the GP point of Polaris as the center point. There is no half a degree of correction. Polaris doesn't move. Nobody has ever been able to show it move by half a degree, 1/10 of a degree, anything. That's
The
complete
half a
and
degree
utter
refers to the
nonsense.
circle it's making.
It doesn't
So
make a
there's that
circle.
nice.
Show us. Show video of it making a circle.
As for right now, it's cloudy and it's daylight, so sorry, can't really bring out my
Not
telescope to show
now.
you.
Show a video. You're claiming to show a video. You're not. Surely someone would have made a
Did
video.
you listen to me for even a second, or not really?
There's
You could
not-
just like
well,
find
you
a
said it
video
was
of the
cloudy.
star
I didn't
trails,
ask you
right?
whether it was cloudy. I asked you to provide a video. Show it.
And I answered that I, for now, can't provide myself that video. I can probably find on YouTube, but I don't know
Well, you
if it'll
don't have a
aggravate
claim then.
YouTube.
You don't have a claim. If you can't provide a video that clearly shows Polaris moving, going around in a circle, half a degree off a center point, then you don't have a claim. Because I'm around this arena 9 years, and nobody has been able to show it. No matter how many videos they produce, none of them show Polaris moving. Polaris can't be a half a degree off the North Geographic Pole, because that would mean that the North Geographic Pole doesn't exist. The North Geographic Pole is the GP point of Polaris.
Hey, Brian, I thought these globers said the stars appear to move, but it's actually the Earth that's rotating. Now they're claiming that the stars are moving. What's going on?
No.
Yeah,
this is,
I heard that. I heard that before too, but I didn't want to go there. Let's get to that point next. EMBO. Are you aware of Brian's claim here, or claim of non-existence here?
The claim that Polaris doesn't move is one.
Yeah, that
No,
he claimed.
Yes, I'm aware.
Hang on.
Go ahead. You and Brian have a conversation. Go ahead.
I'm not claiming. The point is, there's a claim that Polaris does move, and nobody can show evidence for it. That's the claim. Now, I've asked to see evidence of this, and I've seen nothing to show that moving. I've only seen it be stationary. Now, the fact that people are claiming that the North Geographic Pole is half a degree off of the GP point of Polaris means that you have means that you have to come up with a whole new way for the latitude and longitude grid to have been measured, because you're now denying the very origins of the measurement.
So the reason why I was kind of speechless for a moment and not responding was not because I didn't have evidence for that, but because I was shocked nobody has ever presented that evidence for it yet, because it's so easy that it's literally in every single star trace picture.
Okay,
Can I posted a video too now?
Excellent.
Yeah, I just posted a random one, like I didn't even cherry pick it, I just googled Northern Star Trace, and you can see a relatively bright star compared to other ones, relatively in the middle, which is Polaris, and as you can see, it makes a circle.
I'm going to send this. I'm going to send your photo, EMBO. I'll put it into the Skype so those guys can see it, because they can't see it.
You putting in
One
Master
second.
B?
I'll put in
Someone can
Master B.
play it here.
Wait, no, it's just a photo. I don't know about the video, but the photo that EMBO, is that a photograph, EMBO?
Yes, it's a long exposure photograph.
Okay, I put it in Skype. Master B.
How is a photograph going to prove the movement of something?
Because when something is moving and you set a long exposure, then throughout that time you're taking the photo, the camera is collecting the light, it will shift in the frame and create this kind of trail. This is how star trails are created. If something was stationary throughout the entire time the camera is collecting light, it would be still just one point.
Yeah, but for a moment, because of the movement of gases, for a moment that when that image was taken, for a moment, it could just be that the light from Polaris wasn't viewable for that one moment. That's why we need to see videos. I've watched video. It's funny that you're sending me an image, because I've watched video after video after video after video, and there's no movement of Polaris. And when you're saying Polaris is here, which one of those is Polaris?
Yeah, no kidding. Is it the
In this
highlighted
image.
one that's kind of a purple color? Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 9 stars more in the center than that. So
Yes,
what the hell are you even talking about?
But Polaris is not right in the center. And the
So
stars
there's
that
other
are
stars that are
that are
closer to the center than Polaris that we can see with the time lapse.
Yes, and the stars that are more
What
close
stars
to
would those
Polaris
be?
are
What are
God
their
damn
names?
it! Can you
just
not
one, everyone
interrupt people?
stop. Just one at a time. Guy making the claim only,
Sorry.
please.
Yeah, the stars that are closer to the center than Polaris are not very bright, so they're not seen with your naked eye. That's why you see
No.
Polaris and you say, God fucking damn it, can
Hang
I
on.
finish?
Yes, can
This
you
is
let him
what's
finish?
happening here.
Everyone who's stopping him, just let him at the end of his statement, please.
So you look in the sky, you see Polaris, it's bright, you see it, it almost doesn't move, it makes a small circle. But then closer to the
We
center,
don't see
there's
it doing that.
less bright stars
That's the
that
point.
are not visible with your
That's
naked
the
eye, but
point.
you can see them with your telescope or with a long
Yeah,
exposure.
well,
hold
no,
on,
you
Brian.
can't. No one has ever been able to show this. This is the point.
Yeah,
We
nice
educated-
You're
denial.
trying to claim
Love that.
movement without ever showing the movement.
Yeah, Star
I've been
Trek
through this
is
so many
showing the
times.
movement. That's how the time lapse is created, by, capturing the movement of the stars.
Okay, can you
Show
show
me
us?
the time lapse then. Show the video.
Let's have a look.
Show the videos. Show the video
It's
of.
above the photo that Timbo posted.
That photo's not going to show
That's
movement.
a photo,
Hold
not a
on,
video.
Hold on. You're just going around in circles with him.
Yeah,
Right.
mate,
Yeah,
the thing
they
that
won't show the video
your friend
'cause
posted in
one second,
Skype is
Nathan.
a
I wanna say
photo.
something.
What I posted in Discord is a video.
Okay, can we get that video?
It's in Master B.
Okay.
Are you going to play it, Nathan?
Yeah, I'm just queuing it up. Just give me a sec.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but this is a bit too small for me to make out what's going on.
Yeah, make it bigger.
I am making it bigger.
Look, if one of your guys posted an image in the chat that says what the declination of Polaris is, and it's not in the center of the rotation.
Wait a second. This says these values demonstrate that Polaris declination has changed over time due to the precession of the Earth's axis. The star's position in the sky is not fixed, but rather shifts slightly to this gradual rotation of the Earth's rotational axis.
Can I see a second video, please? Could you provide 2 more videos of the North Celestial time lapses of the North Celestials, please?
That was too. I couldn't see it, Nathan. It's too small on my screen.
Yeah, I think I can make out what he's saying is Polaris, and it looks like it does a little semicircle if it is Polaris in this video.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on this video, and I tell you why. Because I've had videos presented to me in the past that were not videos; they were made by Stellarium and things like that, or True Stellarium and stuff like that. They weren't actually videos of a real time lapse of the sky.
Okay, you have this Polaris declination. Can I read this? Can you post that, Nathan? Oh, maybe it's not in there. Hold on. Let me put this in. Copy image. I'll put it in Master B. This was posted by Raleigh Criterion FE. Let me put it in Master B. There you go. Put that up on screen, and I'll go ahead and read it. Tell me when it's up.
Yeah, it's up.
Polaris declination. Based on the search results, Polaris declination is measured in degrees north of the celestial equator. Here are the values provided. In 1834, the official British Nautical Almanac reported a declination of 88 degrees, 540 minutes, and it posted the numbers in the almanac. In 2018, the declination was reported as a change, 89 degrees, so forth. As of 2022, Polaris mean declination was 89.35 degrees north. According to astronomical predictions, that's another big problem. Polaris maximum apparent declination, and I can't read this. Why is it so small on my screen? Plus 89 degrees. Can you guys
42 minutes, 50.62 arc seconds.
Okay, thank you. These values demonstrate that Polaris declination has changed over time due to the precession of the Earth's axis. The star's position in the sky is not fixed, but rather shifts slightly due to the gradual rotation of the Earth's rotational axis. References a Reddit post. British Nautical Almanac, 1834. That's a good one. And 3, Astronomical Data 2022 from the British Nautical Almanac, 1923. There you go.
Other issues I have with this video is it's showing, right, an arc of something, a light in the center, but it's a half arc. At the video, it goes to half arc or a bit of an arc of that light. It doesn't show a full circle, right? Number one. Number two, the distance from the center to that, if we're talking about degrees, would be more than half a degree, which is what they're claiming. I'm just going to go and find some time lapses of the North Celestial Pole.
What
Give me
is
a
the
moment.
purpose of this, though? Just before you do.
Because the claim is that Polaris moves, right? And that goes back to exactly what Kiwi read. I didn't go into that part. It's about the wobble of their globe Earth, right? That their globe Earth wobbles a little bit, right? And that's right. That is part of the claim. Or even if Polaris does move or did move, it's back engineered from that claim, right? Or from that. But the point being is that what they're saying is the GP point of Polaris is the North Geographic Pole, but that North Geographic Pole is a half a degree off of Polaris. That's what they're saying. So Polaris is a half a degree off its own GP. Just give me a moment.
So what the issue is that would throw the latitude longitude system off a little bit, depending on when you take your measurements. Correct? Is that what it means?
I don't know what the purpose of us even discussing this is, really.
It means that when you're at the equator, you're not at the equator, kind of thing. 1 second, I'm just looking for.
What's a half a degree among friends?
1 second now.
We're going to get to the due to here in a moment.
I'm about to share a video. The first one I found. I'm just going to share that in Master B.
I'll go ahead and put it in Discord.
Yep. Thank you. That's the first one I found. One moment, I'm getting another one.
All I was merely saying is octantis and sigma octantis aren't the same thing, and sigma octantis isn't visible. You can't see it with the telescope, but it's one of those things that has
What?
to be there.
You can absolutely see it with a telescope, a very small one at that.
A very small telescope. Okay.
Yeah, it's about, what is it, 6.4 magnitude? That's like barely above what your eye can see.
Okay. Fascinating though all this is. Why are we discussing it?
I just don't know where the guy just gets this from. Like, oh, sigma octant is not visible through a telescope. Like, where did you get this from, mate?
Well, I've read it. I've also been
Where?
told it hasn't been visible.
Where have you read it?
Places, I guess I have to
Places.
pull it up. Yes,
Yes.
the internet. Hold on.
Okay, so other than proving this guy right or wrong,
Ugh.
was there a point to all this?
I don't know. There was simply a claim on the table, and it was incorrect, so we rebuted it. There doesn't have to be some deeper point to every claim. If they are wrong, they can be simply rebuted without any deeper meaning.
I didn't really comprehend that mumbling.
Oh, there's definitely a deeper meaning. If there's a claim on the table, especially in the discussion that we're having, if you don't understand the deeper meaning of what your claim is supposed to either prove or disprove, well,
exactly,
then I'm not why you're here.
Other than proving one guy right or wrong, what's the purpose of this, or what's the motivation behind discussing this?
I think it would be probably because the motivation for the claim, I guess, was to show that Polaris is a superior candidate for the Polestar compared to Sigma Octantis. And the thing determining that was supposed to be that Polaris absolutely doesn't move and Sigma Octantis does. So the deeper motivation for rebuting that would be showing that both of the Polestars are equally valid as a reference coordinate system.
Okay, and if we accept that, what next?
I guess that's it. I don't think there's something deeper to it anymore.
Okay. Anyone else slightly confused?
It would probably rebut different models with the Northern Polestar in the middle, but you don't seem to subscribe to them as some absolute truth. So I guess nothing.
Well, let's put a practical example in. Yet let's use Polaris. We're celestial navigating, and we can see Polaris. Can we use that as one of the stars that are referenceable in the almanac?
Yeah, Polaris is one of the navigation stars. because
And
it's
what-
one of the brighter ones in the sky.
Do you have to, if you're using Polaris, do you have to take a note of the time that you look at it?
Yes, you basically do the same thing as with your stars.
So you're saying in the almanac it gives you times for where Polaris is above at a given time? Can you show me that in the almanac?
You little stinker, Nathan.
Can you show me that?
I'm opening it right now.
You're looking at what times the Polaris star is above what positions on the ground, right, in the almanac? I mean, I'm not suggesting for 1 second that your citation from Reddit or wherever isn't going to be useful when you're out at sea and your life depends on it. But I think we'll use the arbiter of this as the almanac, given that people save their lives with it, so it's got to be accurate. Does the almanac say Polaris moves, given that our lives will depend on it potentially? What does the almanac say?
What I'm finding in every video I'm looking at, right, I'm after looking at 3 or 4 at this stage, is there is never a circle. Now, I understand that night only lasts so long, right? But there is never a full circle been able to be given for Polaris. Like, surely,
You just said the reason for why it
surely
happens.
surely in the northern winter, surely in the northern winter, up northern Sweden or Norway or somewhere, you would be able to have a video of a full circle. I'm not seeing that. What I keep seeing is a slight deviation of the light, then a cut, and then it's showing a streak. I'm not seeing this circle that's been claimed. So this,
Yeah, if it shows a streak, that means it's moving. I don't know why do you need a full circle for seeing that it's moving
because
and
you're
not
claiming
being like in a single
it
place.
moves. Because you're claiming it moves half a degree off the center point. That would
Yeah,
be
if you
a
see
circle.
any movement at all, that means it's already moving. And if you want a full circle, you can just predict where the star is going to be based on the movement
That's an
that
effect
you
of
saw.
photography. Yeah, but that's an effect of the type of photography that's been used. The point being is that it's been claimed
Yeah,
that
it's a
Polaris is
long
half a
exposure.
degree.
Yeah.
1 second. There's a claim that Polaris is half a degree off of North Celestial Pole. That's the claim that you're making. Yet in every video, like the other two I watched after the one that was presented by whoever on your side there earlier, show a deviation of the light, then it cuts to this streak. So you don't even see the whole thing being created, but no one ever shows a circle. So that means that what you're looking at could purely just be an effect of photography, because no one can show a circle. Because you should be able, there should be a video out there that can show a circle.
Well, no.
Because there's
How is that an effect of photography? It's
nighttime
just
for
long
3 months
exposure.
in the
If it
northern
moves, it
winter.
moves.
Okay, as much as this is fun looking at YouTube videos to be the arbiter of this, we've got the almanac, right? So the almanac.
Yeah, but there might be a correction in the almanac based off of a globe pre-assumption, Nathan.
Well, let's have a look and see what it says. What does it say in the almanac?
But that doesn't mean
The
that
almanac
Polaris
says
is
that the
moving.
declination is not 90 degrees, meaning if it's not 90 degrees, it's not in the center. And based on the declination that we were given, it's about half a degree off from the 90 degrees. Meaning it's about half a degree from the center of rotation.
Yeah, but that's the
Hold on
declination
a
you're
second,
given.
Brian.
That's based off of a globe wobble.
Brian, we've got all this. Is that what it said
I
in the
don't think you have.
Is that what it said in the almanac?
I posted EMBO's screenshot of what he got from Polaris and Master B, Nathan.
Yeah, amazing. I wanted to discuss. So let me know when you're you screenshot and you're ready for referencing it.
What am I looking at?
Okay. So you have, for stars in the almanac, you basically have 2 values given. One is the declination, the dec, the other one is SHA. Declination is basically the celestial equivalent of latitude. So 90 degrees, if Polaris had equally 90 degrees, it would be right below the North Pole in the zenith. But as you'll see, it's for 2024 at least, at 89 degrees and 22.2 arc minutes, which means that it's approximately half degree shifted from it, because 30 arc minutes is half of degree. And the SHA is the thing that Nathan was asking for, which is the information that gives you where it will be horizontally, like the longitude at a given time, because the sky obviously appears to move from the
Okay.
ground.
So you're saying this 89 degrees applies to December?
Can you repeat again? I didn't hear that properly.
Is it applicable for the whole of December then? Polaris in December?
No, that's declination, I think.
Oh.
No, it doesn't mean December. It is a shortcut for declination, for the word declination, which is the name for this coordinate system.
Okay, no worries. So the declination, 89 degrees. So it has timing data for when it needs to be positioned over a different spot then?
Is it the SHA? Because declination, it doesn't change over time, because the sky appears to rotate on the longitude axis, not on latitude. The stars don't go like from south to north or north to south. They appear to go from east to west. SHA is the thing that gives it. It is basically the angle from like the celestial version of the prime meridian. I believe it's called the point of Aries, just like the origin point of the coordinate system on the longitude axis in the sky. So if you know at which direction is that point of Aries, then you simply add that SHA of Polaris to that value, and it gives you at which longitude it will appear to you at given time.
I see. Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Could you go over that part again 1 second? Could you go back over what you just said about the SHA, please?
Yeah, but can I add the last thing? If Polaris was perfectly at 90 degrees declination, then SHA for it wouldn't make a logical sense, because its entire point is to show you at which direction in making its circle it would be at a given time. But if it wasn't making a circle in the first place, it would be simply undefined for Polaris. This was my last point.
Okay, but
thank you.
Could you go over the SHA, the point you just made to Nathan? Could you go over that again, please?
Yeah. So, like the sky, obviously, we all agree that it appears to move from the Earth, or the perspective of the Earth. So you will, as the declination is constant, you will need for the longitude to have some reference in the almanac to give you where it will appear at given time. So because it would be very hard and the almanac would be very big if it gave you the exact coordinates of every single star. Instead, it gave like one universal reference to which you later add the angle from that reference to all of the star, to every single star separately. You need to know the coordinates, its coordinates for, which is the point of Aries, which is like, let's say, the prime meridian, but the celestial version, not the terrestrial version. It will be the
it's literally the celestial prime meridian.
Yeah, it will be like the celestial counterpart, the origin point of the coordinate system. So SHA gives you the information what is the angle, I believe, eastwards, but Bacon can correct me if I'm wrong, from this point of Aries to that star. And on the left, it is cropped out of my screenshot, but on the left, if you have the full page in the almanac, it will give you the at given time what is the position of the prime meridian of the point of Aries. So if you know that and you add the SHA of a star, it will give you the coordinates of a star.
The SHA is westwards. Right ascent should be eastwards.
Yeah, thank you. But the general principle is the same.
Yeah.
So let me to make sure I'm getting this correct. What you're saying is this is all determined from the sky, because the point of Aries, it's all determined from between the point of Aries and whatever other star or celestial body. Is that correct?
Yeah, the point of Aries is a fictional line in the sky, not on the ground.
Oh, that would be the celestial prime meridian. The First point of Aries is the point on the celestial prime meridian where the celestial equator crosses. The first point of Aries is a point. The line is the celestial prime meridian.
So, just say that again. The celestial prime meridian, right? That would be a celestial longitude, yes?
Yeah, it is the origin point of the
celestial longitude line.
The same way as on the ground, you count longitude from some one particular line that we've all agreed to be the origin point of the coordinate system, which is the one that intersects London, I believe, Greenwich. The same way as you have one set prime meridian that we've agreed to be the origin point in the sky, but in the sky. And from that, you later add to it the SHA of a star that you get from the almanac, and you get the coordinates of a star.
Where do you get the SHA from?
From the almanac. From the
yeah,
table.
But where does the information come from for SHA?
Measurements. I think it cannot be reduced anymore to like more steps.
Right.
I think it is just measured by some astronomers in observatories.
So, in accordance with the point of Aries, does Polaris move in relation to the point of Aries?
What was the question?
Does Polaris move in relation to the point of Aries?
Yes, the SHA of Polaris changes over time.
No, I asked you, does Polaris move? I didn't ask you about the SHA, because that's based off of terrestrial
you
things.
asked,
I'm talking about
you asked relative
does Polaris
to
move
the
in
point of
relation
Aries, right?
to the point of Aries?
Hold on, ask again,
Yeah,
Brian. Hold on.
that's what the SHA is. So yes.
No, the SHA is based off of measurements from a terrestrial source. I'm asking, does Polaris move in relation to the point of Aries? That's what I'm asking. So do
Yes,
these 2
the measurement
points in
of
the
that
sky change in relation to each other?
The measurement of that would be the measurement of the SHA. So if you look at the almanac, you get different SHA from January to December of the same year, for example. So yes, it does change in relative to the first point of Aries.
Right, so you're saying that Polaris does change in relation to the point of Aries, that it happens in the sky. Okay, so the point of Aries and Polaris over the course of whatever amount of time, they will deviate from each other.
Yes.
Right.
That's why you have the almanacs for different years.
How long does it take Polaris to do? Sorry? How long does it take Polaris to do one circle? How long does it take Polaris to do one circle in its plane movement?
One sidereal day.
So in one sidereal day, Polaris will make one circle of half a degree off of a claimed celestial center point. And the celestial center point never moves in relation to the point of Aries, yes?
Correct.
Right. So if Polaris moves around once every day, right? Is there a difference then from December to, let's say, June? If we were viewing Polaris on December the 21st and June the 21st, would there be a difference given in the almanac?
Very likely. Depends on which year, but very likely, yeah.
So there is a difference given?
Yeah, just look at the SHA and declination in December and in June.
Okay. And in the sky itself, right, every night Polaris, according to what you're claiming, every night Polaris makes a circle half a degree off of the celestial center point, right? And that's the only deviation it has with the point of Aries. And the celestial center point has no deviation from the point of Aries. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. So how can there be a change from month to month or year to year?
There isn't. It says here from U.S. Naval Observatory Astronomical Applications Department. The SHA is measured westward, open brackets, 0 to 360 degrees, from the vernal equinox, open brackets, Aries, at 0 degrees. The rectangular shape of the chart distorts the relative positions of the stars in the polar regions.
Yeah. You see, this is the thing. There is no change from day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, in the positions, the relative positions of the point of Aries and the celestial North Pole. The only deviation that's been claimed is that Polaris is making a half a degree circle that we have yet to see proven, half a degree circle around the celestial North Pole. Other than that, there is no changes whatsoever that happens.
Well, the almanac
That means
disagrees.
the sky is constant all the time. There is no changes in the sky. The only changes seem to be happening from a terrestrial point of view.
It only seems to be
And
relevant.
whatever mutations have been given to it.
Yeah, that's what we talk about. When we say the Polaris is the position of Polaris is changing relative to the point of Aries and relative to the celestial point of rotation. That's of course as observed from Earth.
Okay, so but the point I'm making is the center celestial pole, right? What you're claiming as the center celestial pole, which is claimed to be a half a degree inside Polaris's claimed circle, never changes in relation to the point of Aries. That means the sky is constant.
Oh, that means the point of rotation and Aries are fixed to each other. Polaris is not fixed to them.
No, because what you're claiming is that Polaris makes a half a degree circle around the center point, the claimed celestial pole, and that the only deviation between the point of Aries and Polaris is when Polaris makes this circle, which will be one each night, each day, each sidereal day. So every sidereal day, which is every 23 hours and whatever else, right? 4 minutes off of the solar day, that the Polaris will make that circle day in, day out. This is what your claim is. Week in, week out, month in, month out. So there's no change whatsoever in that situation. The only change, right now, point being is that the only warping that seems to be happening from a terrestrial point of view. I haven't seen evidence enough that Polaris isn't moving in a circle. I haven't seen evidence for that. I've yet to see a 24. I have yet to see a video of it making a full circle.
Maybe there's something should be clarified. Aries is not like a star or anything that we see in the sky. So Aries is where we define the 0 for the SHA.
Yes, like
so Aries is
like Greenwich mean,
we define that
the prime meridian. Yeah.
Yeah, so it can't move because it's not a thing you're looking at. It's just the
but I'm
point
asking
where
in relation to that point.
Right. Yeah, so that point can't move. Neither can the celestial poles because they are 90 degrees from Aries. So those aren't stars or constellations or things we see in the sky. They are. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but you're claiming that Polaris is not. That when we have 0 degrees to Polaris, you're claiming that is not the equator.
I don't think Polaris is visible when it's at the horizon.
The point being is that if Polaris is at the horizon, so my angle to it is 0 degrees, you're claiming I'm not at the equator.
That could be the equator, but that could not be the equator because as Polaris makes a circle, it gets above and below the celestial center.
No, what you're claiming is that the equator is not defined with my angle to Polaris.
As I said, the angle of Polaris varies. So at some point it's going to be 0 at the equator, but sometimes it's going to be positive.
But how can it be? It can't ever be, because you're claiming that you just claimed, or the claim is, and you're making it along, is that Polaris makes a circle one sidereal day around a claimed celestial north point. So that means at no point can I use Polaris to find the exact equator.
Who's making that noise?
I don't know. I was server deafened, so I don't know what you said.
Sorry, it was me trying
Brian.
to figure out who was making the noise. I didn't know if it was you and your background noise, so I had to cut you off for a second just to figure out how I was doing it. Someone's opening their mic and putting a load of audio in. Who's doing that?
I'm muted all the time, so it's not me.
Sorry, Brian.
No, it's okay. The point I'm making is that where is the north? How did we define what the North Geographic Pole is?
Well, it's wherever you're below the center of the celestial north.
Right.
It will be the ground position
so
of
the
the
North Geographic Pole. Just 1 second. So the North Geographic Pole is not the GP point of Polaris.
No.
Right. So the GP point of Polaris moves around the North Geographic Pole.
Exactly.
Right. So I can't use Polaris then to define a latitude and longitude grid.
Correct.
Right. So where do we get the longitude and latitude grid from? Sorry, latitude and longitude from. How can I get my latitude via Polaris if Polaris is not directly over the North Geographic Pole?
You can't. Let me just read this. This is from navy.mil, whatever that means. Sidereal time.
Military. It's official military site.
Okay. Sidereal time is the same for all locations with the same longitude. The latitude of a place is not used in the calculation.
Yeah, to answer Brian, you use a meridian passage. That's how you can tell your latitude. And it doesn't have to be Polaris.
Saying this in terms of where it matches with sidereal time, it's not with respect to latitude, which is specifically with respect to Polaris, but you're saying because it doesn't match with respect to sidereal time, that means Polaris moves. Well, no, it's moving with respect to this reference that's quite specifically outlining that the latitude of the place is not used in the calculation. You're using the calculation to suggest that Polaris moves. That's what you're doing.
I don't know what calculation you're referring to.
Again, sorry?
I don't know what calculation you're referring to. You're saying there's a certain calculation that doesn't use latitude?
Yeah, sidereal time is the hour angle of the equinox.
Okay, the sidereal hour angle you're saying?
Yeah.
Or we're not talking about
that.
that.
The hour angle of the equinox.
Yeah, Brian asked how you determine your latitude.
I've just read that out from the citation. Sidereal time is the same for all locations with the same longitude. The latitude of a place is not used in the calculation. It's just that simple.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're talking about what Polaris does, and you're cross-referencing it with this sidereal time, aren't you?
No, I was trying to answer Brian how you get your latitude, if not from an angle to Polaris.
Is how you get your latitude.
You take an angle to start doing a meridian passage.
No, that's latitude.
Point I'm making.
Hold on. It's just that that's meridian passage. No, sidereal time. The hour angle can be measured with respect to the local meridian or Greenwich mean time, or Greenwich meridian. So that's sidereal time, not latitude.
I have no idea what you're trying to say there.
Latitude
when I
is
say
everything to do with
passage,
Polaris. this isn't.
No, within the claim that these two lads are making, Polaris will never give you your correct latitude. You'll always be off. You must add calculation to get your correct latitude.
Yeah, and the amount it's off with respect to sidereal time is the movement he's claiming. I get what he's doing.
But he just said there, when you said you just said a moment ago, not always. No, it has to be always if Polaris is making a circle around the center point. If Polaris is half a degree off of a claimed, then it has to always be off. You can never use it for correct latitude within that claim.
Yep. So when Polaris is above the celestial pole, it's going to give you, let's say, a positive error, and it's below the celestial pole, it's going to give you a negative error. So there's some point in between where it's going to give you a correct latitude. That's what I said, not always.
But it won't.
It's like you have a broken clock.
It's going
to be correct twice a day.
It can't. It can never be correct because you're claiming its GP point is moving. That means it can never be correct. That means every latitude
that doesn't mean
that we get. Yes, it does. If you're saying, if the claim is, right, not just from you, but officially, that Polaris is moving around a circle half a degree off a center point, then that means its GP point is moving around that center point, and that means that we can never get our correct latitude via Polaris. There is no, well, you can have it sometimes, maybe. No, you can't. It's impossible.
Let me explain you why. Let me explain why you're wrong. So, Polaris goes around the celestial north. When Polaris is above the celestial north, if you take that as a reading of your latitude,
the celestial north,
that's going to give you
it's described with respect to an equinox, or it's only for one particular time in the year, and everything else beyond that is deviation from it.
The equinox has to do with the position of the sun, not Polaris. Polaris doesn't have anything to do with the equinox.
This is with respect to the sun at an equinox for the model, then.
No, the equinox is related to where the sun is in the celestial sphere. Polaris doesn't care about it.
You're describing two different systems that are literally, in the words I've just read out, not conducive with one another. It makes it explicitly clear the latitude of a place is not used in this calculation. So you're talking about what the sun does, but you're utilising that to say Polaris does something it doesn't do. It doesn't move.
You're just simply talking about something different here.
Could you just even finish what he was going to explain to me there, Nathan, please? You said that sometimes we can get a correct latitude using Polaris, but you're also saying that Polaris is moving around a half a degree circle off a center point. Okay, explain that then, please.
So as it goes around the center pole, sometimes it's going to be above the center pole. So if you take an elevation angle to the Polaris, it's going to be higher than your actual latitude. When it's below the center point, it's going to be lower than your actual latitude. But when it's going from lower to higher, when it's making that turn around Polaris, when it gets to the side of it, when Polaris gets to the side of the celestial north, the celestial point, then it's going to match your latitude. So if when you read your angle to Polaris, it's right to the side of the pole, then that's going to give you the correct latitude.
You're now interrupting him for the presumably same reason I did.
I'm sorry.
You're saying if you measure Polaris, it will deviate from your latitude. Okay, can you define latitude so we know what it's deviating from, please? Can you just do that for me? Just define latitude.
Okay, that would be the elevation angle of the celestial north, let's say.
Is that what it's defined as? Where was that? Can you pass this on to us?
Yeah.
I just gave that as a simplified.
No, I don't want to go anywhere.
He's more than one definition of.
Oh, God. He's saying it will deviate. When you measure Polaris, it will deviate from your latitude. Okay, so now we need to know when we measure Polaris, what that means, what that latitude this Polaris measurement is deviating from. So we're going to need to define what latitude is so we know what this Polaris measurement is deviating from according to you. So we need to define what latitude measurement is so we know what we're deviating from, because we're deviating from it when we measure Polaris now according to you. So what's latitude measurement?
Okay, so one definition is the angular distance of a place north or south of the Earth's equator. That's the first definition again.
Okay, what's the equator?
Let me. I mean, you probably want that quoted, right? So let me Google it.
I'd just like to
An
point something
imaginary
out.
line drawn around the Earth, equally distant from both poles, dividing Earth into northern and southern hemispheres, and constituting the parallel latitude of 0.
So the latitude of 0 measured with respect to the poles.
Yeah.
So it's measured with respect to the pole
Yeah,
star.
that's the last part of it.
You're chanting through me, you little bitch. So you're telling me it's deviating from its own measurement.
I'm not gonna take.
You're going to
disrespect
chant through
here.
me. You're telling me it's deviating from its own measurement, is what you're telling me.
No, Nathan, it's different from that. What he's saying is that when you're taking an angle to Polaris and it is appearing above the claimed center point, or it's appearing directly below, or it's below that center point from your point of view, then your angle will be positive or negative. But when it's to the side, then you will have your correct latitude. But that is illogical, because you won't have your correct latitude, because you'll have an angled line that's origin is 1/2 degree off the center point. So what he's saying, it makes no sense. Because at no point could you get your correct latitude via Polaris. Never could you get it if Polaris is making a circle around a center point.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
impossible.
But that's what latitude is.
I know, but the point is that
Yeah.
it's
But when he's given,
impossible.
I got
even
all
when
this,
he
Brian.
thinks that
Brian, I got it all. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for reiterating.
No,
what I
no,
ordered.
just
Thank
really,
you.
no,
I got it. I got
give me a
it.
sec.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay,
What he
then,
said-
if you have, okay.
Oh
I'll
my
talk to you
god.
later.
Oh my god. He's never going to stop. Yeah, I
just
got
said
all
I'll
that.
talk to you
Thanks for
about
the
it later.
repetition. No, my
Relax.
god. He's just going to keep fucking chanting. I'm
I'm
trying
not
to
chanting.
talk. Yeah, I got it.
I'm
I
trying
didn't
to
need
point
it
something
repeating
out to you
to
and
me.
you're
Oh
not
my god, I
allowing me,
didn't
that's
need it repeating. And I don't need you chanting through me, Brian. He's telling me a Polaris measurement is deviating from the measurement of Polaris. That's what he's saying. It deviates from its latitude. Well, that's it deviating from its own bleeding measurement. It's utterly absurd. How can it deviate from its own measurement? If the reference of what it's deviating from is that measurement, how can you say it's deviating from the very thing that you're having to measure to reference how much it's deviating from? This is ludicrous.
That's what I'm trying to point out to you about his claim. He's trying to claim that if you're taking an angle to Polaris, and instead of it appearing to be higher than the center point they're claiming, or lower than the center point they're claiming, if it's just to the side, equally exactly to the side, either side, that you'll get your correct latitude. But that's impossible under those conditions, because your angle, the line is angled off of the center by 1/2 degree. So it's impossible to get your correct latitude using Polaris within his claim. You can never know your latitude, and you can never derive latitude correctly via Polaris within that claim. But yet he's trying to say that you will have to make corrections for Polaris sometimes and you won't other times. No, if Polaris is making a circle 1/2 degree off a center point, then you would have to at all times make corrections. There's never a time you wouldn't have to. So the claim is contradictory, Nathan.
Yes.
Rebecca, you're all over the chat. If you got something to help the discussion on, can you please open your mic? No one can see. People cannot see this. The people in the discussion cannot see what you're writing. They're not looking at this. I just happen to be in the main text chat to see it. Come off mute. And if you can help the discussion, please. But don't chat skank. It's worthless.
Are you talking to?
Rebecca.
Someone in the Discord.
Yeah, I got
Yeah, it's someone. It's in the Discord chat. Sorry, Nathan. I figured you knew that.
Is she on
Making
topic?
sarcastic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is she on topic with the chat skanking?
It's like color commentary, some sarcastic things like these people are not getting it. This is so simple. Come off mute and educate everyone.
Yeah, I would like more on the claim of Polaris. On the claim that you have to make corrections for Polaris sometimes. Yet Polaris is claimed to be making a circle once every almost 24 hours, so the real day. Almost 24. I mean, because what the claim is contradictory. There's no time you wouldn't have to make a correction for Polaris if Polaris was making a circle. There's absolutely no time you wouldn't have to do that. So someone saying that I'm not getting it, or Nathan's not getting it, or anyone here is not getting it, no, we're pointing out a contradictory situation. And if you're not getting that, then, or if you know something that we don't know, then come in and tell us.
Yeah. In the example where you're at the equator and trying to prove that you're at 0 degrees in relation to the North Celestial Pole, there would be 2 times when you wouldn't have to make a correction if you use Polaris as a reference for the measurement. Because Polaris makes a circle, so logically when it makes a circle around the North Pole, the celestial North Pole, first it would go above it, then at its perfect level, to the right of it. This would be the first time without the correction. Then below it, you would have an error again, and then it would go against to its level, but to the left of it from your perspective, and it would go above again.
Okay.
So
yeah, but that's what I'm pointing out. 1 second, Nathan. That's the very contradictory. That's the problem. Yeah, if it's to the left or the right of the claim center point, then you would still have to correct for it because your line, your line that you're measuring is longer because there's a half a degree of a deviation. You understand? You would still have to, at all points, you would have to make the correction. If it was making a circle around the center point, there'd be no time you wouldn't have to make the correction. That's the problem. That is contradictory. It doesn't work. It's geometrically impossible, what you're talking about. Sorry, Nathan.
It wouldn't because the vertical angle measurement, the elevation angle, for example, between the zenith and that Polaris, which would be the horizon at this point, so the angle would be 90, is completely irrelevant depending on horizontally which direction Polaris would. It wouldn't be perfectly at the geographic north. If it was left to right, it would be to the west or the east, shifted. But regardless which direction horizontally you look, you would still get the same zenith angle. And you would be able to put the latitude. Longitude not, but latitude yes.
No, because and the reason is because you're measuring. What you're measuring when you're measuring a latitude, you're measuring a distance between you and the GP point of Polaris. Now, let's put it into what you're claiming, which is the point below the North Celestial Pole that you're claiming Polaris is making a circle around. Now, that circle, right, the radius of that circle, right, that will define the size of that circle is based off of the distance between you and what you're claiming to be the North Celestial Pole, right, the GP point of that, right? And you're claiming that Polaris's GP is moving around that point. So if Polaris is to the left or the right of that, and you're taking an angle to Polaris, then you've got a line that's slightly longer than the distance between you and that claimed center point. Its GP, the North Celestial Pole center point, the geographic North Pole, right? Right. What you're claiming is that if Polaris is to the left or the right of the North Celestial Pole, then I take an angle to it. You're telling me I don't have to make a correction? No, I would have to because the latitude is based off of my distance, the distance between me and the geographic North Pole. So if I'm taking an angle to something that has a GP point that's a half a degree off of that North Pole, I don't care if it's left or right, front or back. It doesn't matter where it is. If it's not at that North Pole, then that means that's going to give me a latitude that's going to be incorrect. It's impossible for it not to do that. So if you're claiming Polaris is making a circle around a north celestial point, and its GP point is moving a half a degree around a half a degree circle around the North Geographic Pole, then there wouldn't be a time at any time I wouldn't have to make corrections for my angle. There'd be no time I wouldn't have to. Anything else would be geometrically impossible.
I'm just reading a little bit more on our angle itself, and it essentially describes flat Earth measurements anyway. I mean, the deviation comes because it's working from the equinox. So the two systems deviate as the year progresses. So, where is it? As mentioned in diagram 3.1, the imaginary path it traverses on the celestial sphere is known as the ecliptic. The ecliptic depicted in figure 3.2.3 is the vernal equinox. It is the point on the celestial sphere where the sun crosses the celestial equator from north to south. The vernal equinox is currently in Pisces, but used to be in Aries. It goes on. That wasn't the bit I wanted to highlight, though. This is the bit I want to highlight. The relationship exists between alpha H and LST. The red plane represents the fundamental plane of the celestial coordinate system. Okay, so this works on a flat plane. Our angle requires Earth be flat. The fact that the two systems that are derived, one with the Sun and one with Polaris, deviate from each other doesn't mean Polaris moves. It also means that both of them are fundamentally requiring a flat plane to measure to show that there's a deviation between the two of them. Again, this doesn't mean Polaris moves.
Yeah, as I said, I have not seen, and I've looked at the videos, I haven't seen any video of Polaris making. I've seen cuts from Polaris, from a deviation of light, and then a cut to Polaris, what was seeming to be Polaris making a little streak, and then that's it. I don't see any video of it making a full circle around a claim center point. Now, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, right, that means there is 2,700 nautical miles between me and the GP point, and the geographic North Pole. Let's just say, if we walk off of their claim, the geographic North Pole. But if Polaris is a half a degree off of that, and I get my 45 degrees via an angle to Polaris, right, then that means that I am, and Polaris is to the exact left or to the right of what they're claiming to be the north celestial pole, then there's no way that I can get my correct latitude with that. Because the length of that line between me and what will be the GP of Polaris and me and the North Geographic Pole will be slightly longer. That means my latitude will be different. So it wouldn't be my correct latitude, because my correct latitude is from the very center point of the latitude and longitude grid outward. That's my latitude. And if they're claiming that the very center of the latitude and longitude grid is not the GP point of Polaris, then there's no point. There is no time and no point where I'm taking an angle to Polaris and I can get my correct latitude.
Exactly.
It's not possible.
Meanwhile, both of these systems require a plane. On screen now for my audience, that blue area. That's the coordinate system used. That's what we're referencing. So, I mean, that's why I asked at the beginning, why are we discussing this exactly? Okay, so...
Because there's a claim that...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
I'm just saying, there's a claim that Polaris is making a circle around the North Geographic Pole, which means that the GP point of Polaris is making a half a degree circle out from the North Geographic Pole. Half a degree in nautical miles, let's say 30 nautical miles. So a radius of 30 nautical miles around the North Geographic Pole is what they're claiming, that the Polaris' GP point is moving a circle, that circle. Now, how could you ever, that's the claim. Now, I haven't seen evidence that Polaris is doing this, right? I haven't seen any evidence that Polaris is not the North Celestial Pole. And I haven't seen any evidence that the GP point of Polaris is not the North Geographic Pole. Sorry, the North Geographic Pole. but there's a claim that the two are different. Yet there's also a claim that I can get my correct latitude with Polaris sometimes and I can't with other times. How is that possible? How can I sometimes get my correct latitude, right, with a point that's moving, and sometimes I can't? I could never get my correct latitude via Polaris. It would be impossible to get my correct latitude via Polaris, which means that the latitude and longitude grid wouldn't have any connection to Polaris, and we wouldn't have formed it via Polaris. But even they're saying that sometimes you don't need any corrections, but that's impossible. If Polaris is moving, you need a correction at all times if it's moving. They're not thinking about it. What it's going to mean when Polaris is to the left or the right of the north celestial pole. They're not giving that thought. That changes the length of the line, which will be the radius of that circle, which means your circle is going to be bigger or smaller or whatever. Bigger, actually, it's going to be longer.
Right.
So you'll have a bigger, so your latitude will be out.
Yeah, it'd be an error.
It'll be an error, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to round out. With that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Politics and the Flat Earth Debate Discord servers, together with my G+ panel, for making today's after show possible. And a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.